kill the birds. Well, not really, but you know what I mean.
No, we're not doing that.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Thank you for joining us here on this epic morning. My name is Omar, coming at you guys from West Coast, British Columbia, Canada, with my friends and fam here in the on the screen, as you guys can see, here with Rob Yox, Kathy Mason, Stone Hobbit, Joan of Angels, and our star sister, Leanne Curtis. Today's event is going to be just absolutely epic. So much so that I was fasting yesterday because of the energy that's going to come in today. We really need to have ourselves prepared. And I've been doing that. And this is going to be an extremely, extremely powerful day. We've got ourselves wizards and priestesses and channelers and what have you. They're going to tap into the seventh dimension harmonics and bring that love back here to Earth. And we're going to envelop the motherland, Australia, in healing and all of her children in the process and of helping heal what's been happening on that continent for the last couple of years. And this is very important to me. It's very close to my heart. And this event came through very quickly. I guess it was meant to be. And my co-organizer, Kathy Mason, really, took the steps further to bring these speakers onto our screen and into our homes today in an effort to help cleanse not only Australia, but envelop the earth in that seven-dimensional golden light so that we can heal everyone on this planet. So we're going to really start with Stone Hobbit this morning. And then we're going to work our way down the list. And that's going to end at about 10:30 tonight. And that's pretty much it for me. Let's hear from Kathy and then Rob and then Stone, Dr. Joan, and then our star sister Leanne and that cute little bird that she's got on her shoulder.
Oh, well, we called this event Enlightened Pathways because we really want everyone to be calling in the light. This is a very important time to choose the light and to choose what you want to create rather than be fighting against. And when we're calling in the seventh dimensional energies, we're calling in this, even the sixth dimensional would get us healing, but the seventh dimensional helps us anchor global consciousness together. So I'm so glad to be here, and thank you so much, Omar, and nice to see the family and the band back together. I didn't know you guys were going to be here. Thank you for being here, and thank you for supporting all of this. I also, at some point, Omar, maybe when we're on, I'd love to open the Akashic Records. So
okay, sure.
We can
do it up
later, okay?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Mr. Yox.
What's up, everybody? I mean, if there's an event going on, of course I'm going to be there. I'm addicted to this stuff, but we do have the cosmic band back together. And, when I find out that Omar and Kathy were putting this together, of course I'm going to lend my energy to, the children of the motherland of Australia. We do a lot of work, and a lot of work that we do is a derivative of that country and what that means in the known history as we know it so far, and the Aboriginal peoples, and it's a great starting point for our for our movements going forward, because a lot of that energy comes from that ancient symbiotic relationship that we're trying to get back to. So, when the call to action went up for this event, I was all for it, and I'll just land it right there because I'm here for support. I'm here to help you guys in any way I can, and I'm here to lend my energy to the collective so we can shoot off and bring in that 7D energy.
Beautiful. Stone?
Yep, I'm here for the long haul, as it always seems to be. We're going to have a ride. I come from multi dimensions, and I lived in the desert, so I know the frequencies that are in the desert. I had such a fantastic journey, so being drawn back into that. I mean, of course I'm going to be part of this. I have to be part of this. I can't help it with you guys. There's such an energy of information and knowledge. It's like we're all going out, we're doing our missions, we're coming back, we're sharing the information, the findings, the frequencies. So we're doing a lot of clearing energies for all different corners of this planet, and we're coming back together, and we're releasing the energies that we've picked up along the way. It's like we're out there, we're collecting that negative, and we're transmuting it into a positive energy, and we're putting it back out there. So of course I'm definitely going to enjoy today's energies.
Awesomeness. I'm glad that you're here, Stone, because I had a dream last night. I don't know if I was sleeping or whether I was just zoning or whether I was just conscious breathing. But somewhere in my head, I was hearing, that you're my personal shaman. And, and that just kept going through my head that, Stone's your shaman and your shaman, and just that just kept coming through. And so I don't know whether I was dreaming or, zoning or anything like that, but, I'm fine with the understanding of what I'm being told. So thank you, Stone, for being here, my sister. And look, I still got my old beat down feather, and I love my feather. I'm going to keep that forever. Let's hear from Dr. Joan. Oh, you're muted, Dr. Joan. Oh, looks like you're muted, Dr. Joan. You're still muted. Unmute yourself. No, not yet. Still muted. No, still
Unmute.
muted.
There it is. Perfect.
Oh, well, there we go.
All right. You can hear me now. Yes. Well, that's the voice of God running through. And sometimes we have to literally turn it up to hear it and remove all obstacles in our way. God, this is such a high frequency event. We're so honored to be here. When I saw you were doing this, it was like, well, I have to be there. And I guess you felt it, because I feel like we're in that angelic ascension time. And all is happening now, unfolding for the highest good. So we do have messages, but we can come back if you want to share those messages. Just honored to be here. The truth will be revealed. And what we're experiencing is that raping of our planet, and the raping of and the trauma that's happened to every sentient being, every sentient rock, every sentient tree, every sentient soul. And today is a cleansing of the pain and the suffering we've felt as an acute traumatic global event. So happy to be here and contribute our wisdom.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Dr. Joan, for being here. I appreciate it. Your angelic energy is definitely needed today. And you have that love energy, that 528 energy. So it's, we need that. So thank you. Thank you for being here.
And, I also have been carrying the Joan of Arc energy, and that is courage in the face of tyranny. It's freedom in the face of global control, not just in one country now, but around the world. So I love all of you. I'm happy to share this.
Awesomeness. Leanne, let's get a few wise words out of you and the bird.
Good morning, everybody. I am very flattered to have been invited to participate, as always. And yeah, I like it when the band gets back together. I, not I. The frequencies and the energies. The frequencies and the energies. Shifting, moving, swirling, always rising, regardless of whatever trauma is inflicted on this planet, on these beings, on every sentient creature, every consciousness, every unit of consciousness, every fractal here on this planet has an awareness, whether they're conscious of it or not. They are the awareness, whether they're conscious of it or not. And these gatherings of us, we, coming together, discussing these things, enlightening the ears that are here listening, they are the ones that will carry the message forth and through from here. And then as each fractal becomes aware, the transmutation will become more and more something that we can see, hear, feel, taste, touch, coming out from the frequencies and dimensions, which we can see had we not been suppressed and traumatized, which we will see, which we will be aware of, all of us consciously. So grateful to have been invited to be a part of this and be able to speak and be able to bring some tones and sounds into this space to reset and realign, to bring coherence through the dimensions into this third dimension. We are truly grateful for being invited to be a part of this.
Thank you, Leanne. And let's quickly run down the schedule for today, and then we will start our uploads. We'll get Leanne to start the day off with a quick prayer, and then we'll jump to Dr. Joan for a few minutes to get a download, and then we'll jump over to Stone Hobbit. But before we do that, let's quickly go through our schedule for today. So Stone Hobbit, and this has actually been revised a little bit, as you guys can see. So from Stone Hobbit's our first official guest, and prior to that, we're going to have Dr. Joan in there as well. And from 11:11 to 11:30, it's going to be Kathy and I, Ascension at Warp Speed, going to tap into the Akashic Records. And then 11:30 to 12:30, Robin Nicole is going to be talking about Shine Your Light. And then from 12:45 to 1:45, David Starr, the Divine Ray Shadow Work. And then from 2 to 2:45, Bill Douglas, World Healing Day. 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock, Fran Bailey, Shiva Healing. And 4:15 to 5:30, Joanne Palladino, Shamya, the Beams of Light. 5:45 to 7, really looking forward to this. Adam Monash and Cynthia Farley, had an opportunity to speak with them yesterday. It's a beautiful couple. We'll be talking about evolutionary energy codiums. 7:15 to 8:30, Denise Chadwick, Love Speaks, Love Transmission. And then from 8:45 to 10 o'clock, Stephen and Evan Strong will be talking about ancestral magic. So it's going to be a beautiful day today, guys, and it's going to be amazing. Please give this stream a like on the channels that you're watching. Share it out, and comment please, because the algorithm picks up on that and it shares the videos out. So Leanne, if you can please give us a quick prayer, and then we'll jump over to Dr. Joan for, let's say, 15-20 minutes, and then we'll hand it over to Stone.
Karakati rushati ikira ene yara wo te kare eshene ayer. Kukura ye te kia shekure wuti ae ua. Kurna ekaki she ahua Urta hyena ekare te pushtaku yere ni ye ha urte tane ya waka bajia urta ekara papa pipur ye wa ye te kakshia aturta kakur bashi wow ishiare te kierta ka urta atiara ua tera ena urta gaya ishayera ya ura tera na aketura lua yeta ishi kukur ane hatea kukur ne ayet O te hashina ia ure ashe atea awo are anamase atea ukea are Elohim ia anoa ia katea u ahe a ula ururua ia o te rateka e sha mba uorta akikur uyeta ke mba ho ashe wariash.
And so be it. Thank you, Leanne. Really appreciate it. My star sister, you're incredible. While you were doing that, I had pyramid power going through my mind. I was seeing pyramids and such. So beautiful. Thank you very much. So with that, we'll toss Dr. Joan on, let's say, for about like 20 minutes. Is that good, Dr. Joan, for about 20 minutes?
Absolutely. Just tell me when 20 minutes has zipped.
Okay, so 10:20, let's go to 10:40. And then with about 5 minutes left, I'll jump on and give you a heads up. So I'll remove everyone off the screen, and then we'll go with Dr. Joan.
Whoa, Leanne, that was beautiful. Must tell you that I felt like I was transported back to the beginning of time. My dear ones, we are the beloved Joan of Arc Angel, who has been activated specifically for these times. We bring you messages to remind you that this is that grand awakening that you have so earnestly begged for, so yearned for, that in the history of humankind, that which has been kept secret is not only about to be revealed, the curtains ripped wide apart so that you can see inside and you can step through that veil, through that portal to what is called ascension, that portal to the other dimensions. This earth of yours is being torn apart now, being ripped apart by the altering of not just the timeline, the altering of the historical patterns, and the waking up of humanity, simultaneously causing such an outpour of support from your celestials, from your star being friends, and from the inner sentient beings. So on the part of all beings and all life forms on planet Earth, we not only bid you welcome, but we bid you to the concept that now is the time that you are to summon your strength, summon the power that has been lying, percolating inside you, building up that voice, that support, that wisdom that has been brewing. That which is in you, that understands that which you have been living has been not just what has been known as the matrix, but it has been known as an imaginary history that has been imprinted on your souls, causing trauma that has long been foretold. And today, this time, this time that we're in marks the opening and the awakening. And these veils are being ripped away so that you can easily step into this higher dimensional frequency consciousness. And so we say to you, remember who you are. Dig deep and remember and start to use the encodements that are coming through some of the sacred symbols that will be shown to you today and through the sacred sounds as Leanne already began to pave your way. My dearest ones, the reality that you are living in is no more real than the fragment of a dream. And in fact, your dreams are more real than the fragments of your day-to-day life. So understanding that when the 3D world gets imprinted in such encodement that we think it's real, allowing for a rise in tyranny, a rise in people's anger, a rise in people's outrage of falsely imprinted memories, we are here to help you to dive in deep now. We ask you to go within your heart and know what is true for you. Imagining now that that elephant in the room is really and truly being a naked being that's there, and that the truth is being revealed. And so what is the truth? The truth is that all is alive around you. All holds memory. All is part of this ever evolving shift. So we ask for a clearing. We ask for a cleansing in our hearts and in our soul so that the trauma of the memories that have been imprinted on our soul and in the souls of the rocks and the souls of the animals and the souls of the trees have been filled with ravaged energy. So we ask for a clearing now so that we can center and from our center become like the soul, like the heart of the sun, so that radiating from your heart comes light that now has the ability to transform what is being around us, to transform it into higher vibrational frequencies, into those higher dimensional languages of light, so that within your crown consciousness, there'll be an opening that will receive the downpouring of information that will be released today and will continue to be released as it comes your way. Your forgiveness, your ability to forgive those who have trespassed against you, those who have trespassed against me, those who have trespassed against planet Earth, against every single being, sentient, non-sentient, alive, this life, past life, future lives, every soul that has been impacted by this. We ask that there be a cleansing and a healing and a restoration so that the energy starts to now be restored, so that this vibratory frequency comes out like a pulsing, a beating of your heart, a beating of my heart, so that we are all beating in one, not just inner earth, not just middle earth and the earth we are in, but the upper earth as well, so that all of those sentient beings and all of our guides, those higher dimensional frequency beings up through and including the 14th, 15th, and 16th dimension that are now in alignment with your mind, body, spirit, with the mind, body, spirit of Mother Gaia, each and every soul of us aligned up here, 12th, 15th dimensional beings in harmony and in sacred space. And that is the power of these gatherings. That is the power of contacting our ancestors simultaneously with contacting our guides and our star friends and our star companions and the ascended master celestial beings. So we ask now that not only do you remember that you walk with the tribes of heaven, you walk with the tribes of the galaxy. You have always walked. You have always walked upon these earth. You know who you are. You know why you are here. And now is the time we declare that with the opening of these portals into these higher consciousness frequencies, that each and every one of you have that awakening, that you have that memory returned, so that you become that power, you become that strength, you become that voice, that wherever you walk, truth is revealed. wherever you walk. The energy is so high that the dark flies in fear. Dearest ones, these are the times for which our soul has been called. Yes, we may tremble with fear at the vastness of the rage against us, the energy that's been directed as if we who come here to serve were the ones who are our cause. Of course, my loves, because we seem so untainted by the evil that has permeated the fabric of consciousness. And so as pure light beings, not only are we the source through spirit coming through us of those high vibrational frequencies, but yes, we can be that which has that high energy of rage directed at us. And so we ask right now that we take those antennas that we have and we tune them up. We tune them up so that they can go up into the ascensional dimensions and be infused with that light high frequency. We tune them up so they can be like a lighthouse that radiates 360 degrees, uplifting, clearing, and as we said, chasing away anything that is lower frequencies. You, my friends, are angelic, high-dimensional soul beings. You are like God in your own domain. You are in your own pod. You are master or mistress of your own galaxy. Don't you see that you too are like God? You too are like the angelic ones. You too have that power to bring it through your fingers, even through your eyes and through your voice. So we ask right now to pull out that plug that has been instilled in there to keep you from speaking your truth, to keep you from connecting with your divine guides, to keep you from chanting those tones that will take you home. So we remove all blocks in your path. We pull out that cork that has been stuck in your throat chakra for generations. We take your third eye and we start to gently, gently, gently open it up and clear its frequency so that you will see 360 degrees in all dimensional frequencies. And we open up that crown chakra so that that antenna can go all the way up to hear, see, and know, to break through that matrix, to penetrate into the heavenly realms. And oh yes, my darling ones, you may think that you are sitting there in your home looking at this reflection in the intergalactic trans what do they call it? They call it some kind of communication system. You are in the intergalactic because yes, we in the galactics can see you too. So take hold of who you are and know that when we say you were born for this, we mean exactly that. We mean that every fiber in your being has been tuned up, aligned, frisked your wings, every feather in those wings oiled and rebirthed, so that when you step out renewed, you are that master that you know you are. You are that ascended high frequency energetics, so that those who see you, who gaze upon you, know that they are in the presence of the divine, because it will take the presence of the divine in each and every one of us to hold those higher frequencies of light. So it's no accident, of course, that we actually have the earth here with us. And so we are right now going to ask to literally rip away the black goo that has been placed upon this planet. Ripping away this black goo so we can actually encircle, pulling away the gobs, the continents, Australia, America, Europe, the Antarctic, the South Pole, every place where the dark, the controllers have set down intentions that are contrary to the optimum well-being of humanity. We're ripping away the gook. We are now beginning to infuse this planet with the higher frequencies. Does this take courage? Yes. Does this take faith? Yes. Does this take knowing the truth about who you are? That you came here collectively from other galaxies, other places. You gave up billions of years of time to come to this planet to do what we are doing now. In what would look like a wink of an eye, a second in galactic consciousness, where we have that one opportunity given and granted to us now to take that pathway, that timeline of ascension. For that is being allowed to us now, to take that little less traveled path of ascension. And the more of us that walk that path, the more of us that find that path, the more of us that align that path will allow, finally, planet Earth, us, you, to be the ones that we know that we are, to be aligned, body, mind, and soul, to the betterment and upliftment of not only our planet, but to humanity, to the sentient beings we have soul contracts, and to the planet itself. And so it is. So many of you not only are excited about this, but know that you come from these other realms. So we ask that in your heart you have a sense. As you join us today, I want you to imagine that you're sitting up here in the heavenly schools, up above, looking down upon that planet, looking down upon those humans, looking down here and sitting up here, getting your instructions and sending and filtering it down, sending those high vibrational frequencies to our soul family here so that we can hold that in neutrality. And so it is. We are grateful for an opportunity to begin to show you that the battle will be won. You have always been part of the armies of humanity that are here to uplift the vibrational frequency. And so it is. These are the times we've been called, and these are the times that we will master what we have come here to do. And so it is. Whew. All right. So any questions, Omar?
That was beautiful, Dr. Joan. Really enjoyed that message. I'm wondering about the golden light and how, as we sit here, how can we tap into that higher dimension golden light so that we can begin to envelop the entirety of Gaia and begin to heal her?
We have a very simple tool, and that was a fantastic question. So close your eyes for a minute and we'll just do it all together, okay? So what I'm going to ask you to do, taking a deep breath in and letting it all out, send your roots now as you're breathing out, send your roots all the way down into the center of the earth and send them there down, 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 until they can clunk down there into the center of the earth. Because it's from the center of the earth we can now send that antenna all the way up, and you can see it as an antenna, you can see it as a golden rod going all the way up now through from the center of the earth, through the roots of your feet, through your spine, and coming all the way up now through your crown, all the way up to the heavens. And now I want you to just imagine right now that you are literally tuning up that antenna. So it is vibrating, not just with the heavens, but with the center of the earth. And as we tune up our crown and we align it properly, we can, in fact, receiving that higher frequency energies and radiating them through our bodies. And so it is. And so that is a simple method to today see yourself literally with that antenna all the way up to the heavens, your feet down to the center of the earth. And sometimes another thing I like to add is that when we're down in the center of the earth, I like to see myself in a giant cave, a cavern, with all of my high frequency friends and their high frequency interdimensional friends. So there we are together. There's Omar and Rob and Kathy and Hobbit and myself and Leanne and each and every one of you convening with the masters. And so it is.
Wow, that was great. I had my eyes closed and was breathing, and I just saw a dragon coming out from the core of the earth and came right through and through my body and way up into the sky and above the earth. That was powerful. I was seeing like a lot of yellow and orange. That was great. Thank you, Dr. Joan.
Just so happy to be able to do this with you guys.
It's great healing. We got a couple of minutes left, Dr. Joan. If you'd like to give any final messages to our fellow projections on this beautiful Gaia, this living organism, space-dwelling life form.
You know, we live on a planet of senses, perceptions and senses. So what do you feel coming through your hands? You know, how do you feel the energy as even you're sitting here and you're sending out your hands, you know, your waves of frequencies? We are on a planet of sensations. What do your eyes see? And what do they see when you close them? So my experience with the ETs and extraterrestrials began with my eyes closed, my inner sight. What do you hear with those ears of yours? Stop believing what other people tell you with their own words and start opening up your ears, your eyes, your third eye, your throat, your senses, your heart to what it is you are experiencing in reality. Because you're not experiencing any of the things that you're hearing from the outer world. You're only experiencing your translation of it from the inner. So rather than translate, start going in here and experiencing it. Does the elephant have clothes on it or not? Use your ears, your eyes, your nose, your smell detector. I call it the SHIT detector. See, hear, interpret, or intuit, and then translate. Those are the things we do. So guys, go check out joanofangels.com, check out my YouTube. But because what do? I teach you to remember, oh my God, that which the masters have done, you too are, you too can, you too will. Allow your soul to be infused today with the memories of these languages that you have always spoken and that resonate within your soul. We collectively are so, can you imagine the angel brigade that has gathered round the planet, the brigade of souls, of extraterrestrials, of angelic ones? We are a mighty force.
Awesome. That's so awesome. You're so natural, Dr. Joan. It's incredible. It just flows through you like harmony. It's just beautiful. I just love hearing you. And the messages that you give are just divine and just filled with love. And that's kind of what we need right now. It's just lots of love from one another, to one another, and to the earth, because that's really what the timeline that we're trying to create is all about. So thank you, Dr. Joan. I really, really appreciate your contribution to this event and to this healing day.
So, you know, Omar, thank you so much, because in the last few weeks, Joan of Arc has she's right here, and she's here because you've been asking for her. If that
I
makes
sure
sense.
have been every day.
And I love you all so much. So honored to be here, and it's just my joy.
Thank you, Dr. Joan. And guys, don't forget to visit Dr. Joan's website, joanofangels.com, and sign up for the superpower. What's it called? Superpower with Joan of Angels. and that is on our website. And follow that link; it'll take you to Portal to Ascension, where you can sign up to discover your superpowers so that you can bring them forth. And of course, visit her channel and subscribe and hit that bell and share it out, because Dr. Joan's incredible, and her work really should be out there everywhere so people can raise their own awareness from her beautiful channeling and the messages that she gives. So thank you, Dr. Joan. I truly appreciate you and love you very much. And with that being said, let's bring our shaman Stone Hobbit on, and let's get a upload from her.
Thank you.
Here's our shaman. As you guys heard, I was zoning and daydreaming or conscious breathing, sleeping. I'm not quite sure. But in that moment and in that period, I just kept hearing that Stone is my shaman. I just kept hearing that. So I have to appreciate that, and I have to accept that for what it is, because the universe is telling me. So with that said, here's our shaman. And with a few minutes left, Stone, I'll give you a heads up. And then we'll do a couple of quick questions before Kathy and I jump on.
Oh, good. Okay.
John, love you. See you soon.
Oh, thank you, Joan. That was beautiful frequency you put out there. I heard every word of it and felt every little bit of that energy. Thank you for sharing that. All right. Where do you want me to start, Omar?
Start with wherever you want, my shaman. Just give us an upload of healing and love and light, and how we can, cut the parasitical umbilical cord that's attached to the motherland, and all those that are working against our motherland and Gaia to prevent us from going into the new timeline of the magic box of Uluru that we're all trying to create.
All right. Well, first of all, I would like to say thank you to all you energies out there for coming in and sharing this frequency with us today. It's much appreciated, and much healing will take place. I lived in the desert in Western Australia, and I come from a dark background, so there was a lot of occult magic, dark magic, and rituals and stuff that went on. On one day, I snapped and I ran away, and I was running for my life, literally. I ran through a valley called Snake Valley, and we were always warned not to go in there because it was a breeding ground for snakes. And we're talking things like death adders. A death adder, one bite, and you don't have long to go. I literally ran barefoot through this valley called Snake Valley. I jumped a creek and I got through to the other side. And once I'd gotten to the other side, I could hear the snakes hissing when I jumped the creek. I won't forget it. That's always there. I can always hear it. Now, when I got to the other side, there was something that caught my eye, like a movement had caught my eye. And when I looked, it was an original standing on one leg doing walkabout. And he had just started his walkabout journey. It was his passage of age. And where I lived was Muliala. That was the name of the territory that I was in. And they were the people, the Muliala people, the land people. And from there, he could see what my plight was. And he took me back. He'd only just started, so he wasn't too far away from where he'd left his starting point. And from there, he had a conversation in original and in their language. And before I knew it, I jumped onto the back of a white ute with a whole lot of others, and off we went into the desert, heading towards Uluru. And once we got to a certain location, all the women we got separated from the male. We got left there in a certain location. And from there was this whole downscaling of me, uncladding of me, taking the system out of me, showing, transmuting the negative energies around me, because as much as I could not understand it or understand it at that particular time, I was going through a cleansing ritual to be able to be welcomed into their little village. I couldn't be left where I had been found because I was running away. I was running for my life, and this person knew it. Previous to that, I'd been locked under the house and all sorts of stuff, so that's what I had escaped. So going from complete terror, running through this, and then getting on the back of a ute with strangers was nothing to me. I needed to leave. So by the time I'm stripped down, and I'm used to being stripped down, it was part of the program. It was part of the grooming process, the ritual process that had taken place. So this wasn't too terrifying for me, because I was already familiarized with what rituals were. So in doing this, I sat here today with a friend going through it, and it to me now, looking back at it, it makes me realize the preciousness of tradition, the preciousness of why they did what they did, because I see it as a frequency. They use eucalyptus leaves and branches to hit me, and when they were hitting me, they were hitting away the demons and the attachments, the parasitical entities that had attached themselves to my different dimensions that I inhabit. And so they were whacking that out of me. Then I was washed, and they did ritual around me, and then they painted me up. And each marking, when they were painting me, they were singing a song or they were wailing. And so the significance of the art that they were putting in blessings and energies, and they were taking out parasitical attachments and demons, because by this stage I had accumulated quite a few, being the initiate for this occult that I was involved in. So there was a huge cleansing that was going on. A lot of the trauma that they were clearing was trauma that was accumulated in Australia. So it was like they were taking accountability for the trespasses that had been, had happened. So today I am Stone Hobbit. I hold frequencies of these different lands, of these different peoples, the knowledges. We're given a totem where in different locations that we go, and the stone has never left me. I've always been the stone, and being short and being of land comes the hobbit. But through this process, the uncladding and the journey that they took me on, taking me into their village. I mean, it was, in some aspects, it was pretty hard, because they were going traditional. Traditional meant I had to release my connections to being covered up. I had to expose myself. I had to be physically exposed, mentally exposed to my environment, to the people, to the dream times, the stories, the information that came in, the ways of practice. There were certain behaviors in certain areas that women were allowed to go and not allowed to go. And this came true for me in the other journeys I've taken, in the Native American connection journeys, the spirit time journey, in the Tibetan, and in the Māori. I'm of Māori ancestry in this bloodline at this moment. So there's all these different natural, take me back to the land, nature ways that I have been, and I can now identify each of them and how they have impacted on my life. So the experiences that I had with the tribal people, the land people, became my people, my energy, my frequency, because of what they shared with me, because of what they took from me. What they took, they cleansed, they released back out there, so I could move forward. I wasn't aware of it until just recently. You have to go back into a remember state when you have been detached, when you have been disconnected from the land, from the frequency, from the people, you get reconnected. In this process, they taught me how to stay warm. In the desert, it's really hot during the daytime, and at night it's really cold. So you cover yourself in clay and you lie next to the fire. You become warm. It acts like a warm blanket around you, like a hot water bottle. There were so many levels. They taught me about the different foods, like ant sugar. What is ant sugar? This is a secretion that ants leave on eucalyptus leaves, and they mixed it in with the gum. They taught me how to catch a snake, chop its head off, milk it, use the venom for weaponry to be able to catch their own prey, and always giving thanks to the sacrifice, to the hunt, to the journey out there. It wasn't just a male tradition. Females hunted as well. They were hunters as well as gatherers. They were the medicine women. Everybody in the group shared knowledge. Anything that they went out there on their walkabout, they came back, and we shared a bowl, and this bowl was the bowl of knowledge. We had a chalice. I seem to be doing a lot of chalice work at the moment, so there's more to come about my discoveries on that field. But at this point in time, it was a chalice. Anything that carries water and is shared by more than one becomes the chalice, a chalice of knowledge, because you are sharing that energy. That water, that liquid inside is a frequency. This frequency filters what you put in so that the drinker, the receiver, is not hit with a ton of bricks in one go. So, with the giving out there and releasing and seeing the energies and learning about the dream time serpent, and knowing the cultures here with our tanifas and our serpents being eels. There is a lot of, they're always with us. They're never asleep. The Dreamtime Serpent is never asleep. It will guide you. It will take you on different journeys as you sleep, because this is like the connection, like the Bifrost Bridge to knowledge, going into these different realms. This is how the rainbow serpent is the entrance into all these different dimensions that we inhabit. So there's all these areas of cleansing that we do. One thing I've always said is you cannot be held accountable for what you're not aware of. If you go into a straw man identity, you're looking at anything you say or do can and will be held against you, So when you step into yourself and your awareness and you become accountable, transparency, exposure, and accountability, tea time, it takes you back to your center point. You have to expose your own weaknesses to yourself. You have to admit these to yourself. You go through the different emotions in the releasing. These are stages, like, AA stages, whatever you want to call them. We go through these, we let them go, we accept them. Perception comes along. We will find the right answer for everything that we put out there, even if we are lying. We will know this. We know how to do this. So when you take away that lie, you take away the stories and the tales, you realize you don't need any of that. None of that is needed. Your journey is absolutely amazing. Every single thing that you do, you encounter, is accounted for. You account for those actions, that memory, that information, that imprint, that exchange of information on multi-dimensions. You are feeding yourself. You are feeding your different chakras, which are your dimensional connections. When you're feeding that, you're activating your higher frequencies. You are working to protect yourself on all of these multi-dimensional levels. When you start protecting yourself, all of these different layers start flooding away. That onion starts opening up. You're releasing on all of these multi-levels. When you see what these symptoms are of each of the releasings, you accept them. You go, okay, I am now familiar with that, and I can release that. I can release that more. Stuff will come in, and you like ask yourself, why am I even thinking about that when I haven't thought about that for ages? It's because of the work that you're doing. There are others out there that have that frequency that can manipulate all our senses, all our frequencies. We have frequency signatures, and they know how to manipulate this. But at the same time, we know how they can manipulate it. So by being forewarned is to be forearmed. You are a light being, a light energy. You are absolutely magnificent out there. You are radiant. You can heal anything that is wrong with you. You can find every answer to every question you could ever ask yourself. You know, once you go, okay, what have I been fighting for all this time? What has my purpose been? Why have I gone through so much to be here? What is it all for? And it's what? And then you realize that you're here because you are a guardian. You're here because you're protecting that inner knowledge that you are, that inner energy. It is so precious. It's who you are. And they've been leeching off us for such a long time. They've been shaking up our earth. They've been creating the weather. We can do that too. Okay? And when another is out there saying they're controlling the weather, you can look in and you can see if they are. And with just your clear intent and ripple effect energy, you can change that. But you have to be in the awareness that you are accountable for your actions. If you go and make it rain too much, you could be causing a landslide. You have to take in accountability for your actions. So you can't just go, okay, I want this as a wish, because you'll get it, but so many others might have suffered before you got it. And once somebody else makes that wish, are they taking it from you and putting you in a darker spot? There's all these little connections out there, but once you become aware of what you are and how you work, they can't come in. They can't come in. You are stronger. You can clear away anything that they have ever programmed and put on you. You can keep what you need inside. You are your ancestors. We are here. We have returned. This is a cycle. These are cycles. We will see 3 other versions of ourselves until we mold back in and come back into that center point and share that information and release that karma. And then we will go back out again. This is one of our life cycles. These are repetitive patterns. I'm sorry, I'm going off track here.
All good, sister. I've got 11 minutes here. Do you want to take a question while you're?
Oh yes, fire some questions. I mean, there's nothing you cannot get through. I promise you, you can. I shouldn't say promise, because promises are prison boxes. So
You just stole the words right out of my mouth. I was just going to say that.
yes, you must be careful.
This question comes from Rose Easy, and she asks, are dreams a way we go to other dimensions? I understand that we're a multi-dimensional being, right? So when we sleep, like, which dimensions do you think we're traveling to?
Oh, there are so many. There's so many. When you can take a second, okay, that second when you're in that dream state, and you start going, okay, I'm looking for repetitive signs, landmarks, colors, shapes, timelines. You start finding regular patterns. And then when stuff is bad within a dream, you can say, well, I know what's occurring here. I know the outcome, and I'm going to try to change it. This was work that I did because I had a lot of night terrors, and I needed to know what the fear factor was. And when I was able to break the sleep paralysis I broke the fear state, and I realized that false evidence appearing real can no longer hold me in this stuck state, this masked state. And so when I look at the dreams, I can see, okay, well, certain foods will trigger different dimensions that you will go into, different sleep patterns. Color equals frequency will do the same thing. So when you're going into your dream states, you're going into different frequencies. You're going into, and they will use your memories, what you've experienced in the past, to get in and communicate. This is a multi-dimensional reality that we're in. It's fun navigating it. But yes, to your question.
Nice, thank you for that. You've got about 9 minutes left, Stone. You want to give a closing message?
Okay. You are your higher self. You are your ancestors. You have the knowledge through all living incarnations on this planet. You have all of that codex within you. You are a filter for all the information and all the frequencies of all actions. Remember, Omar, you asked a question the other day, if a tree fell in the bush, would you hear it? You would feel it. One way or another, you will get an impression that a connection has fallen and the reason behind it. We might not know why we get some of these headaches and then discover that an earthquake has happened over in a certain location. When you start stepping into yourself and into your awareness, you start seeing that you are a filter. You're taking in the information. And if it's too much information in one go, you learn to put on a filter, another filter, so that you do get the information slowed down, so you can take it, so you can analyze it, and you can transmute it, and then you can put that frequency back out there. No longer do you need to be hijacked. You are yourself. You are your higher self, and we are here to heal with this frequency. And all I can really say to everybody, the easiest way to achieve it is stand in your truth, stand in your honor. All right. You might have told yourself little stories. You don't need those stories. Your journey has been absolutely amazing. It's not just this incarnation. And little things will show itself to you, so you become aware. We are all regressing. We're having regressing memories and lifetimes. We're surrounding ourselves with what we remember around us, what took us to another frequency. And each time that happens, all that information comes flooding back. So just stand in truth. You know, stuff happens. We cannot see why today, but tomorrow it may show itself to you. Stay calm through it. It's not easy, the journey that we're going through. But we've done it. We've done it so many times. And you're going to get to a stage where there's nothing left for them to take, because we are aware of who we are, and we say no. We say no more. And anybody out there trying to cast any kind of magics and stuff, it's dispelled, because what you put out there comes back, and it comes back to you, because we are a reflection. And that's all I've really got to say is be safe and be honest to yourself. How's that?
That was beautiful. I loved it, and I'm so happy that you remembered my question from the other day about the tree and the bush and the sound, and which said really it does make sense, because when you get up into the higher dimensional 5D that we're going into, we're going to become more empathic, not only towards one another, but towards Gaia herself. And anytime Gaia is being abused or attacked or hurt, guaranteed we're going to feel that. And I feel, Stone, and maybe you can elaborate on this a little. I feel that a lot of sickness that's happening around the world, cancers and diabetes and things like that, do you think that that may be the effect of us damaging Mother Earth, and the repercussion of that is sickness within our own body computer avatar?
I've been sick. I've been sick. One of the magics that was used, the rituals that I was used in was if you take the hair or skin or blood or essence from an innocence being unknowing of what's being taken, they basically I'll take their sickness on and they take my goodness, my health. So throughout my lifetime, the amount of build-up of illness from others, I have been quite sick as a child. And so I could have died quite a few times. I was left for dead a few times, but there was always some ritual that was taking place. And I'm boom, here I am again. I'm back again. I'm not going anywhere. It's not over yet, guys. And so it was like when I know that I'm not feeling well, I know that it's because of either the food I've put in me, the water I've put in me. I haven't transmuted it to the best of my abilities because I'm having an off day or something, or I haven't grounded, or there's some major stuff that's happened and it's rippled through the water system. Water has memory, and we ingest that. Now you've got to look at the system. The system's come in and it's toxified everything. Everything that we touch out there is poison. But being the beings that we are, once you become aware of it, that's when you become accountable for your actions. So you know your water's bad. You have time to work out how to filter these toxins out, and it's really easy. Go back to your knowledge, which is the old ways. A sack with sand and clay, and you put your water through it. If you've got nothing else, you have no excuses. If I can do it, you can do it. You have no excuses. When it comes down to the foods, you know that our food has been manipulated. The genetics in it has been changed. We all are very aware of the genetic manipulation that has gone on through generation after generation. Well, we say no now. We say no to becoming cyborgs. Okay, we don't want to go down that route. I like the way my skin is. Okay, it's an organ. It's fantastic. It's a receiver. It's a sender. I can read so much information. No, I'm not going to let them come in and put nanobots in me. They've already been spraying nanoparticles, and I've seen the damage from the trees. The trees have communicated. They've shown me that when they absorb all of these nanoparticles or particulates and they drink it up inside their trunk, when these trees are triggered by a frequency, they're not catching fire on the outside. They're catching fire from the inside. All right. So this is what they're doing. If they're doing this to the trees, they're doing that to us. So when you've got these particles in you and you're near all these frequencies, you need to move away. You need to shut these frequencies down. You need to tell yourself, okay, well, I need to up my frequency so I can combat what they're throwing at me. So you have to find ways to increase your energies. Yeah.
Thank you, my sister. I appreciate
There's
that.
so much. There's so much. We can't cover it in an hour.
Yeah, it's a very deep subject, and I appreciate the download that you just gave us, Stone, and thank you very much. It is time for us to bring our beautiful star sister on, Kathy Mason from Mason Works. So we will bring Kathy on, and thank you, Stone. I truly appreciate your service to humanity, and especially for this event and healing our mother and our motherland, Australia, and all her children that occupy her land. And guys, don't forget to visit Stone Hobbit's website, which I've put the links up above. And let me just bring that up here really quickly. Right there is Stone Hobbit's website. And also, please visit her YouTube channel to subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell, because Stone, my shaman, puts up a lot of great videos. So thank you very much, Stone. I appreciate you and I love you, my sister. And we will talk soon.
Thank you,
Be
Stone.
well. Oh, you're welcome, Kathy.
Yeah, talk soon. Hope. I wanted to talk to her after the last thing we did, and I never got to. Wow, that was
Wow, it's
excellent.
been wonderful so far, right, Kathy? Nice way
Yes,
to
excellent.
start the day off.
Excellent. Well, I still I know that we're all alchemists. And I know that once we get reconnected to our higher dimensional self, that we can transmute all of this. But we have to choose it. And that's what you and I are going to talk about with the ascension, hopefully at warp speed. First, I'd like to open the records if that's okay with you. And then, so you guys, what I'm going to be doing is reading a prayer 3 times and then opening the Akashic records. And what this does is it allows us to go up to even the 14th dimension or higher. So we only have to go to the 7th. So, but I will, if the energies get too strong, this will allow your cells of your body to accept more and more of the beautiful energy work that these people on our event are sharing with us. They're just incredibly generous with their gifts. And this Akashic Records opening will help you absorb more of it and resonate for a long, long, long time. So is that okay? Okay. So let me open it real quick. Okay, here we go. We align with our divine primordial blueprint with guidance from the galactic Akashic records in all dimensions. All aspects of self are here now. All universal and celestial information and all important memories for our highest good and guidance are available to us now. We have access to all stellar wisdom of light now, delivered by the galactic Akashic record keepers in reverence for the well-being of all life. And so it is. We align with our divine primordial blueprint with guidance from the galactic Akashic records in all dimensions. All aspects of self are here now. All universal and celestial information and all important memories for our highest good and guidance are available to us now. We have access to all stellar wisdom of light now, delivered by the galactic Akashic record keepers in reverence for the well-being of all life. And so it is. We align with our divine primordial blueprint with guidance from the galactic Akashic records in all dimensions. All aspects of self are here now. All universal and celestial information and all important memories for our highest good and guidance are available to us now. We have access to all stellar wisdom of light now, delivered by the galactic Akashic record keepers in reverence for the well-being of all life. And so it is. Masters, teachers, and guides, please show us what we need to know, and help us absorb these incredible frequencies. We're in. Okay, so where did Omar go? There he is.
Sorry, I was just zoned out. I had my eyes closed and I was visualizing the Akashic records and the zero state so that we can tap into that and put on warp 9. I think is what the captain is saying here.
That's right. So I wanted to do this real quick. The way I got the idea to name our little talk, Ascension at Warp Speed, is I have this beautiful book that Dr. Noah McKay, who's passed now, wrote called Wellness at Warp Speed. And it's just absolutely beautiful. He's passed, but he taught. I mean, look at each page is full
Mhm.
color.
Wow.
It's a beautiful, beautiful book. Anyway, and I think I've had it, I don't know, 20 years maybe. But inside he says, are you ready for warp speed wellness? So are you ready for warp speed ascension? And the definition of warp speed is faster than light velocity achieved by bending space-time to reduce the distance between 2 points. So what we're talking about is alchemy, is our birthright. We are all of those other dimensions, but we've been in the matrix, we've been in a box and thought we were only this small construct. But actually, we are amazing. And we, as a thought form or an emotion, can create on a dime. You can manifest on a dime. And if it's aligned with your divine purpose. So what I wanted everyone to know, you came here at this time, you stood in line to get these bodies to be part of this big change. A lot of you are earth angels. A lot of you are ascended beings that chose to come back now. You didn't have karma. You're not getting karma this life. It can't stick to you because of your frequency. When you know that, it gives you a lot of power and a lot of trust to, why not try things? Why not us do this? You mentioned it to me. I was like, okay, I'm in. because you can feel there's a global consciousness that most of the world is caught in, that's feeding a fear. And I know I came here. I know Joan did. I know Victoria did. I know Stone did. I know Luann did. I know you did. I know Rob did. We all came here at this time to be part of the solution, to be part of the awakening to who you really are. When Source created this universe, this whole paradigm, if you want to call it, or game, we all were created at that time. We are Source. We're just a smaller piece of the whole, but we are all that. And whether we've been on Earth or not, we are ancient. And we can remember all the tools and all of the great things that we could use. That's why we volunteered. We are part of the volunteer crew. And there were lots of beings that didn't get to come here. So they're in ships around the earth, sending telepathically information to Stone and Joan and everyone that's open to hear and will act. This is the time to act, not to be a victim. So the idea of this high frequency light, all you have to do to receive it is allow it, because you are it. And the light, people are talking about, at least on Facebook, and a lot of my friends are talking about, they're a little disoriented with this photonic energy that's coming in right now. Make friends with it. It's your friend. It's loading up. You're going to glow in the dark, you guys.
I think I already am. I also wanted to mention, Kathy, in that we had that wonderful discussion with Adam and Cynthia yesterday, and Adam or Ankh had mentioned the central intelligence, on where there's millions of different species that are part of the central intelligence, and that this ascension that we're going through on Earth, and this heartache and these troubles that we're having on Earth, is just not local to the Earth. In fact, that this is happening all over the galaxy and all over the universe. So, this is not something that is special to the Earth, when in fact this is actually happening on the universal scale, and this is going to be, it's going to be affected everywhere. Right. So this healing is really not only for the earth, but it's for the entire universe, because all of these beings, these higher dimensional beings and the lower dimensional beings, are all coming together now. And they're saying that, the game that we've been playing for the last 25,000 years or so hasn't really worked out. And, it's not, the goal wasn't, didn't turn out the agenda, so to say. So now the game has changed. Right. So when you were saying that we're all players in this game and that we've all chosen to be here, it reminds me of the Law of One, Ra, where he says that we're all wanderers that have come here to this earth in this time and space to create this change and to carry this momentum forward, not only on this earth, but in the entire universe, because our thoughts and our energy really resonate with the entire universe. So as above, so below, so within, so without. So whatever that's happening here is in fact is happening up there as well. And we need to come to the term, or the come to terms that we have friends and that are moving at warp speed, and that they want us to be with them, right? Maybe we're at like warp 1 right now, and we need to like really go up to like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and really come together with our universal family and our ancestors, and really cleanse ourselves as we move into this new timeline, because we can't really go into this timeline with anchors of energy, that low energy that's holding us back, because it's really never going to happen, right? So I really enjoy, I shouldn't say enjoy, I really like the idea of the central intelligence on being the source, so to say, because Ankh was saying that it's not the right word, and their planet they call it central intelligence, which I resonate with that, and it really does make sense that there would be millions upon millions of expressions of 0 point that's expressing itself through all of these different entities and beings and life that's really out there.
Well, the reason why there won't be nuclear war is the last, and that's, they're watching. Mm-hmm. And that puts a ripple in space-time continuum. It affects everybody. So that won't happen. So that fear, take that one off the list. And then the other thing is that we have to know that we are we're hybrid humanoids. And we look at how many different skin colors, hair colors, sizes. Look at all the different humans that are here. When that's not by accident, we are the living library for the universe, for our universe. Now, there may be a different format in another universe, but in our universe, that's why there's so much interest and so much connection, is it's actually cellular. And so anything that affects us affects the collective. That's kind of cool to have that powerful knowledge.
Yeah.
That, number one, that you can trust that there's a higher mind to all of this, but also that you can participate in alchemy, in joyous creation. We're supposed to be on the cutting edge of creation and playing with it, dancing with it, creating art with it, music, song. We're not supposed to, I do not believe we're supposed to fight. There is no fight. There just is the place that you call in the higher knowing and try to understand it. Mm-hmm. But that, what you're saying, the responsibility, I think, in ascension for us is to go inward and to see what's triggering us and to clean it up. And hopefully by the end of today, these beings that are coming in to teach and share their knowledge today, they have so many gifts for everyone if they're on that journey to refining their note. I think we're all frequency and we're all musical notes. And sometimes we've got a part of the chord isn't clean. And so what these frequencies do, they're subtle, but they're strong. And each one of these just delightful beings have a piece of the puzzle, depending on, you know, where you're from. Because if you're a hybrid from Arcturus, you might want something different than a hybrid from from Pleiades. So, but I think what we're finding is our roots are all the same, and our goal is all the same. And even though people may not understand it, that's their soul's journey. We can't judge it. All we can do is share love and be as much love as possible that we can, and be the change, because it's here. Earth is already, in my worldview, Earth has already ascended.
I believe so as well. I was mentioning this with Dr. Joan yesterday, I believe it was, about 5D. For me, I believe that the Earth is already vibrating in 5D, and a lot of us that are involved in this genre are also in vibrating in 5D. Now, when we look at our friends that are trapped in that program of that false reality of 9 to 5 soccer practices, baseball game, and then back to fighting traffic 9 to 5. Unfortunately, those people are really in 4D because they haven't become self-aware, right? Because when you become self-aware, then you begin to acknowledge your consciousness, and when you begin to acknowledge your consciousness, then you want to have a higher access to that form of consciousness so that you can experience it at a much higher level. So we can't judge on people on which vibration they're tuning into, because when we look at the magic box is telling us that we need to just jump into the river, in the middle of the river, and just flow with it, and just give ourselves over to the earth, and allow that ascension to go through, and allow that love to come through us, and then be that channel of love to everyone else. Somebody can be calling you an asshole as you're driving down the highway, or parked at a red light. You have a choice. You don't have to respond in that negative way by telling him to F off or calling the other person names. You just look at them and just give them love, and then that love will really overpower any hatred or any lower emotion that they have. And that's the only way we can help people move into that 5D, because we want to take as many with us as we possibly can, because that's really what our job is. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
But to force a horse to drink water is, the horse is not going to drink it, right? So if you drink the water in front of the horse and show the horse that this is good water, it's healthy and it's safe, then maybe the horse will drink it. And this is the same way. We have to express our love and show that love 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And eventually people will pick that up, and they'll start vibrating in that love frequency as well. Because who doesn't want to be loved, right? Like, you can be Hitler, you can be Mussolini, it doesn't matter. You still want love, right? So that's, I think, what we should express. And that's really the key to going into this new timeline and the new 5D, new earth, new human.
Well, the thing is, the triggers that you have when somebody does something is a gift. Mm-hmm. And then you get to see what's not healed. But if it's their projection on you, which is what it usually is, then you can just stand there in your love, in because this is really an inside job. Mm-hmm. That's all I can say. We're creating this this unified hologram at a higher frequency. And there's going to be souls that came here to come to experience a planet that is ascending and not ascend. Mm-hmm. There's going to be people, because this is a game and they got to pick that part. But there isn't really a way to judge. All you can do is clean up your own stuff and then find others that you can be in co-creation with to co-create the new reality. We aren't victims. That's what I just can't say that enough. I think the victimization of humanity is it's thousands and thousands and thousands of years old. And once you take that pill and get out of the victimization mold, there is nothing but fun possibilities here. This was supposed to be a playground, and that's what we have to look forward to, but we have to do our part to clean up so we're not dragging along that old energy with us.
Yeah, so well said, Kathy. That's beautiful. It's 11:32. Should we bring
Robin on?
Robin
Sure.
Nicole on? Okay, let's bring her on. Did you want me to read her bio, or did you?
Sure. Do you want me to get off and you get on?
Well,
or?
you can stay on. Let's bring Robin on, and I'll jump over to our website. Hi, Robin.
How are you?
I'm so glad to see you.
Thank you very much for being here, Robin. Really appreciate your contribution in the event today, and your love and your energy, and it's just really greatly appreciated.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Let's quickly do Robin's bio here, guys, and then we will give the stage over to Robin Nicole. So Robin Nicole, daughter of light, is a multidimensional intuitive artist, medium, fairy whisperer, and being of light. Robin incarnated onto Earth this lifetime as an activator to help raise the vibration of humanity and to assist in bringing in the new golden age. Her light-coded artwork is the primary medium she creates to accomplish this task. She works closely with her higher self, which she believes consists not only her oversouls and guides, she also works closely with beings from galactic and other realms of existence. All of these parts of the higher self are channeled into her artwork. Her artwork is filled with light-coded, multidimensional messages to help activate and raise the vibration of the collective. All who view her artwork will receive different codes depending on what each individual requires at that time. Robin incorporates meditation, transference healing procedures, exercise, crystal healing techniques, visualizations, and gratitude every day to keep her vessel and auric field clear, and balanced in order to raise and hold her vibration. By doing this, she is able to hold the light for herself and others. Robin is called to help others find their spark and help them get the courage to shine their light. She strongly believes that every single person has a unique gift that is theirs alone. She believes that when another person puts their unique puzzle piece out into the world and shines their light, then the whole world can be transformed. Robin is active in helping others through her Shine Your Light network, Facebook group, and YouTube pages as a way to shower inspiring and encouraging others to voice their gifts by providing a platform to verbally share, promote their productions, and add their unique form of light. She encourages all members to promote themselves and shine their light. She also does frequent vlogs and podcasts to help members work through issues that have arisen or to help introduce them to the world. Welcome, Robin. Thank you very much for being here. Really appreciate it. What a beautiful...
So sorry you had to read all that out.
Oh, I loved it.
Me with my long words.
Not the first time I've read this. I read this several times. I really enjoyed it and really enjoyed what you have to say in there, and I was so looking forward to your presentation. So thank you for being here, and I will remove myself from the stage, and with about 10 minutes or 15 minutes left, Robin, I'll rudely interrupt you and and take some questions that may be coming in from the audience, if that's okay.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
So, Robin,
I'm like, you're going to stay with me, right?
Yeah, don't worry. So everyone, you have to understand, Robin lives in Ireland, so she really does have the capability of working with the fairies, the elementals, the dragons, any other of the 7th dimensional to the 9th dimensional beings almost every day.
Sometimes higher, yeah. You want me to tell a little bit about how about the anomaly in Ireland, and that way that
Yes,
people
please.
can
Yes,
understand
please.
how I can connect closer? Because like I used to live in New York. I grew up in upstate New York. Oh, she left me. I grew up.
I'm here. I'll be back. Don't worry.
Okay. I grew up in upstate New York, and I moved to Ireland 20 years ago, and I never could remember. Like I could never. Understand why I was here until after I got here, and I realized that there's an anomaly. Just like the anomaly of like the Bermuda Triangle, and there's a few different ones around the Earth, except for they're all like in the ocean or in like water. And Ireland has an anomaly that is kind of unique because it's on landmass, and it's more towards like the southern part of Ireland. And basically, because of this, we in Ireland there is no crystalline grid, which the crystalline grid holds all of the everything, like all of the layers and the things that happen. And so like when there's wars and pain and all kinds of things that happen on the land, when you actually connect with the land here in Ireland, in especially in the south of Ireland where I'm living, you don't feel like, you know, like when you go to a place where there might have been a war, or there might have been like a battle, like a battlefield or whatever, and you're there, and sometimes people who are empathic, they can actually like feel and sense and see, they can it's like they know the sadness and everything, like kind of like that happened on that battlefield. When you are in Ireland, in this part of the anomaly, you're only hooked to the Gaia grid, and and so you don't get to feel like all the bad things that happen through time here in Ireland, because the crystalline grid doesn't exist. And when in Ireland, this is why there's so many stories of like the leprechauns and the fairies and the fairy forts and all of like the magical things that happen here in Ireland. And that's the reason why, is because it's directly connected to the Gaia grid. And so when I moved here, I started going out into the forest, and I was able to like start connecting with these elementals, with the fairies, with Avalon, with the inner earth. And Avalon is part of the inner earth. And I was able to like start connecting with aspects of myself, and just sitting in the forest, and like I talk with them, and that's why they call me the fairy whisperer and the daughter of light. But I'm very careful not to call myself a healer, because everybody really can heal themselves, and we all are equipped to do this. You know, we're all here, we're all come, and we all have the keys and the codes to heal ourselves, but sometimes we just need to be reminded. So what I am is a connector, or like a transmitter, or a bridge. Okay, I help people connect to themselves and to their spiritual team, and I only teach by example. By doing this, I spark people to do the same. And so every time I come on, I do video blogs. I have a network. It's called the Shine Your Light Network. And in there, I do interviews where like I promote other people who are shining their light. But I also do regular video blogs, and you'll see me going down to the forest where I connect. And whenever we're dealing with something in life, like there's, especially when we were first in the lockdown times, I would go down to the forest, and I would just connect so I could help people who were maybe feeling a little bit down, and just connect with the energies and the frequencies, and bring them a little bit of Ireland, a little bit of the Gaia grid to their lives. And so if you're interested, you can go back to my Shine Your Light Network and look up my video blogs. And in there, you will find, I think, over 100 video blogs where I connect, and you'll see me grow from like when I first started shining my light out to the world and to where I am now. I didn't even do light language when I first started. I only did my artwork, and I thought that's all I could do. And I just grow, and I just flow, and I just like change and evolve. So I've never feel like I've ever arrived or anything like that. So, Kathy, what else would you like me to talk about? Because I could go on a tangent. You're on mute.
Sorry, I was trying to keep quiet in the background as I'm going, yay!
Did I explain that enough about the guy?
Oh, that was great. So everyone, part of the reason why you want to know Robin is you want to learn, relearn, remember what it is to live in play, in art and song and play and delight and trusting. Robin is a great example of when she gets a download, she acts. And it could end up as a beautiful ceramic piece. It could end up as a beautiful art piece that you hang on your wall. It could end up as a light language with a crystal. But what she does is she changes your frequency on in multimedia, basically. And she's a champion for others. One of the things that Robin and I both connected right away was we wanted to uplift and shine the light on as many of these new teachers, as many of the new change agents that were in their heart and were emerging. And so for the past, I don't know how many years, I know I've been
at least, if not more,
over 2 years that you and I've been friends, and we've helped each other because of it. Because what you see is there's chaos around you, but when you go into Robin's world, there isn't any chaos. You get back to the
sometimes.
Well, I didn't say there wasn't a mess.
Yeah, there is a mess a lot of times because I have about all these things I'm doing. If you look around this room right now, if I turn this camera on,
no, I don't want you to.
I've got all these things started in corners.
Well, but could you talk about when you get a download, because I think that's a big part of this journey that people are on right now, is that everybody is being upgraded, but not everybody knows what to do with that knowledge and knows how to have fun with it. There's so much fear. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, I think first of all, I'd like to kind of stress that when you're trying to ascend and trying to raise your vibration, you need to really surround yourself with people that are positive and that are doing things. So that's one of the reasons why I do the Shine Your Light Network. And so I can bring on people, and we can surround people that are watching this, that there's people that are out doing it, and then that helps them spark. So everybody sparks off from each other. And then when you're working, a lot of people will get into I can't do this because I have all these things I have to do and I can't afford this. And I can't just play or just do this. So mind alchemy. And I don't know, do you know anything about mind alchemy? It's just mind alchemy can help you. So flip your brain. So when things are tough, and because every single one of us goes into times in our lives, I have it all the time happening to me, where something is happening and it's not what I really desire, or it's bringing my energy down or whatever. You need to somehow find ways to flip your energy. And by doing that, I call it mind alchemy. So basically, you just totally and completely start telling yourself your thoughts your thoughts are what ends up being what happens into your reality. Your thoughts are what help you manifest. So if you are thinking negative, depressive things, and you're telling yourself that you can't do something for, I don't know, there could be like so many different reasons why you can't do it, why you tell yourself you can't do it. But if you just flip that and you start telling yourself you can do this, and that you are love, you are light, you can change the energy and you shift it. So that's what I'm talking about when I say mind alchemy is so important. It is one of the things that keeps me going and allows me to get up every day and keep going, because it's not easy in this world. It's not easy to like keep going all the time and to always be creating. But when you're in the flow and when you're being shown something, what I've learned is you need to follow through. And so you're not going to be given something else and you're not going to keep going and be getting downloads and be getting all that stuff if you're not going to share it, if you're not going to do what it is that they showed you what you need to do. So I see David just put it.
That's sweet. You got your fan club is here.
David, my Davy. He's coming on after me. He gets to listen to me and then he can top me.
I don't know if anyone can top you in what you do.
You probably should have had the both of us come on together.
Oh, no. Again,
we could really have taken everybody into like some kind of really. David and I go into astral travel together, and we can actually take you into like another world.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping that you will do some light language, and I'm hoping that you will give people a way. It was just perfect what you just talked about, mind alchemy, because that is under our control. We can be conscious.
That's how you keep under control. That's how you manifest, especially like now, like as the energies are raising. Don't leave me, Kathy.
No, I won't.
As the energies are raising, and they're and your vibration is raising, it's really important because manifestation happens faster. And so your thoughts, no matter whatever you're thinking, whether it's positive or negative, that's going to manifest a lot quicker, and things are going to start happening. So you really have to be very careful about what you're thinking about.
Perfect. The other thing I wanted to compliment you on, Robin, is that you are fantastic at creating community with others, where whenever you create a playground, and I hope I'm like that too. I know Omar is from Watchers Talk. I know he is great at it. What you do is you kind of get this download, and then you go, okay, playground time.
All right, let's go. We're going to go to Lemuria. We're going to go to the inner earth. Let's go to Atlantis, guys. Yeah,
that's right. So did that just come natural to you, or do you think you're being instructed to be a good guide?
I don't know. I came in on I came in on this frequency. It's called the Heralds of Light frequency, and it's and also with the freedom codes for the something about my numbers, right? Have something to do, because I had this numerologist one time. He came on and he told me all about my numbers, right? And I don't understand all that, but like he did, and he told me I came on the Heralds of Light frequency, and what is that? The 4th of July,
Independence Day?
1776 Independence Day.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So I came in, and what my job is to my main like thing is to break the chains of free, like to show people that they're free inside. Like we are the ones that have tied ourselves up and locked ourselves up. And I came in with the frequency to help free us, to free each person from the inside out. And so I guess that's what I do when I'm doing all that. I don't do it on purpose. It just kind of comes. Like when I was a little kid, I was always into like the world, make the world a better place. And I remember I was a little Methodist girl, and I used to go to sing in the choir. And there was this music that we were singing in the choir. And I remember I actually stole the sheet music and took it home with me to keep it because I loved the song. And it was called "Make Your World a Better Place to Live In." And I was always, that was my thing. I was always like trying to make the world a better place to live in. And so that's just, I think it just comes naturally. And so when I like figure something out or remember something, I want to share that. Like I know this is how I open. That's when I say I teach by example. I teach when I realize, oh, this is something that can be helpful. And as soon as I'll tell people how I work through it. So sometimes when you come and you listen to my video blogs, I'll be telling you about things that I'm dealing with, things that I've dealt with in my life. And then I teach you how I got out of it, how I turned it, and how I worked with it.
Perfect. What a great answer. Okay, one more part of that though is about the community. Because seriously, I think it's a skill that we really are going to be relying on for this future time period, because we have been in this highly competitive, highly my stuff's better than your stuff
It drives me
environment.
crazy.
Yeah. Well, and of course we're changing. Everything's going to go from this competition to this peaceful time in the age of Aquarius, but we're not there yet.
No.
So we've got this, and also we're going to be empathic and then telepathic. And so we're far from being peaceful enough and in loving relationship with ourselves and others to be telepathic. So what your skill is that you innately have, I guess.
Well, I've always said, like, what's happening out on the world and all that stuff that's happening on the world doesn't have to happen in my world.
Perfect.
And so like I don't allow all the competition and all the jealousy and all of that and I don't go I don't worry about what I like, because some people will be kind of like, you need to patent what you're doing because someone's going to steal it and someone's going to take it away, and then they're going to take it and then you're going to be left with nothing. I don't have that mentality. I feel like I've been given something, and it's my job to share that out to the world, and in whatever way, shape, or form that it's coming through. And you can take it and you can go with it and you can do something with it if you want to. You can come and be with me and share it with me or whatever. But I don't feel like I need to hold on to it to the point where because it was given to me freely.
Right.
It was given to me freely from my the source creator gave all this to me freely, and I'm just sharing it out.
Right.
And
Right.
I also know that if I do that, I will always be taken care of. It
Yes.
might not be what I want. Like I might not always have what I want. Like I love a hot tub, but I'm never, I don't get I'll get these physical things,
But you got a doggy.
I got a beautiful little labradoodle doodle. Did you see my labradoodle? Have you seen him yet? Oh, he's so cute.
So the reason why I say that is that I've been telling people for a long time that community is the next lesson that we need to remember, because we were in community, thousands of years ago, and we've been in this model, but we're going back to that. And
just by being in a community doesn't mean you have to give up your individuality.
Right.
And because some people would think, oh, I go into a community and then I have to like be doing everything the way everybody else is doing. But You can
Well,
still be you.
Right. There's so many live-in communities around the world that have a version of that, and usually what it is it's hierarchical. So now what we're doing is creating circles, and that's what you're doing with your light Shine Your Light Network. And I did put your website shineyourlightnetwork.org in the chat for everybody. So that,
Yes. Can I tell before we go? Because I'm going to do a
yes.
procedure. We're going to do some cool stuff. We're going to go
Okay.
into the inner earth. But I
Yes,
just want to
please.
tell people that the shineyourlightnetwork.org is kind of my thing that I do to share to share others and to promote others out to the world. I like to promote people that are doing it, that are found what makes their heart sing, and they shine it out to the world. And I call those people starlight masters, people that are doing that. And I built a website now to go along with my YouTube channel, so that every time that I interview somebody, and that you can then go to this directory, you can find that person, and then all of their links, their products, their services, everything that they offer is like right there. So you don't have to remember, and you don't have to worry about like if it's in the messages underneath the video, or like, because like sometimes when you're streaming on YouTube and you share it out to like Facebook, then you lose all of the you lose the messages as you're sharing it out to like all the, like the chat and everything that's happening. So I thought, why not put this all into one big huge directory? So I bring people on, and if you are a person that is shining your light, you found your spark and you shine your light, you are welcome to come on and be part of the Shine Your Light Network. I put an interview so that people can like feel your energy and feel what you're about. And then you're a Starlight Master. And then if you know anybody else that's a Starlight Master, tell me and I'll bring them on too.
Right. Well, and again, this is where the energy is so wonderful, because this is uplifting. This is giving you tools and different ways to look at things so that you can find the delight that's available, that that may not be in your corner in the earth, but could be in this virtual connections.
Because what we do is we spark each other when we have these conversations, and people learn what you're doing and how you like, because everybody has gone through adversity. There is not one person that I've ever interviewed that hasn't gone through adversity. And so people that are viewing these conversations and they're sitting in their bed and they're just feeling sorry for themselves, or they don't know what they want, they can't figure out what makes their heart sing or whatever, I would bring in on all these different people, and they all do different things. And all of a sudden, somebody that I'm having a conversation with will spark them, and they'll say, you know what? I can do that. I lived that life. I had sexual abuse. I was treated badly, or as a child, or you know what I mean? And they can connect, and they can see that that person went beyond and they're still doing it. So I can do it too. So that's what we do. We spark each other.
Yes. And it's fun. That's the other part. When you see Robin Nicole, you have to put fun in parentheses.
And you can't come on my show unless you want to have fun.
That's right.
If you're feeling sorry for yourself, you can't come on.
We'll rebook you when you can get happy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. So here we go. Nancy says, that sounds great. Amazing. Yes, please. And Joan of Angels wants to be on your show.
Okay.
And so lots of people are saying, and James is saying DNA is waking up and starting to autocorrect back to the original divine blueprint. Yep. And of course, that's a higher vibe than where we are right now. So that's what this whole day is about, is getting your vibe on, get your vibe back. right?
So that's what I want to do now. I want to give a little bit back. So what I want to do, Kathy, is if you think this is going to be a good idea, I would like to take people into the inner earth healing chambers.
Oh,
And I'm going to use the Lemurian energy, the way that they healed back in the times of Lemuria. I have a whole class all about it, and we'll put that up at the end if somebody's interested in it. But I'm going to give you a feel of what it's like to work the way they did back in the times of Lemuria. All this information and how I connect have been taught to me by my aspect. Her name is Alana. And I have been taught how to like connect or not really taught, but I've been remembering how to do this. And so I want to share this with people. So I'm going to do this procedure, and it's called the light infusion procedure. But I just want you to know that it is also available if you want to go back and listen to it time and time again and go into this energy and work with this energy. I have it. It's on my website. It's free. It's a free procedure, just called light infusion. So if you go onto my website, I think you've probably put the link up from my website.
And I'll keep putting it up.
Yeah, they can go into that, and Bob is your uncle. And they can do it. So I'm going to be working with, I always have my Lemurian crystal with me when I'm doing this. And so
I'm going to put you on big, okay?
Okay.
Wow,
yeah.
I
So
love that
how much
crystal.
time do I have? I just want to.
We have 25 minutes.
Okay, that should be just about enough time. I'm going to just go right into it. And so this procedure, I just want to say, like, if you're driving your car or you're doing something where you have to, you kind of have to be alert or whatever, don't do this right now. Do it on the replay, or go to my website and do it like maybe like when you're getting ready to lay down for the night or whatever. You just go for my free light infusion procedure instead of doing it here with us now. Okay, so we're going to take a little bit of time, and I'm just going to take you right in, and we are going to take a few deep breaths, and we're just going to settle ourselves down. And what we're doing is we're going to get into the energy so that we can go into the inner earth healing chambers. So we're going to start by taking a deep breath in and breathe it out. Let go of all of the things that may be on your mind at the moment. Anything that might be bothering you. And we're just going to relax and take a deep breath in and breathe out. And we're going to take a tour to the 3 chambers of our heart chakras. And then we're going to connect to the cosmic heart of the universe. So we come first to the first chamber of the heart. And this chamber resonates with the frequency of the green ray. It is stimulated with the emotion of love. And this chamber also resonates with the tone of F. Allow the green ray to wash over you. You are now ready to move on to the second chamber of the heart chakra. This chamber resonates with the color frequency of the pink ray. It stimulates the emotion of unconditional love. In this chamber, one can begin working with the light body and their Merkaba. It is here that one can connect fully to the part of you that gives you direction, meaning, and purpose. This chamber resonates with the tone frequency of F sharp. Allow the pink ray to wash over you. It is now time to move on to the third chamber of the heart chakra. This chamber resonates with the color frequency of the blue ray. It stimulates emotion and compassion. In order to fully work with the third chamber, one must embody the first and second. When one works with this chamber, they are fully living in higher consciousness and are no longer service to self. This chamber is where one can birth 7-dimensional consciousness. When one works with the third chamber of the heart chakra, they can fully use Merkaba technology and open with assistance the 5 higher chakras, which are the Earth Star Chakra, the Stellar Gateway Chakra, the Soul Star Chakra, the Causal Chakra, and finally the Holy Grail Point. This chamber resonates with the frequency tone of G. Allow the blue ray to wash over you. Now that you have attuned to the third chambers of the heart chakras, it is time to connect to the cosmic heart of the universe. See, sense, or feel ultimate love frequency emanating from the cosmic heart until you become one with the heartbeat. Feel yourself connect to the cosmic heart. Ba-boom, 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 ba-boom. Feel yourself connect and meld with the heartbeat. And it can help if you put your hand over your heart to feel the beat. Now that you are fully in line with the cosmic heart of the universe, a deep purple tunnel appears in front of you. It's like a covered slide that you would have used when you were a child. Jump in and slide down into the inner earth city of light. The full landscape appears before you, and you see everything in this city glows. You're guided over to a fire pit where the Lemurian star mothers are gathered. As you move over to the fire pit, you are given a log to sit on. And the Lemurian star mothers begin to pass a crystal skull around the circle. As the skull passes over you and you are given it in your hands, lower your face to look into the skull, to feel its love and thank it by giving it a kiss before handing it over to the person beside you. The crystal skull holds the DNA blueprints, the mysteries and Akashic records of all that has occurred on the earth from the time it began. Aya ki, aya kaya kia, aya lu. Aya ki, aya kaya kia, analu. Aya ki, ayana ki, ayana kaya lu. Kaya ia, kia kaya, kia analu. When there's two in the circle, holding hands, holding hands. When there's two in the circle, holding hands, they will be all encompassed and their frequency will line. When there's two in the circle, it expands out far. Kaya ki, aya kaya kia hai hanalu. Aya ki, aya kaya kia kaya lu. Hana ki, ayana ki, aikana ayalu. Anakia, kia kaya, kia analu. Once everyone here today has held the crystal skull, you are led to the warm, shimmering, crystalline-filled healing pools. As you bathe in these most exquisite healing pools, you wash away the old you and any density you may have from your time here on Earth. The Lemurian star mothers are here, and they're helping you wash away. Dip yourself into the pool and pour the water over you and drink it if you wish. Now that you're clean and you're purified, the Lemurian star mothers rub lavender and rose oil all over your flesh. And you are given a fluffy white robe and slippers. There is a pyramid-shaped crystal clear healing chamber off to the side of the healing pools. The walls of the chamber are made of material where you do not have on your world. You don't have to open a doorway to enter. You simply step in through the wall. And there are the most beautiful sun catchers made with crystal prisms hanging from the ceilings and the walls. There are candles everywhere, along with hanging medicinal plants of all kinds. There is a crystal bed in the middle, topped with fluffy pillows and hand-woven silky blankets, along with a Lemurian seed crystal for you to hold. Get comfortable on the bed and point the Lemurian seed crystal to your heart. If you actually have one and you're holding it in your hand in the physical, you can do this, or visualize roots coming out from the crystal bed, and these roots moving down into the main crystal cluster located inside the earth. Now, you allow the infusion of light to wash over you. Trust that you will be given exactly what you need and relax. Take note of anything you see, sense, or feel while this occurs. Whatever healing you may need today will come through exactly the right way that it is meant to. Trust and relax and sit in the love that is pouring itself upon you. The seventh dimensional frequency. And while this is pouring upon you, I will channel a special message from the Lemurian Star Mothers to all of you today who are listening. Ayaki, ayakaya, ki ayanalu. Ayaki, ayakaya, ki ayalu. Anaki, ayanaki, ayanakayalu. Anakia, kia kaya, kia analu. This is the Lemurian peace song that we sang back in the times of Lemuria. We were very community oriented, and we worked to help each other. We sang this song in circle because when you do this together, you give out a frequency that spreads so much more than you can imagine. Ayanakaya natiana, yanatutana yana tiana. Ukana tiana tiana kaya. We want to talk to you today, Anakayana, all of you out there. We want to talk to you today about how to keep yourself clean and clear, how to go beyond attachments, and to clean it up and allow yourself to detach. Yanatayana kiana tayana. It is very important. It is very important in the times that you are coming into, Anatayana kiana tiana, to keep yourselves clean and clear and unattached to the distractions happening in your world. Unutuyana, anakiana, tiana. Ukanaya, unatuana, unatiana. We ask you to keep yourself in divine alignment. Unachununa, unakayana. We explain this to you today in a way that you can understand. You must keep your body, mind, and consciousness alchemized, just as you would if you were taking care of a swimming pool. When you have to take care of a swimming pool, you need to make sure that the levels of the pH are right, that it's not too acidic, because if the pool has too much acid, it can burn you. Andikiyana tiana tiayana kayana. But it also has a reverse effect as well. If you put too much chlorine into a swimming pool. It can burn you as well. So you need to keep it alchemized. This is the same as your human body, your vessel. Keep your vessel alchemized. Take care of yourself. Take care of your vessel. Keep it clean and clear. We ask that you begin to make a point to put nourishing food into your vessel. We ask that you take time every day to move your body and exercise it in some way. Ayana Tatiana, Kiana Tiana. Drink water. Try to keep away alcohol. Please, it is not good for you. When you imbibe in too much alcohol, you open yourself up to being allowed to allow lower vibrational energies to attach to you. Anakiana tiana anakayana. The same goes with any kind of drugs. We're talking, they can be even pharmaceutical drugs. We ask that you try to clean your body by not having it. Yes, we understand sometimes you have to have certain things, and that we are not talking about. We are talking about more of the recreational anakiana kiana tayanas that will go in, and you can be, when you're unaware and you're not conscious of what you're doing, which is what these drugs can do, negative energies can attach. Alikiana tayana kayana. Then we ask for you to work on your headspace. Anikiana, mind alchemy. Anatuyana tiana, kayana tiana tiana. This is the key. Atikiana. This is the key to ascension. On the Tiana Kayana. This is the key to keeping your vibration high. You need to learn how to use gratitude. And anytime you use the words I am, you must be very careful and use those words positively, because it is very powerful. I am light. Tell yourself this daily. I am light. I am light. Anikiana tiana tiana kayana. Then go in and find what makes your heart sing, dear ones. Unatiana, kiana tetayan, kayana tiana. You will know, because you will want to wake up every day and do what makes your heart sing. Unakiana tiana tayana. We ask that when you figure this out, that you go out and you shine your light out to the world. Unakayana. And surround yourself with others who are shining their light as well. Unatiana, kayanitiana. When you do this, the whole world shines with you. Unati anakaya shianayalu. Anaki anakaya kiakayalu. Anati ayana ki ayana tayalu. Ana Kia, Kia Kaya, Kia Kaya Lu. It is time now to leave the healing chamber today. And we ask that you take time to write down and document what happened for you today during the light infusion. Because these are answers for you. These are keys. Maybe some of you got answers to questions. Others might have gotten DNA blueprint activations that you don't even know you got. Trust that what you got and whatever happened for you today was exactly right for you. We thank the Lemurian Star Mothers. We thank the seventh dimensional frequency of light for being with us today. And anytime you want to come back to your healing chamber, all you need to do is connect, like we did today, to your heart and to the cosmic heart of the universe. Remember, dear ones, all is well. So you can open your fingers and open your eyes and wiggle your fingers and toes. I don't know.
Wonderful. Oh, wonderful. And you know that I've always been told that the other beings sing.
Mm-hmm.
They don't just talk like us, they sing. So that was so perfect.
Yeah, that's Lemurian. That song I've been singing now. I sing it in the shower. I sing it whenever. That song is like the song. It changes, it evolves, but it's like the song. And they've told me that's the peace song. And so this is the way that they worked in the times of Lemuria. This is the way that they worked, and they worked in community, which was what we were talking about before we did this. And they helped each other heal. They helped each other by infusing light. They worked with light. They used light infusion. That's how they worked. And or plurked. Play and work mixed together, you know. And so that's how they sustained each other, and and they want us to do this now. I just got done teaching. It's a master class. It's all about the Lemurians and the inner earth beings, because it's a whole big talk about like what happened to the Lemurians when Lemuria ended, and when inner earth began, I guess, or whatever, because some of them went to the inner earth, and those are the inner earth beings that we connect to now, when we're connecting to the inner earth. And when I was teaching the class, I did a channeling, and they invited us, the Star Mothers invited us to start working with this energy and working in this way. They want us to form groups all around the world where we actually get together at least once a month and do this and infuse light and help each other heal. And so after that, I decided that I would start up a circle. So once a month now, starting on May 7th, I'm going to be doing a Lemurian Pleiadian starseed circle. And it was very important. They didn't want me to leave it as like a sisterhood or like only women can come. They want the divine masculine and the divine feminine to be in balance. And so it's very important for men to come to this as well. And so I think you put that on the screen. So
Yes, we did.
So if you would like to come to this masterclass that I have to learn about the this and the procedure and how it works, because there's a different way to do it to use this procedure when you're in a group than it is when you're by yourself. And so we get in and we have there's going to be little it's going to be done in a Zoom, right? In a Zoom room. And those, the little breakout rooms. And then everybody is going to be put into either 2s or 3s. And remember when we went into the healing chamber this time, we got onto the crystal bed. There will be, there's little crystal chairs that are around the bed. And so there would be one person will be laying on the bed getting the healing, and then the other people point their crystals at the person and they help with the whole, like, wonderful. What is the word? It's not activate. What is the word?
Transmute?
And they help make the infusion even stronger.
Oh, okay. They amplify.
Amplify, yeah, that's the word. I can't get the word. So they help amplify it, and so we're going to be working with this. So it's going to be happening once a month, and I have a whole schedule on my website where you can like find out what the dates are and when it's happening. But in order to come to the first one, I made it a prerequisite to actually take the masterclass number 4, which is about the Lemurians and the inner earth beings, because I want people to know what they're working with when they come to the circle, that you're not just going to come in and not understand what's happening. And so if you purchase that class also comes with your ticket for the first Lemurian Pleiadian Starseed Circle.
Brilliant.
And the only way you can get the ticket, the only way you can get the link is you have to let me know what happened to you during the procedure when you're in the healing chamber, when the light infusion was happening. They have to let me know what happened so that I know that they actually did the procedure, because I need to know. It's not that I want to be in control of it. I just want to make sure that everybody understands what we're doing before we actually do it in the group.
Wonderful. Okay, so best way to reach you is your new website. The last time we talked, you didn't have the website.
Well, I have a new website. It's not fully built yet. So like I actually I have all of the master classes. Everything is all on the new website. Everything is there except for my artwork I'm just still building in. I put up the gallery with some of my tiles on it today because I know it's coming here and people might be going there. But I haven't had a chance to build in the things so people can actually purchase the stuff yet. But it's there for them to start seeing it, and I'll be adding more because I have lots of art on there. But
well, we want. I'm sorry, we're out of time.
But done. Did I go? Wow.
It went that fast. So, but I hope everyone got enough of experience with you to know if you're their teacher and guide on this journey through all these changes. And everyone, I just can't say enough for Robin. She just is a walking, talking heart. And so I just really was so excited that she would share her gifts today, and that so many of you could see there's lots of ways to experience this change. So
do you see underneath the screen? Did I put the little video? It just tells about the masterclass for people. And is it there under the screen?
It's under there. How long is it?
It's 1 minute.
Nicole is excited to bring this recorded masterclass number 4 to you, which is a topic near and dear to her heart. This class goes deep into the origins of Lemuria and is taught through the eyes of her Lemurian High Priestess aspect, named Alana. She covers how they lived and where they went after their time on the earth ended. She then tells all about the inner earth beings who live in the crystal cities of light, along with a special procedure on how to connect, run energy, and heal yourself with the help of the Lemurian crystals, inner earth healing chambers, and the Lemurian star mothers. The class ends with a special channeling from the Lemurian star mothers and an invitation to join a Lemurian Pleiadian Starseed Monthly Circle, where you will be joined by others to begin working with the energies and spiritual tools as they did back in the times of Lemuria. If you are interested in all things Lemuria, then this is a class you do not want to miss. The class also comes with a complimentary ticket to attend your first Lemurian Pleiadian Starseed Circle.
So that's it. That's me. Thank you, Kathy, for having me on. I really loved it. I hope everybody else liked having
me. Fantastic. Thank you. And please stay on in the back if you want to enjoy all the energies, especially David's up here. So we have a little break. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Kathy. Bye.
Thank you. Love you.
That was beautiful, Robin. Thank you very much. I've got my entire body is tingling. Yeah. Like literally from head to toe, I'm just tingling, and that was a beautiful activation. Really appreciate it. So thank you very much.
You're very, very welcome. It was nice meeting you, Omar. You're going to have to come onto the Shine Your Light Network, by the way.
Absolutely. You're going to see me there, and I'm hoping to have you on my show, and maybe I can come on to yours as well, and we can share some love.
Okay. We'll switch peoples.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you, Robin. And guys, Robin's website addresses are put into all of the chat rooms. The COM website where Robin has all her artwork is right here. And if you guys scroll up just a little bit in the comments, you will find all of Robin's website and her information. And also, don't forget to subscribe to Kathy's YouTube channel, Mason Works, because we're helping grow that channel, because we need to have that conscious business zone, because we're switching into that new timeline and we just can't hold on to the old paradigm. So Kathy's business conscious zone or conscious business zone is incredible. You know, this is what we need for the future, and people like Kathy is what we really do need in our corporate world and in our business world. So thank you for your service, Kathy. That was amazing.
Sure.
So we've got Dr. Joan coming up. We have about a 15-minute break between our guest, David Starr, that's coming up next. So to lead into that, we'll get Dr. Joan to give us a 10-minute meditation, and then an angel meditation from the 13th dimension. Or is it the 15th dimension? I don't know where Dr. Joan's from. I know Dr. Joan's from like way up there somewhere, but you know, it's always nice having her with us. So Dr. Joan, please unmute yourself and give us a angelic meditation, please.
Robin, if she's still on, that was the most incredible, profound to be with the Lemurian grandmothers, godmothers, ancestors. Whew, so empowering. So, dear ones, we are going to take you on a little guided meditation today. And of course, you have already had your breath taken away as you have been entering into these portals of these other realms. So, Mother, Father, God, we are just so grateful right now that we are asking that we be clothed in the light so that you can continue to play with delight, so that you can travel to those dimensions which have been so far out of sight. So taking another deep breath in and letting it all out. And this time, as you continue to have sent those roots down to the center of the earth, we ask you to wiggle those toes of yours. And as you wiggle those toes of yours with gratitude and blessings, as you feel the vibratory frequencies, imagining right now and seeing right now that those feet of yours are now filled around and surrounded with these little angel wings. So delicate, so precious, and these angel slippers on your toes, your heels, your toes, they take you wherever Spirit has designed you to go. So these celestial fabrics, these silken slippers that caress your feet. And as you look down, you notice and feel that fabric that is now covering over your legs, coming up as if you are just pulling them gently, little angel wings, or pulling it up all over you, this silken, indescribable, unfathomable, definitely not from your human earth origin, but of a celestial kind. This fabric breathes with you. So feel it breathing with you right now. Feel it floating and tingling with you as it now starts to come up through your body, through your stomach, your mid-torso, covering up and coming up all the way up. And then even a little hood over your head, over the back of your head, a crown. This is your silken garment with your angel crown. Whew. And imagining now on those hands of yours, these silken gloves, angel wings, all along your shoulders, your neck, your back. These feathery angel wings begin now finding yourself. Look over there, there's an angel brigade circling the air, and lo and behold, you are joining the crew, for you too are a part of this angelic frequency that is circling the earth. And look how your wings just soar with the air. Your clothing just makes you want to dare to fly higher, dare to soar up into the heavenly realms where there is the classroom, there are your companions, there are the gods and the goddesses, the ascended masters waiting for you right there, where there is up there your seat. As you peer out, you will notice in these amazing chairs and seats that are fit for the celestial ones, there is your chair with your name engraved right upon it. It is calling you. For we have been waiting for you to take these classes to infuse yourself with this wisdom and this knowledge. So breathing it in and breathing it out and breathing it in and feeling around, feeling this energy, hearing the sound, hearing the chorus of the celestial ones, those angelic ones, the hallelujah chorus, and seeing the colors of light and frequencies around, and knowing that this is where you are from. And you are being rejuvenated and refreshed. And right now, we ask you to receive this gift. For there in front of you right now, you will see a beautiful goblet of crystalline colors, and it is infused with a celestial fluid just for you, the fluid of love, the fluid of transformation, the fluid of that which you shall drink, which will go through your body to bring you the wisdom and the messages from the divine to activate that DNA of yours. And so as you drink from this goblet, which is being held to you from the angelic ones, and feeling it go through your body, literally this fluid shifting the energy, changing even the color, the gems, the vibratory frequency within you, till it gets down to even your bottom of your little baby toes. And everything within you is electrified and magnified until you start to feel little shoots of sparkles coming out of you. Little shoots of sparkles from the tips of your fingers, glitter from your eyes, and even the sounds within your ears are alive. Whew. Did you know that your belly button can jive and is alive and can just be aflutter with love? For here you are, my loved ones. You are now in the deep, deep recesses of the angelic realms where you are being fused with that angelic frequency. And so that as you return to your earthly planes, we ask that you remember this feeling of this celestial fluid coming through you. And we ask for you to remember these little sparkles that are coming out through your fingers, so that as it goes through you, it will continue to infuse and continue to spread out. So, dearest ones, repeat after me. I am an energized, electrified, activated, angelic, celestial star being. I am awakened. I am a light. I am love. I am here to spread my truth. And so it is. You are safe, dear ones. This is the world. This is the life you have come. It has been written that not one soul shall be lost. And as you returning into this earthly plane, remember you are one of us, and so it is. Whew. So it is.
That was beautiful, Dr. Joan. Thank you very much. It really falls into the resonance of the whole day. That was incredible. Thank you. I totally appreciate it.
Notice we're still in those clothings. Your feet should have those little angel wings right there, and your fingers and hands if you dare. Thank you, Omar. That was amazing for me.
Thank you, Dr. Joan. And guys, I've put Dr. Joan's YouTube channel in the comments. Please subscribe and hit that bell for notifications, because that's what really counts. And sign up for the class that Dr. Joan is offering in discovering and activating your inner superpowers. So go to the website and go to services, and you will see it there. So thank you, Dr. Joan. It's time for us to bring our next guest on, David Starr. I'm totally looking forward to this. So thank you, Dr. Joan, and we will talk soon.
What an honor, hun.
Hello, beautiful beings. How are you doing?
Hello, David.
Joan
Thank you very
Angels,
much for
Omar.
being here, brother. I
Love you guys.
totally appreciate it. I've heard so much about you, and I've been following you on Facebook now for the last few days, and I've just loved what I'm seeing. And really, I'm totally looking forward to your presentation here. So I will quickly read your bio, and then I will hand the stage over to you, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
So David Starr is a multi-dimensional. He is an infinity reality healer, activator, channeler, and so much more. He is involved in grid work, shadow work, healing humanity and Mother Earth and the Ascension, group Zoom healings. He also works with dragon energies and many different angelic beings for many realms and dimensions. With their help, he brings light codes to humanity and Earth, created the divine ray for creators to add their healing sessions, psychic readings, meditations, and activations, and sell the products around the world. Join and share the love and the light. Thank you very much, David, for being here. And, I saw the dragon in there. And earlier on, when we were doing the meditation and we went to the core of the earth, I saw a dragon come right from the core of the earth and right through the earth and my feet. And it kind of just went right through me up into the orbit of our earth, and I was like, wow. And then I remembered your bio, and I was like, oh man, I can't wait till David comes on and gives us that dragon energy, because it's really falling in sync with everything today. So thank you, brother. I totally appreciate your time and your contribution to this healing event.
Yeah, I'm really much in alignment with what everybody is doing here to outreach, to collaborate in community, to bring the light to the masses and to help heal souls, shift people in a higher consciousness into self-love and the embodiment of peace. And so what you're doing, I'm also trying to do similar things with an app I'm working on with Divine Ray to get it to a point where many people can share their gifts to reach out to humanity as well. And I honor everybody. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in I love you all so much, so much. You're the most amazing beings on this planet here. And what's so incredible now is we're all feeling the shifts. We're all feeling that reality is changing. We're embodying either the fifth density or higher in consciousness and bringing in light. And we're seeing it with the major solar activity that is occurring here in the last number of months. It has been completely amazing since Lionsgate. The energies, the expansions, you've all done so well to create these master grids all across the planet. We've all created here together these grids, and we're working together to bring in this higher consciousness. So I just want to say I'm so honored to be on this timeline, on this planet, here with you now. And I'm so grateful for all the work you're doing to heal yourself, humanity. And hi, Kathy. What's up? How you doing?
I didn't put me on.
Yo, how you doing, Kathy?
Oh, hi. Hi,
Good to see you.
I didn't put me on. I thought I just put you in the comments, though.
Oh, it's great to have you. Thank you for inviting me here.
You so much. I'm so glad. So Omar, David's in from Canada too.
Oh, nice. Whereabouts, David?
We're having a wonderful 4 feet of blizzard right now in Manitoba.
Oh, no.
I shoveled the first 2 feet last night, and then I woke up, and I think there's about another 4 feet, so it might even be 6 feet. I've lost track.
Good old Manitoba, right? I drove through there a few times on my way to Ontario. I'm in Kamloops.
Oh, nice.
British Columbia. Yeah, we've got a nice sunny day, but it turns very, very quickly around here. It could be snow in the morning and sun in the afternoon picking cherries, right? So
you got to take advantage of that sun when you can out there. And I'm really looking forward to spring. Like I truly believe it will happen. I'm almost 100% sure we'll have a spring here yet. But
you never know with Manitoba, right?
Yeah. Oh man, I miss walking in the woods and everything, but it's too well. I'll still do it. I'll still go. I'll still meditate. It's just you really gotta like pretend that you're not in minus 30 degrees and really think about the dragon energies to warm your cells and forget that there is ice and snow all around you. But you can do it. You can do it.
Well, the land of the ice and snow, right?
Yeah.
David is a wizard. I mean, his capacity to do magic and alchemy is remarkable. You have to understand that this is he's extraordinary. Let's put it that way. And I'm really excited to have your help with shadow work, because what we're talking about is the shadow of the earth, of our humanity, and releasing those energies. And I know you're up to the task.
Oh yeah. We'll do exactly as the divine is. Like a lot of people say, like, what are you going to do? Do you know what you're going to do? And I never know. But I can feel it. It's going to be activating. I know that. And we'll be more in our heart energies, more expanding, and in the universal consciousness, I'm sensing that's going to come in, and dragon energy. So let's see. Angels of light. Yeah. So we'll see. Well,
okay. So David, if you could, I did upload your video. Just let me know when you want me to do it. And otherwise, the stage is yours.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe towards the end, my guides will let me know when it's time to come out.
Okay. Is there anything else I can do to help?
You know what? Let's see here. She can assist by assisting her guides to bring down codes from her angelic teams. So yeah, if you want to ask your guides to bring down some angelic codes, that would be great.
Okay, sure.
I will do the same here.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, we're definitely magnifying everything from this.
I love it. I can totally feel it.
Yeah, it's what I do.
Okay, so we're going to go on a journey of embodiment of light here. The angelic councils, the councils of light, the harmonic frequencies of the seventh dimension and above. We are going to go into a meditative state. So we are going to call in higher self to be with us now, Oversoul group here to come in to assist aspects of self, all for the highest good. We are going to create a safe space. We're going to create pillars of light, channeling in energies from higher selves of all who are watching here to cleanse and clear the space, to remove. We'll call in the dragons. Shikara kotoinia potoi shikara, remove any attachments from anybody. Crack choi toi pararakan toi malarachi barakotoi mananiash kararia karatoi poe karashi toi manarakoto toyarakotika makarashkira pushkish purash krish karakorish purash kariniash kararachash. They've taken the dense energies away from the fields. It is all divine, creating pillars of light all around from Gaia, all the way up to source, shielded with golden light, with angelic codes, councils of light coming in. Yeshua. David, we are going to go on a journey into the past, in the times when the energies were pure. We're going to go into the past, in the time of Lumeria, in the past when all were in unity, and we are going to embody the grids. We are going to be connecting with these grids to bring these energies in to this now moment. Tune in to my heart chakra, connecting. Others need assistance. They do not know how. You must guide them in. Okay. All right. So just breathe in the golden light. Imagine there's golden light all around you. Breathe in the golden light through your crown, through all your chakras, and then exhale. Anchor into Gaia. Send out the light, out the soles of your feet, into the heart of Gaia, just with intention, feeling the heavenly energies. Chakras to open, ready to release. We are ready to work at higher self, to release. Breathing in on your next breath from Gaia, to breathe up all the beautiful energies from Gaia. Exhaling out the crown, connecting your pillar of light at higher self, Now it is time. We are ready. We are going to send golden lights, families of light, coming in, golden light angels descending down on your column of light. It is to set the intention to connect your field of light with this channelers for the highest good. Nothing can be taken. Nothing can be inserted. All come in from your higher self or oversoul group. You do not need to worry. You're connecting unity fields together to bring and embody higher consciousness, to release that which does not serve you, to embody more light and more love into your heart. Trust your guides will lead you. A golden angel descends down on your pillar of light. Here, consciously, tune in. They are going to take your hand and they are going to lift you up, the golden light to your higher self at the source level, going up, bringing you up. As you are going up, your vibrations are raising. As you are going up, lower fears, lower states of consciousness are exiting out of your energy now. As you're raising up, going all the way up to the higher self, you have arrived here at the higher self level, at the higher self frequency, guided by the golden angelic self. Here it is with intention to merge with the higher self. This is the embodiment of the 5D manifesting from the heart at higher self level, surrendering to the light of your higher self, to embody into your life, to lead from the light, from the heart, to lead from the love within your heart. And so we will begin this journey into Lemuria, tuning in to Yeshua's heart chakra, going through. It will be of assistance to take the angelics with you. Come down the pillar of light now as your higher self with the golden angel here. The golden angel will take your hand through the heart, through the heart of Yeshua to go back in time, to Lemuria, into an area here. There's a rainbow frequency through here, through this cloud, into this water stream, into this forest area. We're ascending into a higher vibrational field in the times of Lemuria here, embodying here with the Lemurians, with Palladian beings, with Lyran beings, times of Lemuria here in the embodiment of early human creation of advanced intelligent beings who had embodied. There are Assyrian, there are many who have assisted in this timeline. You will see guides, aspects of yourself surrounding you here as we are walking through into a forest area here with animals who are walking in harmony with us, and we are going into a sacred ceremonial area here there is near a crystal cave, it appears, and we're going to go into this area here. This is a high energy, a high frequency. It is a portal that we had created back in this time, that it was connected to many energies across the planet, many grids that were created here. And it was higher consciousness. It was of a 7th dimensional frequency. It makes much sense now. We are being guided to go in here and connect with these grids, to connect with these codes of this time, of this ancient timeline, and to embody this light, to bring it back into the manifest on your timeline now. It will assist to open and activate within hearts across all dimensions of time within Earth, on Earth, in all realities and dimensions. You are now connecting to these frequencies. These frequencies are now connecting within your heart chakra. They are growing, they are expanding into the grids of self, and they are vibrating, and they are oscillating, and they are bringing in codes of expansion, of unlocking the dimensions within self. They are bringing in codes of expanding into heart center, into heart energy. They are vibrating very strong. Do not worry. We will assist you to ground these codes. We will assist you. We work with the trees in Lemuria as well. They have source, crystalline source. Can you see the crystalline source within the center of the trees? We are connecting with our third eyes to the trees to assist in grounding this light here. So we ask you now, with intention, to connect your third eyes to a tree that is neighboring your house or where you are, with intention to send the light to the crystalline source energy of the tree, sending it here, grounding the light. And as you're grounding it, the trees will assist you to ground this light across the planet, across Earth, out the soles of your feet, into the heart of Gaia, powering the crystalline core of Gaia with these frequencies across the planet. As we are doing this, we are going to do a ceremony of releasing shadows so you can take on more vibrational frequencies of this light here. So we're going to go in to the Hall of Records. We're going to go in to the eternities of times, and we are going to go in to the halls of Amenti, and we are going to go in and call on the Akashic Record Keeper here to bring you back into some of your early incarnations that were in the densities of the third density, some of the earlier incarnations when you started to move away from families, when you started to take and steal from people to survive, when you started to live for yourself, for you're leading by your mind. And we are going to go into these lifetimes, and we are going to call on 200 lifetimes of the Akashic Record Keeper to bring and to present in these earlier lifetimes when you were stealing, when you were thinking from your mind for your survival, when you were pillaging, when you were taking what was not yours, when you were harming, when you were hurting, when you were living from your mind. For the time of living from your mind is over. You're going to be leading from your heart, and the mind is the tool to assist you to lead from your heart, to manifest from the heart. So we are going to now call on all these lifetimes to be shown in the Akashic Record Keepers for all who are watching, and we're going to send in collectively now. It is for you to forgive yourself. It is for you to forgive yourself. It is for you to forgive yourself. It was just an experience in the forever experience. To forgive yourself and to let go. To let go, all is divine. It was an experience in the forever. And here we are now shifting into a higher consciousness. You do not need to hold on to the lower states of consciousness anymore. You're going to release them out of your third eye, out of your heart chakras, out of your chakras and your energetic systems. As you are forgiving, it is releasing, and the golden angels here will bring it in the embodiment of the golden light, the ascension energies, as well as the crystalline energies where we are here in Lemuria. So we are releasing, and you will be sending in love energies here from yourself to all of your aspects in these past lifetimes through the Akashic record, Akashic fields of vibration, and you're going to be sending in this love to all of your aspects, healing their hearts, and then you will let them know here, do not worry, it's all cleared, and we're bringing you up into the light. You're bringing you up into the alignment of the heart, because now we are moving ahead, and we are healing you, and as such, you are healing yourself and clearing the ancestral lines of these hundreds of lifetimes. We're clearing, we're tuning in. Does anybody need any help? There is one here who kidnapped somebody here, took her away. There is a residual guilt. There's a karmic cord. You're going to go ahead, forgive self who is watching, forgive self to release this, forgive self. It was a karmic cord, a teacher. You were a teacher of her. She was a teacher of you, and you will be returned in kind throughout the karmic cycles. For if you've taken her, she will have taken you. It is not to worry, it's not to fear. It is all part of the forever experience, but it is to forgive yourself, to release this, to heal your heart and cleanse this. Heal, release, cleanse, and clear. And it is done. Well done. Good work. The angels are going to be bringing in the golden light as you are releasing this. You will feel energies releasing out of the soles of your feet as you're embodying in the higher light, the higher frequencies. We are going in now back to Lemuria here, where we have released enough now to embody the light that is required for this transformation of self. Marian Masters, we have keys. We want you to remember what it was like in Lemuria. Do you feel our minds connected to each other? Do you feel how we could send our thoughts to each other, and they were pleasant, they were happy, and they were joyful? Or we knew that all was love within the universe, and all that we are all one. And we lived in the power of unity, collecting and assisting, food and gatherings, so all could thrive in the environments on Earth at this time. We had many beings assisting us through many dimensions, for we were all in unity. So they assisted us in developing Earth. They came from other planets. That is why you see Lyrans and Syrians here assisting, the Palladians here assisting the new Earth of this time, as we are assisting the new Earth in your time. We have a strong connection to Divine Mother. It is very strong, universally, throughout the cosmos. We are connected as aspects of Mother, Father, Creator in our unlimited selves. And we traveled throughout time and dimensions astrally through the dimensions of self through traveling through dimensions of self in time. For all is within. We also explored the galaxies with our ships, with the ships that came down to assist from the home planet. Tune in. We are creating a frequency to tune in to Palladian planet here. Following is connected to the hearts of First Earth creators here. Your hearts are going to be expanding here. You're going to be receiving old Palladian codes. Dive into the light. Do you see us? Do you see us? Do you see us? This beautiful planet. Do you see this beautiful planet we are from? Do you see the beautiful nature, the beautiful waters, the harmony and peace? Do you feel the peace energies? Connect to these peace energies, this abundance and love. Connect to it now. Bring it in, anchor it in. This is an original blueprint of Lumeria. We brought this here. Onto Earth. Here, we are embodying this now. As you are embodying it, we are embodying it, connected through time, and it is going into your fields of light, connecting and unlocking DNA sequences within self. It is unlocking chakras that have been hidden from you throughout many areas of the upper chest, near the heart chakra, around the wing chakras, and the shoulders, and the heart. And throughout your legs, there are chakras opening right now in these fields of light, dimensions of self, opening and activating higher consciousness, energies coming in. You're channeling them in from so long ago to assist you with the unity consciousness, bringing it in here now, to bringing in the unity consciousness, the consciousness that connects all to all things. Okay, we're bringing you back. This was a lot of energy. We are going to ground. Connecting with the trees all around you. There is more to do here. You're going to go back through the heart of Yeshua to come back, and you're going to ground back here. So we are coming now with the golden angels, taking their hands from this time in Lumeria to come here through the heart of Yeshua to come back into this reality here now on this timeline here on Earth. And we are going to be becoming aware. Our golden angels are bringing us somewhere very special. They are bringing us somewhere where there is a great portal. They are bringing us to Shambhala. They are bringing us here by this great pyramid. They are bringing us here to understand in the ancient cities how life occurred here. This was a time that was before Egypt. This was a time that was before Giza. This is a time in an area, in a place that is within the Himalayas, hidden in a mountain range here. We are going to be going here to the pyramid, specifically here, and we're going to sit in front of this pyramid that looks very Mayan, like, and we're going to be sitting here at this time of the past. We're going into connect to the time of the past of this sacred land, to connect with the ancient beings of this time, back when Shambhala was thriving, So we are here, and we are grounding, and we are connecting to ancient beings that came from Lyra and Pallades, that created this pyramid and this city of paradise, the city of peace. And why is it here? There is a Lyran guide coming in here to connect with why we are here. It is to know your past. It is to know your origins. It is to know why we came here. There is a stargate. There is a stargate within the pyramid. We traveled through the light here. Go within the pyramid, into the core, into the light, into the light to be activated further. We are going in to the pyramid now. We are going in to the ancient pyramid here, and we're going in to the core where there seems to be a command station of sorts, almost like this is a ship, but it is rock formation. What is this? What is this? It is where we came through the energies. It is vortex. Go into the energies of the light of the vortex. Okay, we are going in to the energies of the vortex of the light that they traveled through here, and we're going to look up. And we're going to look up, and there is many different fields of light coming down. There is purple light swiveling around, orange light coming through. There's greens. There's many different codes coming in here. This light travels through. It travels through the universe, through dimensions. It goes through to other experiences on other planets, other experiences of that of which we were. I'm going to call on higher self collective here, oversoul group to assist to unlock these codes for all within all, and then in this light to open, to expand, unlock all these ancient codes, this wisdom, and to let it pour in through us into the grids, into Gaia, sending it all throughout across the planet here to assist waking within DNA, to assist in waking in with all aspects of self, through the unlimited being of self coming in through us all. We are going to be grounding. Okay, so what are we supposed to do? Anything else within here? It's done. Proceed. There's the temple of one in the sun. The temple. Okay. All right. We are going on another journey. How much time do I have? I think I have time. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and connect with the sun, tuning into the sun, going into the sun, and we'll just all go together with the golden angels going into the sun, into the source of the sun. Now we will be going in, connecting with the source of the sun, connecting with the temple of one, and there are many big energies around there. There's actually, I'm seeing phase, interestingly enough, and elves, and I'm also seeing angelic energies. So we're going to go to the temple of one. It's a golden temple. It's a temple of light, and we're going to go into this temple. It's a temple of origins within source, within the sun, and we're going to go into it, and we're just going to ask golden angels to take us here where we are supposed to go, here into this temple. And it is on a cleansing. It is a cleansing. Okay, so we are going here, and we are going to go into this temple. And it's also an activation. It is a similar to like a water pool of light, like a water light here. And this is just going to help with assimilate in these new energies and activations and expansions here. And as we sit here in this light, we are going to ask the angel of self, the angel within self here, connecting through the heart, just breathing in all this light into your heart, and with intention to connect to the angel that is within yourself, the angel that is on your shoulder, the angel that is guiding you. And as you're sitting here connecting with this angel, just to feel her beautiful, or his beautiful wings, magical, enchanting energies of unconditional love, of love that is so dedicated for you, celebrating all your moments, and just ask the angel self to come in here, to use these energies within source, to activate all that you are, to activate all of these codes and help ground all these frequencies, bring in all this embodiment of love, connecting to the love within self, connecting into the love within the angel of self, connecting your hearts together within the hearts of the angel of self, to allow your hearts to illuminate in this beautiful golden light and this unconditional love for self and for all things. And we're just going to sit in these ancient waters within source, and we're going to sit into this unconditional love with the angel within self and our hearts, and just allow this love to grow. And as this love is growing, it is growing out through the sun, and we are creating a beam of love here together, doing this amazing work. We're creating this beam coming out of the sun like a solar blast, going across all the galactic grids, the earth grids, throwing these diamond codes, these heart expansion codes, these aspects of self codes, these seventh dimensional frequency Lemurian codes, all these grids of unity and unity consciousness that we brought in, and sending them throughout the entire planet, through the earth core, beaming this light into all the grids, raising the vibration of the waters, raising the vibration of the grids, raising the vibration of the core of Gaia and the collective, cleansing the lands of wars, cleansing the lands of hate, cleansing the lands of anger, cleansing the lands of environmental betrayal. For we are coming to the time to become in unity again with the environment, to come in unity again with Mother Gaia, so that we may expand with our earth and not the other way around. She is wounded, and we must nurture her and come back to her once again. And so we are cleansing the lands. We are cleansing the lands and creating the space to come back into harmony with Mother Gaia and Mother Earth and Mother Nature. And we are going to now thank all that assisted us. Thank them all. Thank all who assisted us. And we're going to come out of the sun, and we're going to come back to ourself. We're going to call back our consciousness. We're going to call back our consciousness from all timelines and dimensions, all realities and parallels. We're going to call back our consciousness now to be present within ourselves. Just going to send a quick grounding code. Activate, enhance, amplify, expand, to help all ground this light further, coming out the soles of your feet to assist you further. And again, if you breathe in, all these amazing activations and energies that are opening and expanding within your chakras, and you exhale, sending them out the soles of your feet, we're going to ask the higher self. We're going to ask the higher self to make sure all of this integrates with ease and grace. That is all integrating with ease and grace. Even if it takes a week, we don't need all these integrations all in one shot. The energies won't be too much, but the energies will be of love. They will be energies of love. So we're going to call on the Divine Mother here, the Divine Mother, to send her love through our hearts, through our energies, to help ground these frequencies, to send this love, to create this great love that she has for you, this great love around all right now, so all the energies and expansions are flowery, abundant, and blissful. And we're going to thank her. We're going to thank her so much for sending this great love here for us now. And we're going to thank all who assisted in shifting here in this great moment. And it is done. And when you're ready, take a deep breath. Just breathe in all these frequencies. I'm going to thank Yeshua. He's closed his portals. You don't have to worry. All of our consciousness has come back. We're in flowery energy of the Divine Mother, so this is going to integrate nicely for everybody. So when you're ready, just bring your awareness to your present, to where you are in your house, in your apartment, at a friend's, anywhere where you are in this moment. Start becoming aware of what you'll be doing, what is next for you to do. Here, if it is to listen to the next activation, if it is to do a quick cleaning, whatever it is, you may need to pick up a child from school, whatever it is, just become certain aware. And when you're ready to start wiggling your fingers and wiggling your toes, becoming present in your now moment. And when you're ready to open your eyes, do so when it feels right to open your eyes.
Awesome.
That was nice.
Wow.
That was quite the adventure, right?
That was orgasmic.
I love that Lemurian frequency back then. Oh, that was nice.
Oh, this is so awesome. And everybody's commenting that they're just blown away. They're tingling. Both ears are ringing. So we do still have 20 minutes. I do want to make sure that we you tell a little bit more about the Divine Ray. But but I don't know what's easiest, what's best for you. So what would you like to do next?
Well, I'm gonna say like just keep it simple for Divine Way for now. It's an app like TikTok, but for spirituality. It's I thought it was ready for the masses and stuff, but there's some development that needs to occur to make it so that it's more user friendly, easier to navigate. So it's under development, but I would really be interested in talking about the Master's Journey.podia.
Okay.
And if we could play that video, but it would just be like just a brief description of it. It's channelings. Yeshua comes in a lot. Horus has come in. Recently, Mary Magdalene came in and channeled something that was just blown away. But it is a process of releasing through shadow work, embodying love, and shadow work can be painful. And if you do it too much, it can be put you in depression energies. I learned because I would do it every day. I would do it every day, and then my guides are like, "You look, just do it like once a week. Don't do it every day, right?" So I've structured the course. So if there's a shadow work video, it's another week before doing the next one, and then my guides got me to add in joy creation into it to make it a much happier experience. So every like third video, there's nice joy creation. And so it's a transition of shifting your vibration into self-love, releasing the densities of the energies within your chakras, coming into your heart alignment, coming into your self-love, and then coming into your joy creation for your moments of joy. And it's about shifting into finding more moments of joy. Like, so there's 6 months to it. There's 12 live sessions starting in May. But if we could play the video, that would be
Sure.
awesome.
I'll do that right now. I'll put it up. Okay.
Thank you. When people come in your life that are not from love, you're better to take counsel with a blade of grass. For the grass, the animals, the sun have more love than the words of man when they are not from love. Yeshua. I am the Christ. I am the Christ. You who are watching now, breathe in love into your heart. Connect with the Christ I am within the heart. Breathe in the golden light into the heart. Connect with the Christ within the heart. To assist you with vibrations, assist you with changing the emotions within self to that of self-love. This is the beginning of shadow work. This is the beginning of changing your emotional state into going into higher states of elevated consciousness. Ask your heart, is it in alignment? Yeshua. I am Yeshua. I will guide you on this journey of self-love. When you are love, you are always in love. It is important to know that you must fall in love with yourself. And in doing so, you'll need to change your past, to create your now vibration by releasing what you have been holding onto for far too long. And we are going to bring much happiness, much joy, but there will be some memories that need to be healed, for you need to change your vibration. Do not give yourself to negativity or you'll become it. Buddha. Shadow work. It is the key. It is the key. We're going to go in now. bringing your awareness to when you were in the womb. Changing your vibration, bringing in love into all of your moments. For when you are in love, when you are love, when you are love, you are always in love. Love with yourself, in love with your life, in love with your moments. And this is a path of self-love. This is the path of mastery. And we are going to go deeper. We're going to go as you're getting older. You see, we are going into a life to heal the trauma. We're going into the life to embody the love. And this is grand. This is grand. It is truly grand. Embodying the self-love. We are changing our vibration. We are releasing our traumas in this life. Is the love for yourself. The love for yourself comes first. So you see, this is what we're going to change. The Master Series, it will bring you into unity, harmony, and balance. Namaste. And there it was. It's going to be so fun. Thank you so much. Well, you guys are all amazing. So what is next? What's really cool about what's going on right now? I think it was about a month ago, so many of us were feeling, it definitely was in March, that the sun was going crazy for one. Boom, boom, boom. My phone was going, because I'm in the solar alerts. It'd go bing, 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 bing. I was like, but no, it bings maybe once or twice a day. But like in that week, it was like 10 to 20 times a day. It kept bing, 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 bing. Solar alert, solar storm, CMEs coming in the earth. And many of us were feeling some really interesting things. At the beginning, there was these confusion energies. And it's like, where are these coming from? And then we realized they were coming from the collective in this awakening. So many people were called to doing grid work and clearing out the confusion. Like, oh my God, reality is changing. The higher consciousness, everything that we believed in is now happening. And it's so amazing. We're all going to come together and change this planet. It's just going to be, we already are, even today. It's so exciting.
David, just a quick question. Earlier on, when you were doing your activation, both of my ears began ringing like very, very loud. I almost couldn't hear you. It sounded like you were way in the background. Lasted for about 30-40 seconds, but it was extremely loud. I was wondering if you can tell me what that is and what that means. And if anybody else got some ear ringings, please toss that into the comments, because I'd like to understand that.
It was frequency adjusting through frequencies. The ringing is coming from angelic councils. It is going through your vibrations to adjust harmony and expanding. These codes are higher vibrational. It is streaming down through your light and going into your fields. You're sensitive to the ears and to the hearing. It is frequencies that you're hearing. It's frequencies you're expanding into. is not to worry. It is divine. It is from the angelic councils. It is for you, for your frequency, for your expansion. It is momentarily, and it is adjusting throughout your fields and aligning energy systems. Okay. So yeah. So seems really
great,
not.
brother. Thank you. It's taken me a few minutes to really get over that. Really, it's as you can hear in my voice, I can I felt it from within, and in my ears, they almost felt like my brain was being penetrated, and I was trying to use the advice that I got from my shaman the other day about ear ringing, and that it's telepathy, and there's something trying to contact. So close your eyes and just try to interpret what they're saying. And I tried doing that, but that ringing was just so loud that it's like literally it's shooken me up. That was amazing. You could probably hear in my voice. That was incredible, David. Holy.
When I was there too, like when I'm sure everybody felt it at the same time. As soon as we got to that sitting area in Lumeria, and that energy was just like really high vibrational. That was really cool. I haven't felt that. That was the first time I felt that kind of like vibration, and I've connected to Lumeria before, but I think we were guided to it. Like, this is the time to be able to bring this vibration through. It was so great work for everybody. I know they were focusing a lot on grounding, and I know the energies are high, but what's really nice about this is it will open up, a lot of possible vision dreams for you, opening up chakras and gifts, your path of light, opening in your heart, coming into more love and unity. So the Lumerians, I love them so much. In the limited time that I've spent in Lumeria, in the Akash, it's just so beautiful. They can shape shift into mermaids. They can go diving in the water, and then they're swimming around, and they can see all the life in the water because they're connected to everything and the elementals. And there's just pure love. Even just thinking and talking about it, I'm feeling this love energy. It's love them. This is my favorite timeline on Earth, is Lumeria. So it's wonderful that we're coming back into this era now.
Come on, Kathy.
So David, you have kids. What are you seeing their energy? How are they dealing with the new energy? And are you learning from them, or them learning from you?
They surprise me all. They blow my mind. So my daughter, who's 5, and my son, who's 8, who's living with me here. So my daughter's like an angel incarnate kind of, and she's so beautiful, and she's always painting rainbows. And this one time, to give you an example, I was channeling we're doing a session, and it was this amazing rainbow heart energy, and it was just like diamond rainbow heart, and it was just coming over everybody. And Divine Mother, it was like a gift coming and expanding. Just thinking about it, I'm feeling the love energies. I'm just tuning into it now. I'm actually just tuning into it and sending this out to everybody right now. This beautiful, loving energies of the Divine Mother of this rainbow diamond heart. And you don't know if you can feel it, but after this session, my daughter comes downstairs and she goes, "I got a picture for you. It is a rainbow heart." It's like she's spending all that time drawing it while it's being channeled. I'm just like,
wow.
And then
almost like she was channeling the message as well. Like, both of you getting the same download at the same time, and she's artistically drawing it, and then you're, audibly expressing it. That's very cool.
It was amazing. And I'll just give one more example. With my son, who's 8, he says, "There's a ring around the sun." I'm like, I'm looking up. I don't see a ring. He goes, "No, there's a ring around the sun. What is that?" I'm like, "I don't know. Let me take a picture." And then on the picture, it shows, but you couldn't see it with your 2 eyes. I'm just like, oh my God.
So something you're doing is also they're incorporated in all of it. That's what I'm hoping is happening, is that you're elevated your clearing of your obscurations to holding light is actually creating a field where they can elevate their energy. And I think if that's the case, that's what we all have the potential to do.
It's happening for everybody. There was a moment 3 months ago when the councils of light were showing me this baby that was being born of a seventh dimensional pure frequency, and they said tune into her vibration. And as I did, it was really strong frequency just waving through me. I'm like, whoa. And it's just like, these are the children that are coming into the planet now too. So all of this that we've been doing to shift the planet is inviting higher dimensional beings in as well, who are going to shift it even that much more and bringing even more teachings. It's already getting magical. It already is magical, but it's, we're going back to this again. The time of the great love. It's so good.
So exciting. Well, I hope everyone takes advantage of watching this more than once and follows David on mastersjourney.podia.com and on Facebook, and considers taking his class, because you know that if you're ready to do the big work, that David's got a kind and gentle energy that would help you go through this change, because we're all being asked to step up and clear our stinking thinking. It's time, right?
I like that stinking thinking.
Yeah.
Well, it's all programs, and we don't have to hold on to it.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, the fundamentals of everything that's coming through now is to walk in your power, your mastery. You're the master, and you can have the most magical life. It's all there, and there's no limitations. And this time in this abundance portal that we've just come into with the planetary alignments. I mean, don't believe the only belief that, if I was going to give one piece of advice, if I could ask you just to believe in one thing, is to believe that you're unlimited, that you have no limitations, and hold that in your heart, in your everyday, and then just create exactly what it is within your heart that makes you happy. And don't worry about like the outcomes. Just enjoy the moments of your creation.
I love that. I so love that, David. I resonate with that so much. Here, let me turn my camera on with what you just said. When somebody asks me, tell me who you are, tell me a little bit about yourself. And before I used to say, well, I'm Omar, I'm a drywaller, and I'm a husband, a parent, and all of that stuff, right? But then I had an awakening. And now when people ask me, tell me about yourself, I always say that I am infinite consciousness. I am all that there is, ever was, and ever will be.
Nice.
Right? So I'm not putting any limits onto myself. And, I really, truly resonate with that, because when we're growing up, we're always hearing sky is the limit. Sky is the limit, when really the sky is not the limit. Right? You have no limits within you. You're all that there is. So when I raised my kids, I was telling them there is no limits, right? You can do anything that you want. You can be whatever you want, because you're a point of attention within the stream of infinite consciousness, and you can do anything. So what you just said there, oh brother, that just like really touched my heart. Thank you.
I'm so excited for you and your kids. It's so beautiful when you embody that. And, and that's why I think everybody here is coming together now, and everybody who's watching is feeling it, because it's resonating in their hearts too. Like no one's better, no one's worse, and everybody is so loved. They're so loved. Yeah.
And that's what we need in this time. Right now they're very perilous times for us. There's a lot of things that are happening. There are people who are trying to create these false timelines so that there will be an outcome that favors them. But this love frequency that we're harnessing and that we're manifesting is going to be the trump of all things. It's going to be the master timeline to which we can go to. So it doesn't matter, what people are doing, say with the looking glass, or through things like that, because at the end, the outcome is always going to be the same, is that the earth is going to ascend. And all we need to do is just really continue to hammer this message home about love. Love yourself, love everybody, be in love with the world, be in love with yourself, because it's only at that point when you're oozing that love from you that others will begin to vibrate and begin to magnetize and center to your vibration, and then they'll be in love. And that's really what we just need to continuously do. And through love, we can heal, right? We can heal Australia, we can heal the world, we can heal the entire universe, because it's not really, this game isn't just being played here in this realm or in this dimension or even on this planet. This is happening through all of the dimensions and the entire universe. So this is like, it's like one of those universal resets, just not an earthly reset or a Palladian reset. This is like everyone getting into it from the central intelligence. So this is great. I love you, brother. I truly do.
Thank you so much.
With you.
Resonate with everything you guys are doing too, and thank you so much for having me on here. It was such a pleasure.
Thank you. Dave. Love you.
Yeah, I love you guys.
Yeah, we'll talk again soon. Thank you.
All right, see you later.
Bye bye.
Thank you, David. So, guys, Dr. Joan, you are muted. Oh, where'd she go?
I didn't mean to pop in, but it was great. Oh my God, here I am.
Isn't he amazing?
Wow. Everyone's been amazing. I have to say that I've been really dropping into this Lemurian frequency. Didn't even know this was where we were going. But yes, this is a true activation, Kath.
Yes, that's the whole idea, this whole day. And that's what, when Omar said something to me about like last night when he met a couple people and he said, oh my God, and I was like, you just wait. And this is just we could do multiple days of this, So, but these people are, they are gifts to show us, they're guides to show us who we really are. And to me, David, that energy, it felt like home to me. I mean, the whole time I was like, oh gosh, that's who we really are. And it isn't just Lemurian. Lemurian just happens to be the name we put on all this stuff. We name things, we kind of condense the energy of it. I want to expand it out so I want to alchemize with it. I want to play with it. I want to see how brilliant we really can be.
I agree, Kathy and Omar. And when we started today, I had a feeling like, oh my God, this is like the ancients did these ceremonies every month. Like they did it periodically just to stir their souls. And I'm feeling how amazing that opportunity is for all of us.
Yes.
I knew this was going to be something. I had a heads up from Kathy. And this is one of the reasons why I fasted yesterday, because I wanted to clean out my avatar so that I was ready for what was going to happen today. And, so far I've had my entire body tingling. I had ear rings that penetrated my brain to the point where it was deafening. And I was having a hard time hearing David because he just seemed like he was just so far away. And then it just came back when I started to concentrate on that ringing. And I'm glad I fasted yesterday because, this entire day is just going to be very high energy. Just an amazing day is going to be. And it has been so far, man.
Yeah.
Robin.
We got lots more coming. So I just want to thank everybody for adding their energy and for their love to make this happen, because all of this really is going to make a difference for so many people. And thank you, Omar, for doing this. Thank you, Joan, for helping. What we're doing here is we're really showing people a different path. That's why it's called Enlightened Pathways.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to keep saying that because I really want people to not be comparing and judging and comparing, saying that those people aren't awakened and I am. I don't want that. I want everyone to have the chance and to just be working on their own light so They walk into a room and they transmute anything.
And the both pathways.
Yes.
The both pathways that we're on, like the enlightened pathways, we have this theme that's been going on for the last few years of the two roads with the Hopi. And the more awareness I get and the more I understand from what they're telling us, sure, we can make mistakes now and resonate on this timeline and continue on with it. And then, those that haven't, decided to join us in this timeline, we can enlighten their path as well, because as they're going on their path, they can change direction and they can change their thinking and they can vibrate at a 5D level to which they can merge their pathway on with ours, right? So both pathways are open. It's just one is just a little harder than the other one. So there's a lot of people out there that either learn the easy way or they learn the hard way. And I'm one of those people that learn the hard way. I need to be punished and consequenced and
stop that. Don't say that anymore.
No, not anymore. Yeah.
Deflect.
Cancel.
Yeah, cancel that. That's how I was. And changing that. And that's why I'm taking the easy road now.
And that's what consciousness is. It's like we look to where we are now, okay, compared with like 2020 when we began this. The spiritual awakening of so many of us is so profound and vast. And I love that we're being really shown how to easily access our guides, our higher dimensions now, and this higher pathway. Yes, the path of ascension. We're anchoring it in personally and planetary.
It's beautiful. I'm loving this, and hopefully our fellow projections around the world and Motherland Australia are also feeling this energy and this love that we're all oozing and this love that we're all sharing. So, hopefully, this will be felt very quickly around the world. And maybe if somebody wants, they can go over to the Schumann resonance really quickly and have a look at how the Schumann is acting today, and maybe toss that into the comments here in the chat rooms and see how we can work with that today as well, because today's been very, very, very powerful.
Yeah, that's what Bill Douglas is going to talk about next when he's up. He's going to talk about how his event, there's proof that his event made a difference on the Schumann resonance.
Yeah,
I love that we can actually record this.
What?
We kept saying, we kept like giving each other a chance to speak, and then we'd go at the same time.
Oh. So people are saying my heart is full today. What's this? It says there may be different forms of awakening, but I believe 5D awakening is something profound. I'm still in 3D. I think we are in both. I know my memory is in 3D and my consciousness is in 5D. So if somebody asks me something, I have to wait a minute to retrieve it.
I don't think myself.
Go ahead, Omar. I'll go after you.
I don't think myself that anyone is distorting within the 3D. 3D is it's an illusion, and within that 3 dimension, when you add the time dimension to that, then it becomes a 4th dimension. And then if we approach consciousness and view consciousness as a form of dimension as well, when we toss that into the 3 dimension, that then becomes 5D. Now, within that 5D, this body avatar, if it becomes aware of its consciousness and becomes self-aware, then it's vibrating in 5D. But if you don't become aware of your consciousness and your self-worth, then you continue on the 4D. So when that 3D comment come up from Anders, I don't believe that. I would think that you're already resonating in the 5D because you're self-aware of your consciousness. And if you're self-aware of your consciousness, then my brother, you're vibrating at 5D.
Wow. Okay. I just love the way you put that, Omar. I think we lost Kathy here. But I think that anyone listening in today, if you actually take the time to drop in at any moment, there's such high frequency that it's already melting your DNA and it's like it's infusing your consciousness. And I think, we tap in and out sometimes like a radio antenna. Like, I didn't know, Omar, that I was tapping into the 12th and 14th dimension until recently, because I wasn't really. But then one day I felt it. It was like I just knew. I saw these levels of guides, and I saw me on this elevator ride all the way up to the top. Quite profound.
Beautiful. It's like
so we can do it.
Yeah, it's kind of like what Phil Gruber's talking about, like going through the vortex and going up or coming down, or
Yeah.
one of those. That's what I saw when you were saying that. I was like, oh wow, just the old vortex going to the top, and right on, Dr. Joan. You have the range of energy of the highest dimensions.
Kathy is the one who introduced me to my 14th dimensional self. Okay, so I will give credit where credit is due. She did a astounding session with me that kind of reminded me that I needed to tap in there. It is the best of worlds when you can walk and you align your body, mind, and spirit so you can actually be in these other consciousnesses while you're drinking your orange juice simultaneously. And where it's all, we're all connected. We're constantly getting those messages and listening and receiving them. But can we do it 24/7? Well, we can, but So Kathy, yes, you introduced me, and I'm telling you that what's happened is profound.
Right. Well, the thing is you can walk, once you know that you've got an angel that's a higher dimension, like I have one too, you can meld with it. And then all of a sudden your whole perspective of everything here changes. Your capacity to create and help people at a level is so different. It's not it's hard to explain except to do it. But you know what I'm saying is once you know that that's part of your team and that you can be that, it's not just a viewpoint of it, you can actually embody that because it really is you.
Right. So I will say that it wasn't the easiest of processes, just so everyone knows. It wasn't the easiest of processes because first I had to really grasp that I wasn't connecting. And then for a while, I saw the being over on the side of me. Okay. Because, I hear on that side. So I was thinking the being was over here, but it wasn't over here. It was here. Does that make sense? Okay, yes. So that changed everything. And I'm sharing this with you guys to know that connecting, it doesn't always happen instantly. It can take practice.
That's one of the things.
It's all in divine timing. Mm-hmm. Everything is divine timing. Just us doing this, how this all came together, everything is a divine creation. And we just get the memos and we show up or we don't show up. Right.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we really need to get away from and begin to train our brain is that there's no such thing as like instant gratification. There is no instant results. You need to practice and you need to work. And, inner work is not like putting up a post on Facebook and getting 500 likes, right? It's not about that instant gratification. It's about doing that inner work, doing the inner standing. And once you do that, then you begin to realize, and you come back to reality for that matter, that nothing is instant, that in this density, in this in this time and space, things need work, and it takes time and measurement to get up to that point. Maybe if we're in the higher dimensions, yes, things can be very instant. We can think and boom, there it is. But in this lesson, in this playground, on this theater that we're in, that's not possible. It's just not part of the rules, right? Like any game, there's rules involved to it. If you play Monopoly, there's rules. If you play Pictionary, there's rules. If you play Wheel of Fortune, there are rules, right? And then the same thing goes here on this earth. We need to put our time in, we need to put our effort in, we need to put our struggles in, because once we put all of that in, the reward is much, much, much greater than we could ever have anticipated.
Awesome. I do have one thing to add, is that most of the time our lessons can be released very quickly if we're courageous enough to just process them. We spend most of our lives resisting in shame or in fear of being seen, and that whatever you resist persists. And if you just go through it and experience it and come out the other end, you've created a space for you to hold more light, to hold more of who you really are. So I just want people to know that it's worth it. It's worth it. Don't be afraid of looking at the dark spots. Everybody has shadows. That's part of the game here. That's part of the construct. But it's so worth it.
You know what's so interesting? That was brilliant, Kathy. You know, you made me think of this dark goop. Just a lot of people have been experiencing shame, blame. I'm an awful person. How could I have done that? And then they carry it with them. And it's like, if you could sit up here and look at your life in those ways, you would not be shaming and blaming. That is part of the human experience. You know, we all bleed. We all have bad days. I'm going to tell you, I don't know one person except a bald person who hasn't had a bad hair day. Right? You know, I'm
Except
sure, or
for-
a bad beard day.
Yeah, except for Evan and Rob. Those guys never have bad hair days.
Yeah, Evan
Always
has
perfect hair.
Evan has perfect hair. He's like a model. He's something.
Oh my God! But perfection. Okay, now.
Okay. Well, our next guest is coming up.
Yeah, we have William Douglas in the house.
Bill
Do
Douglas.
you want me to do his bio as well, Kathy?
Sure. You're welcome to, and
Okay,
then
sure.
and then I'll be glad to help with the rest. Okay.
Okay, cool. I've got it pulled up, so I will.
All right. Well, I love you guys.
Love you too, Dr. Joan. See you soon. Hi, Bill.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, sir. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate your time and the love and the wisdom that you're about to give us.
Thank you.
I will quickly read your biography, and then I will hand the stage over to you, sir, and then it is all yours. So, guys, William Douglas is the author of what AM Coast to Coast radio host George Noory called a blockbuster, the new second edition, The Gospel of Science, mind-blowing new science on ancient truths to heal our stress, lives, and planet. This book of amazing, meticulously cited science launched the Global Transformation Project, a simple, elegant plan to save society trillions of future health and social costs, while boosting immunity worldwide via a United Nations resolution advocating mind-body education in public education worldwide. UK Health Radio Network's Clara Apollo said of it, "The time is now for the Global Transformation Project." Williams' award-winning fiction is also about personal and global awakening and transformation. Deepak Chopra wrote of his work, "What a gift it is to see fictional entertainment tackling the large issues of humanity." William is also the award-winning non-fiction author of The Tao of Tai Chi, The Making of a New Science, The Complete Idiot's Guide to Tai Chi, and Qui-Gong, 4th edition, The Amateur Parent, a book on life, death, war, and peace, and everything else in the universe. And William is the award-winning novelist of Two Spiritual Consciousness, Technological Thrillers, A Conspiracy of Spirits, and 2012, The Awakening. Thank you very much, sir, for being here, and I will hand the stage over to you.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Kathy.
I want to talk to him.
I'm here.
Okay. So, Bill, wonderful to see you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's so great to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, look what I got in the mail.
Oh, how nice.
Look at this book. So this is one of the books that Bill has written. This is the second, the revised copy. Look at the back.
Wow, me wants one.
Oh, and look at how
Cool.
thick
Oh
this is.
my God.
So I just got it, so I haven't read it yet. I could put it under my pillow and sleep with it and see what happens.
How many pages in that encyclopedia?
700.
Wow. Wow.
Okay, so Bill, I was introduced to you by Sharon Rose, my dear friend.
Beautiful, Sharon.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, you have collected an amazing group of experts from heart math to the United Nations to all it's on your global consciousness site. You have collected so many people, but I'd love if you would start the conversation talking about your World Tai Chi and Qigong Day that's coming up April 30th. Could you talk a little bit about that? And then we'll go talk about your Global Consciousness Project.
Yes. Just to make a note, if anybody wants to see the scientists and education and health experts that are backing our project, go to globaltransformationproject.org.
Right. I'll put it in the comments here. Okay.
Yeah. So on the last Saturday of April every year is World Tai Chi Day, and it unofficially it started in 1998 in Kansas City. And then it spread all over the planet by the next year. 1999 was the official start of World Tai Chi Day. And what it comprises of is Tai Chi and Qigong, predominantly Tai Chi and Qigong events, but a lot of the events will have meditation schools or teachers that'll be a part of it, or yoga schools or teachers that'll be a part of it. And so that's been part of the World Tai Chi Day event around the world. And it starts in the earliest time zones in New Zealand. And so you can go to worldtaichiday.org and you can find out if there's local events in your area. We have a directory, but also there's a lot of events that are held that don't necessarily list on our directory. So if you just Google Tai Chi and Qigong for your local area, and then just, call around and ask them, ask different schools if they're holding a World Tai Chi Day event, and then they'll be able to give you the details. But it starts in New Zealand, or sometimes in the earlier island nations before New Zealand, at 10 a.m. on this year. It's Saturday, April 30th, but it floats because it's always the last Saturday of April. And so they have mass Tai Chi and Qigong exhibitions and teach-ins. And like I say, a lot of times there will be yoga or meditation presentations there as well. And then as the planet turns, it spreads across the planet. So it's 10 a.m. local time everywhere on the planet. And so it spreads to the west through Australia, and then through Asia, and then Africa and Europe, and then North and South America. And then it finishes with the final events in Kauai, Hawaii, the final time zone. And so, we've always said that this creates this global wave of chi when we participate in it. And I've had teachers, and I myself have experienced, it feels different when you do it on that day with the whole planet. And I've had teachers that made the same remark. They'd send me an email or talk to me on the phone. They'd say, Bill, it feels different when we do it on World Tai Chi Day. And I said, yeah, I've noticed that too. But then when I was doing this, the last edits on the second edition of the New Gospel of Science, I had learned about the Global Consciousness Project, back in 2006 or 2007. And Princeton University, their Engineering and Anomalies Research Department labs, they had discovered that people's consciousness could affect their computers in the lab. And that really spurred their imagination. And so they ended up creating these computer devices that they could take to public events. And so they took them to like symphonies or concerts or cathedral masses, wherever there was a mass of people that were all, in coherent consciousness, kind of sharing a focus of consciousness. And they found that it sent their their computers, their random event generators, way off track, which showed that there was some kind of consciousness event that was affecting their computer from the collective consciousness of the people there. And this eventually led to the development of the Global Consciousness Project. And the Global Consciousness Project, they put these computers all over the planet. And the first thing that they noticed, the first event that they noticed on this project was Princess Diana's funeral. Because the whole world was paying attention to it. She was very beloved around the planet for a lot of different reasons. And so anyway, during the time of her funeral, everybody's watching it on television and everything. And it sent their computers way off track. And so then that's when they started to realize there's something like a global consciousness. And then there were other events, that set it off, the start of wars or, different things like that. So there was a lot of kind of fear and tragedy based consciousness, when the whole planet was paying attention to something that would send their computers off. But then I contacted them in 2007 and I said, we hold this World Tai Chi Day event, where people are doing meditation and Tai Chi and Qigong and yoga, together all over the planet for a 24-hour period. And I said, could you guys look at your computers and see if you notice anything, any changes? And they didn't get back to me. And so I was really disappointed about it. But, you just move on. And so that was in 2007. But then at the end of 2011, because my book released on January 1st, or 2021, because my book was going to release on January 1st, 2022. I contacted them again because since we started World Tai Chi Day, there's been other events that have kind of spun off from that. So the United Nations created an International Day of Yoga, and then there's World Peace Meditation Days and, things like this. And so I contacted them because my book's about the power of consciousness, the science on the power of human consciousness, the new gospel of science. And I said, have you guys seen anything from these kind of events, these kind of global consciousness events? And they got back to me right away this time. And they said, we've been looking at about 100 of these type events. And they are showing that they have an impact on global consciousness. And right at the top of the list was World Tai Chi Day. And so that was the event that we created and founded, starting from that Kansas City event 22 years ago, I think. And so that was really exciting. We had actually created greater coherence in global consciousness. And that fit so well in my book, because in my book, I talk about the Transcendental Meditation Foundation's research. And they've done just extraordinary research over the decades. The Maharishi started it. And anyway, what they found was that when they brought in 1% of high-level meditators of a population, so take a city like Washington, D.C. was one of their famous studies. And they told the police, they said, we're going to bring in 1% of the population of high-level meditators and have them all meditate. And we're going to bring your violent crime rates down 20%. And there was a quote in the media from the police chief of D.C. And he was laughing and he said, he goes, they'll do that if we have a blizzard in August. And, he wasn't buying it. And so then they did it, and they brought in the meditators came in incrementally over a period of time until they got up to 1%. And there was a correlation in the drop of the violent crime rates, not just that, but emergency room visits, all kinds of different social indicators. But they didn't bring it down 25 or 20% like they said. They brought it down 23%. So they brought it down more than they said they were going to bring it down. And there's been other, major studies involving many cities, and they've had the same positive social benefits from having a critical mass of meditators, which is 1%. And the way that they arrived at that 1%, that they decided to, that 1% would have the effect, was there was a big breakthrough in physics. And it was when they brought helium down to absolute zero. And when they're bringing helium down to absolute zero, it would go into a state of great coherence. I mean, just really a really stunning change where it came into some kind of real coherent order. The particles, and what they found was that when 1% of the container of helium went into that state of hypercoherence, When 1% went into hypercoherence, there was a phase transition, and then instantly the other 99% went into that hypercoherence. And so that's where the TM people got the idea of 1%, bringing 1% of meditators into the population. And then that's when there's that it triggers that, that shift that affects the consciousness of the whole city, or in the case of the Global Consciousness Project out of Princeton, global consciousness. And what they showed us, what the Princeton research showed us, was that it actually much less than 1% of the planet going into hypercoherent states of consciousness, which is alpha theta brainwave states. That's the meditative brainwave state when your brain goes into alpha theta waves. And what they found, what the Princeton data showed, was that far less than 1% is required to create greater coherence in the global consciousness. And that event that we founded was one of them that did that, in addition to the World Yoga Day, World International Peace Meditation Day. These what they called them healing compassion events. They had a powerful impact on the consciousness of the planet. So not just the people participating, but the consciousness of the whole planet. And what was one of the things that was really beautiful, I ended up interviewing a lot of physicists when I was trying to get all the science in the book, because I wanted to get it all right. I wasn't a good science student in school because I didn't see how it applied to my life. But once I got into mind-body things and I understood the energy of consciousness and all that, then I was fascinated, with quantum physics. And so anyway, but I had to interview a lot of physicists to make sure I was getting the science correct. And Roger Nelson was the director of the Global Consciousness Project at Princeton University's labs. And he said the most exciting thing that they found was that over the 20 years of research was that when people's minds go into a state of compassion healing, it's a much more powerful state. It affects the planet consciousness much more powerfully than when people are in states of fear and tragedy. And so that really bodes well for the future of the planet, if you stop and think about that. Compassion, healing consciousness is when we're the most powerful. That's when we have the most effect on the planet through the waves of our consciousness.
Perfect. Well, I did earmark something to ask you about in your book. It's about plant RNG. Do you remember that part?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell it, because this is so fascinating. I think quantum physics is finally putting words and repeatable science to a lot of things that the ancients, certainly the people that did qigong and tai chi from centuries ago knew all of this. They didn't have the science, but they knew it to be true. So I just thought, could you talk a little bit about plant RNG?
Well, the book, I chose the word gospel for the title of the book because the Greek origin of gospel means good news, the good news. And so the book is the good news of science. But one of the things that it talks about is how, the prophets of all the major religions, they had two key points in common. One was the state of clarity of consciousness, and they were all meditators. If you go back and, you look at the Bible, you look at the Quran, you look at the Bhagavad Gita, whatever, all these prophets were meditators. They went into contemplative states, they went off into the desert by themselves, or whatever. They went into those states. And then that's when they had these big insights. And the biggest insight that they all shared was compassion. Compassion is right at the core of, all the major religions' foundation. Now, religions, they get dogmatic and they take wrong turns and all that kind of stuff. But I'm talking about the original creators, that clarity of consciousness and compassion. And in the book, I get into the science that validates the original visions that these prophets got when they went into those contemplative states that we all have access to. And so one of the research studies that I get into at the very beginning of the book is one where they looked at human DNA, and they had people practicing selfish pleasures and then altruistic pleasures, where you're doing something for the greater good with no expectation of return. And when people engaged in selfish pleasures or hedonistic pleasures, their description of kind of the mental emotional high they got was very similar. They both got kind of an elevated feeling of consciousness and emotion. But when they looked at their DNA, the DNA knew the difference. And so when people were getting selfish pleasure, the health, presentation or the expression of the DNA was less healthful. There was more inflammation. But when they were practicing altruistic pleasures, to help the greater good with no return, there was a healing effect on their DNA. They had less inflammation. And so the DNA knew the difference, and the DNA was telling them that the very fabric of our existence, our DNA, it knows that compassion is what is going to, take us to that healing place where we want to be. And all the major religions said that when you're serving others, that's when you're truly happy, because you're not worried about every little thing that's going wrong in your own life. You have a bigger picture. And so I get into chaos mathematics in the book because this reality that we see at our DNA of the importance of compassion, what I show in the book is that this is true at all levels of society. Chaos mathematics talks about self-replicating reality, fractal reality, where when something's true on a small level, it's true on a huge level as well. And so I show this with different science through the book. And one of the things that I point to is that it was a study at the Princeton PAIR Lab, which is the Princeton Engineering and Anomalies Research Lab. And Adam Curry talked about it in a fascinating documentary called Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. And that gets into a lot of consciousness stuff in that documentary. It's fascinating. And anyway, he said it was an unpublished study, but he said what they did was they had a square room, and in the middle of the square room, they had a grow light that was controlled by a random event generator. And so what that means, that's how they do experiments with a random event generator, because that tells them when something's, just chance, or when something is special, something special is happening. And so because it was controlled by a random event generator, the light would, statistically, it would show in 25% in the four corners of the room. That's what keeps the lights on in Vegas. We know that, statistical probability is the baseline. But they brought a living plant into this room and put it in one of the corners. And Adam Curry said that what they found was that the light didn't show 25% in all the corners. It tended to shine much more than the other three corners in the corner where the living plant was. So it was like if you will, the universe understood that there was a plant there that needed light. And so that random event generator light drifted towards that corner. So that's just another, scientific indication of this reality that compassion permeates the whole universe. And it's the secret of our health, and it's the secret of our social and global health. And like I said, I have several hundred pages of science, and it all goes back to this core. It goes into all kinds of different concepts of consciousness and physics, quantum physics, behavioral science, DNA, neurobiology, all these things. But it all leads back to this fundamental truth of compassion. And that's, like I said, that's what the prophets were preaching 2,000 years ago. But it's so exciting now to see science validating this stuff.
That's right. It says in here, it appears the universe seems to want to offer illumination to where it is yearned for. And that's what we're talking about right now, is there's so many people waking up to higher consciousness right now, and they're yearning to find a way to participate in their own evolution and clear so that they can be bright lights. And that's, tell us a little bit about your Tai Chi background. I know you included the Qigong a couple years ago, but the Tai Chi, World Tai Chi Day, how long have you been doing Tai Chi?
About 40 years now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And so do you feel that discipline is what is causing you to be able to use your mind so precisely. Is that correct to say?
Yeah, yeah. When we go into that coherent state of consciousness, it's like we let go of our individuality, and we kind of melt into the fabric of the universe. And one of the things that I found really interesting is when you go into a meditative state, it's about 8 hertz. Alpha theta is a little lower than that. That's the deepest meditation. And one thing that's interesting is that the vibratory rate of the planet Earth is about 8 hertz. I think 7.83 hertz. So, a lot of people think when you meditate, you're going somewhere else. You're escaping. But actually what's happening is you're coming home. So you come home to the vibratory rate of the universe. And when we go into that alpha theta state. And then another interesting thing too is when you Om, the classic Om, that vibrates at 432 hertz. And the other thing that vibrates at 432 hertz is the background frequency of the entire universe.
Right.
And so, so we're really coming home when we do this stuff, and it's very powerful. We touch into huge possibilities. And what happened with me personally was back in my 20s. I grew up. My dad was he served 3 years of frontline combat during World War II in Patton's army. Yeah, he was in 4 beach invasions, kind of like Saving Private Ryan. And actually the movie Fury with Brad Pitt, that really shows you what my father was doing. He was in the armored battalion under Patton. But anyway, so, I grew up in a PTSD household. And, and then when I became a teenager, it was the 70s. So, just like everybody else, I was self-medicating. And that worked great up until in my early 20s, I had kids. And when you have kids, all of a sudden you can't party all the time. And so I ended up going to a therapist, and I just picked him out of the yellow pages. We were in Los Angeles area. And turns out that he worked at the VA hospital with Vietnam veterans in the daytime. And then he took patients, clients like me in the evening. And so he realized very quickly that I was dealing with post-traumatic stress disorder, from my father's experience. And, because it's a real raucous experience growing up with somebody that was in 3 years of frontline combat. And anyway, it was Duke. Duke was his name, the therapist. And he was the one that ended up recommending me to mind-body practices because I think it helped the Vietnam veterans that he was dealing with. And so I enrolled in a Tai Chi class, which turned out to be primarily a meditation class, but, it also taught Tai Chi. And that first night, man, it was just such an incredible experience. I'd never done anything like that. I didn't know what to expect. And so that was a perfect state of mind to be in. And I just felt so clear. I felt less urgent, and I felt connected to everything. When I walked out of the class, I felt connected to the palm trees and the sky and the clouds and, everything. And so that was a huge experience for me. And then I had challenges with meditation, after that, it's like, you start meditating and then your mind wanders and then you start scolding yourself and you start telling yourself you're a horrible, horrible meditator. And, you go through these stages, with meditation, most everybody does, I think. And,
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah. So
that's great. I have a dear friend named Kelvin Chin who was 17 when he started meditating with Maharishi. He was like one of the youngest, and he actually traveled the world teaching meditation. He grew up in a PTSD environment, but he's Chinese. So you can imagine what being military. His father was he was in the Air Force. But can you imagine being ethnic in that? And
Right.
But he teaches a kind of meditation now. I just want to tell you that it doesn't have anything to do with all the special clothing, language, anything. It's all just pure practice, and it's really good. So anyway, I just thought.
Right. And that
very similar story because he's probably about our same age.
Yeah, and that's where we're headed with this. He's right on track because, we're going to get to the point where, mind-body practices in my book, The Big Five, because they have the massive science behind them, is meditation, yoga, Tai Chi, Qigong, and mindfulness. And so that's the big five that the science is behind. And so, yeah, we're going to get to the point where it's just one of those things that everybody does. Everybody on the planet does it, and it's going to have massive global transformative effects. And so he's on the right track with that. Just making it just a normal thing for people to do. But I looking back, I don't think things are accidents a lot of times. And I think the fact that we came out of that, a global tragedy of war, and we experienced what that viscerally does to people's lives.
Right.
And then that led us to personal healing. And then that personal healing led us to the next step, because when you practice these mind-body practices, it increases the empathy and compassion parts of your brain. And so then it led both me and the gentleman that you're talking about, it led us to, sharing this with the planet. Because if we can get this spread around the planet, there will be a time when we'll just read about wars in history books. These mind-body practices are already changing the planet in huge ways. The violent crime rates in the United States and in many countries around the world are at 40-year lows. Now, people don't know that because the media is panic and urgency driven. And so, anytime the murder rate spikes a little bit, they put 6-inch headlines saying, murder rates going through the roof. So when I tell people, it's at 40-year lows, they can't believe it because the news just told them that the world's going to hell on a handbasket, but it's not. And so for 40 years, violent crime rates have been dropping in the US and in many countries. And the sociologist, and I interviewed one from New York City College when I was writing the book, they don't know why it is happening. They have no answer to why it's happening. And to me, from what I've gone through, and the gentleman that you're talking about probably feels the same way, is we know why it's happening because over the last 40 years, these mind-body practices have spread around the planet like a wildfire.
That's right.
And so you have hundreds and hundreds of millions of people practicing these mind-body practices, and we know from the science that their consciousness going into coherence is adding coherence to the whole global consciousness, and so it changes the way people think. And so, like in these studies they did with cities, it's like when these consciousness waves went out through the city, somebody that may have gotten angry and killed somebody that day, maybe their mood was just slightly more elevated because of that change in consciousness. And so, they didn't feel like killing that person. They didn't get mad enough to kill that person, because you got to get really mad to kill somebody. And so, just a little bit of less mad makes the difference. So, yeah, we're talking about real global transformation. And this is an incredible time to be alive.
That's so cool. So I want to ask a question. I know I help as a volunteer with World Sound Healing Day with Jonathan and Andy Goldman. And I know we used to meet in this space in Boulder, Colorado, and there'd be like 60 of us maybe, and we'd ohm together. And then, of course, the shutdown happened, and they have actually grown their movement. I mean, I don't know, 5 times more after the shutdown because everybody's online doing it. Have you found the same thing happen with your World Healing Day or World? No.
I don't know, to be honest with you, because it's like we give people tools to coordinate, the international event, but everything is held locally. So it's all local organizations and local teachers, local schools, local universities, local hospitals that hold the events. And so we don't necessarily know exactly what's going on. I mean, I know everybody went online, especially that first year of the pandemic and or the shutdowns. And so I know that there was a lot more online activity. And I do know that this year, this will be the first year since the shutdowns, since the lockdowns, that that a lot of countries are kind of returning to normalcy. So we're having kind of a normal World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. We tell everybody to observe their local health departments, guidelines.
Right.
But we've been getting, just a ton of interest. We get emails every day from, different countries and people who hadn't participated before. Yeah. And so, that the online thing may have spread it, but I think also part of it is people are just so giddy to get a chance to be around other human beings again. Yeah. And so they're really excited about participating in, this worldwide, Tai Chi thing because they get to go out and hang out with human beings and play.
I think the reason why that grew is they put it on their website, and you could go and see. So it was like a meetup board on their website. So if you wanted to do it in Hawaii, you just filled out a form, sent in a picture, and they posted it for you so other people could get to it. So it's just an idea for you, because it really changed. It really grew it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
That since 82.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Long time. Yeah. So how do you see quantum physics working with what, because you've got this, and of course I just got this and it's too big for me. I've read it last night.
Right.
But how do you see the science catching up with what you know to be true? Do you see, I mean, there's certainly Bruce Lipton and there's so many of the Greg Braden, Joe Dispenza, they're all, and Nassim Haramein, they're all talking about the mind and quantum physics.
Yes, and yeah, and if any, those guys are all doing great work. And if any of them are watching, please go to globaltransformationproject.org and get involved in this, because this isn't our movement. This is, I mean, like our global movement. You know, so it's your movement. It's not just our movement. But yeah, there's two aspects of the science on this. One is the realization, that physics realization, that human consciousness affects physical matter. And then the other aspect of it, which I alluded to before, is that when consciousness goes into coherence, it has a healing effect on the whole planet. And so we're able to see all that with science now. And so the way that we found out that that consciousness affects matter is with quantum physics, the advent of quantum physics. What they found, the pioneers of quantum physics, was that when they were observing, they did a famous study called the double slit experiment. It's the particle wave function of subatomic matter. And they would shoot photons through two slits, and then there was a detection screen on the back that would detect where those photons or other particles, they use other particles too, would hit. And, when they were watching it, when they were observing it, in any way, it would form two slits. Yeah, there you go, on the interference pattern. And I have this in my book as well. See the one on the left, Thomas Young's, underneath Thomas Young's, that's when they're observing the particles going through the slit, and they behave like a particle. They go right through and they make a line on that back screen. But over here on the double slit experiment side, over here, you see a whole bunch of different slits. And that's because when they're not observing the particles, they behave like waves. They become waves, and they go through those two slits. And then it's like if you throw two pebbles in a pond, those waves, interact with each other, and they create this wave pattern where you see over here on the far right, where it's like 7 different, undefined lines instead of 2 very distinct lines. And so, so what they found was that when human consciousness is paying attention, the subatomic particles behave like particles. But when nobody's watching, when nobody's observing, they behave like waves. So human consciousness, when we're saying it affects subatomic particles, we're talking about the whole universe. That's what the whole universe is made of, is subatomic particles. And and so then, the consciousness research started to come. And one thing that I wanted to mention on that as well is that like if you go on Wikipedia or, kind of modern culture science reporting, there's this mechanistic kind of like, dogmatic religion of modern science. Now, this wasn't true of the founders of quantum physics. They completely understood that consciousness affects matter. But nowadays, there's this kind of weird distortion of science, and they just discount anything that has to do with consciousness. And so, they don't look at the data. They just automatically assume that it's crazy, that consciousness affects something, but it's not. I mean, we know this from the very beginnings of quantum physics. And so they tried to explain away this particle wave function with human consciousness. They said, oh, it's got something to do with the way they conduct the experiments or whatever. And so Dr. Dean Radin at the Institute of Noetic Sciences, which was started by astronaut Edgar Mitchell because he had some consciousness experiences when he was in space, and he founded the Institute of Noetic Sciences, consciousness science. And anyway, Dr. Radin, he said, well, this, he just took it head on. And so what he did was he had a human being sitting 3 meters away from the laser shooting the particles through the slits. And he had the person sit there and visualize the particles going through a slit for 30 seconds. And then he'd have them rest for 30 seconds. And they do this over and over again for like a half an hour. And they did this with thousands of people. And what they found was that when they were visualizing the particle going through the slit, it behaved more like a particle. And when they were resting, it behaved more like a wave. And they weren't connected to the equipment. It was just their consciousness 3 meters away. And but then the results were so dramatic, that consciousness had an impact, that they started to worry about whether there was something else going on. And they started worrying about whether maybe when the person was focusing, visualizing the particles, maybe they were leaning into the laser, just a little micron, and that changed the heat, on the laser, and then that changed the results. So what they did was they expanded the experiment and they opened it up on the internet so that anybody in the world could touch in and do the 30 seconds on, 30 seconds off experiment. And what they found was that it had the same result. Consciousness affected the particle wave function, and it wasn't local, which is a physics term. It means that you didn't have to be in the lab. You could be on the other side of the planet, and your consciousness would still be affecting those particles. And so this is really wild stuff. Because, yeah,
that just shows your consciousness can connect into the whole stream and affect it. So I'm sure there's a lot of tests like that where there's twins and they're in different towns and where they do that. So I do want to ask, there is one question here that I'd love to ask you real quick. And then I also want you, how long is that video? If we want to show it.
Yeah, it's 15 minutes, but we don't have to show it. We could just talk about it.
Okay.
Although I can find it while you're
No, I've got it. No, I've got it all queued up.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, we could show that. It's a simple. Is it the one that's titled "The Simple Solution"?
I think so. It's the
to our
one
stress fear. Yeah, that should be the title of it.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you if it's the right one.
The question is, can Qigong be done in the water? I do aqua aerobics 3 times a week and do some Qigong moves repeatedly, or shall I say moves, and keep thinking it's giving me the effect of Qigong.
Yes. By all means, keep doing Qigong in the water. It's great. But it's also good to do it on land as well, because then you get that gravitational benefit. There's a certain benefit that you get from the gravity being a part of the, I'm assuming like Qigong movements. And so if you can do it out of the water as well, that would be beneficial too, because it helps build bone mass and muscle mass and all that. And I think the gravity plays a role in that.
Great. Okay. And then there's several people agreeing with you as far as your experiment, and mentioning Nassim Haramein as well. So I mean, we're in wonderful times. It's kind of ironic. We need science to explain the esoteric, which the esoteric has been around, and that connection to nature and connection to the energy flow has been around for thousands of years.
Right. Well,
but now we need science.
Well, for me, I knew it was important. I knew it was important for, at this time in human history, for people to feel confident in the extraordinary consciousness experiences they were having. And people are having them all over the planet. Behavioral science research shows us this. And, we were all raised, my generation, really, science was kind of a religion, we just looked to science for all of our answers. And fortunately, it's a really synchronous time, because the science validates all these ancient concepts. And the world has been telling us for centuries, or millennia, that those things were just fanciful musings. This idea of compassion and connection and consciousness connection and clarity, all that stuff, that it didn't really matter. The only thing that matters is like nuts and bolts things, flipping the switches and turning the knobs, all that stuff. And so to have this validation of science to show that, yes, these experiences that we're having, and we all have them, we all have synchronicities and, kind of higher level consciousness experiences. But if we have some validation that tells us, no, we're not crazy. This is real. These are real things. And so I meticulously cited all the science so people will be able to go to the website, see the live links in the new Gospel of Science.
Wow, I hope I don't break the back on this thing when I'm reading. But the font's nice and big, and I'll be able to get through this. Thank you so much. I mean, this is an opportunity, and what you're doing with the global consciousness global
transformation project. I've done that myself. Don't feel bad.
Well, it's on the top of your website on the tab. It says Global Consciousness Projects, and I've got it open. So
let me go have a look at that. I might need to do some changes, but no,
that's all right.
It's globaltransformationproject.org, just so everybody knows where to go. And you can sign our petition to get this into public education worldwide.
Yes, I think that's the part we didn't get to talk about, but next time I talk to you, we'll go into the education side, because this is truly, it's almost anti-aging information. Right. If we really look at it, to release stress and to make your body more flexible.
The science actually shows that meditators are 12 years younger biologically than their peers the same age. Yeah. And as far as education, what the science shows, and it's all in the book, but the science shows that it increases IQs, it improves GRE reading scores, it increases verbal fluency and math proficiency. I mean, a teacher or a public educator would have to be insane not to want this to be part of their public education. I mean, what's the point? What's the point of education, right? It's just all those things I just mentioned. Reading, writing, arithmetic. Higher IQ.
Well, I want to introduce you to some of my friends that are education reformers that I think it's a great match, because we are coming to a time where everything's going to change. All of the constructs that haven't served the whole, they've served a very few, are going to be changed. And I love what you're doing. Thank you so much. And thank you for your continued effort to raise the consciousness of all of us through Qigong and Tai Chi. Well, really Tai Chi and then Qigong.
Well, all of it, really. Yeah. Yes. It's all a sisterhood. Yeah. Meditation, Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, mindfulness. They're all completely interrelated, and each one contains parts of the other ones.
Yes. Well, thank you so much. I'm trying to see. I'm going to throw on your video real quick.
Okay.
Before our next speaker. So I'm going to add it to the stream real quick.
And you can, there you go. Okay.
Here we go. And I'm going to remove myself.
In the 2022 book, New Second Edition, The Gospel of Science, it collects 40 years of mind-body scientific research, which led to the creation of the Global Transformation Project, a simple, elegant plan for global transformation. Fear, stress is what fuels over 8 trillion measured in US dollars per year of our planet's precious resources to be spent on rising healthcare spending, and nearly 2 trillion in military spending worldwide each and every year, which is one of the world's major pollution and CO2 sources. There is a simple, elegant cure for this growing fear in the world. Ancient mind-body practices, yoga, meditation, qigong, mindfulness, and tai chi, provide a science-based answer to our world's growing fear and division, and to our economic woes. Does this cure sound too simple? Science proves that mind-body education is the solution to our global economic health and rising global depression, which feeds the growing fear in the world. The number of incident cases of major depressive disorder worldwide increased from 162 million in 1990 to 240 million in 2017, representing an increase of 49%. And this was before the pandemic. Lancet Journal reports anxiety and depression skyrocketed nearly 30% since then. Mind-body practices can provide the same antidepressant benefits as pharmaceuticals, yet without negative side effects. However, mind-body does provide side effects, profoundly beneficial side effects to people and global health, which could save the world trillions in annual health costs. Dr. Herbert Benson of Harvard points out that between 60% to 90% of all illnesses sending people to doctors is caused by stress and best treated by mind-body practices. This was also supported by a 20-year Kaiser Permanente study, which found that between 70 and 85% of the illnesses sending people to their doctors were caused by stress. By spreading mind-body education throughout the planet via public education, we could save trillions each year, year after year, in future health and social costs. This is the goal of the Global Transformation Project. We have created a United Nations resolution advocating science-based mind-body education for public education worldwide. There is a precedent for this. In 2014, the United Nations General Assembly passed a UN resolution proclaiming the International Day of Yoga, based on the same goals of advancing world health as our Global Transformation Project resolution. It passed with a record number of co-sponsoring nations, UN missions. 177 nations co-sponsored it. The Global Transformation Project's founders have a record of massive global impact, founding World Tai Chi Day in 1999, which today is held in over 80 nations and has been officially proclaimed or supported by over 22 United States governors, the National Congress of Brazil, the Senates of Puerto Rico, California, New York, the President of Croatia, the National Ministry of Bonaire, consulates of China, Italy, India, and government bodies and institutions all over the world. An excerpt from the new second edition, The Gospel of Science. What could the world do with trillions of extra dollars? Possibilities are profound. Estimates are that world hunger could be ended with just $30 billion a year. 3.4 million, mostly children, die annually from water-related diseases, according to the World Bank estimates. 150 billion each year would provide clean water worldwide. Wrapping our heads around this, that just a tiny fraction of the trillions saved in health costs could end world hunger and millions of water-related deaths, is huge. Global transformation on a gargantuan scale. Global Transformation Project founders' decades of global mind-body organizing efforts revealed that mind-body teachers exist in virtually every city in every nation of the world. Public education can expand the use of these vastly underutilized resources on a massive scale. And this is only the beginning of what the Global Transformation Project offers the world. Global Transformation Project founders' efforts involved organizing mind-body practitioners, Tai Chi, Qigong, Yoga, and meditation around the planet to come together for a 24-hour period on the last Saturday of April for over 20 years. Princeton University's Pair Lab project, known as the Global Consciousness Project, provided data showing that this event had actually measurably increased coherence in global consciousness, not just for those participating, but for the whole of humanity. Transcendental meditation research with major universities and in conjunction with police statistics departments did a series of studies showing that if just 1% of a city's population was high-level meditators, it could dramatically reduce the violent crime rates for the entire city. And in one study of 48 cities, this effect remained for 5 years. The Princeton University Pair Lab Born project showed that even far less than 1% of planet Earth's population could create greater coherence in planetary consciousness, not just for the World Tai Chi Day and the GTP founders organized, by ensuing events like the International Day of Yoga, World Peace Meditations, etc., had similar beneficial effects on the planetary consciousness. On the microcosmic scale, prisons and schools that have incorporated mind-body education have seen massive improvements in behavior, less violence and bullying. In fact, mind-body education expanding across the planet is already changing the world. Violent crime rates in the United States and many countries are at 40-year lows. Yes, you heard that right. 40-year lows in violent crime rates. Why does that sound unbelievable? Because today's media is fear-based. Another excerpt from the new second edition, The Gospel of Science. In June 2011, a Psychology Today article entitled "If It Bleeds, It Leads: Understanding Fear-Based Media" spoke of how fear-invoking news stories feed on the anxieties of people and in effect hold us captive. This is something that needs to change when you consider that our health and our future has its seeds in the ether of our current state of mind. An October 2011 Associated Press article by Seth Bornstein titled "Surprisingly Enough, the World is a Safer Place," published in San Francisco Gate, points out that although media reports make us feel like the world is more violent, new data is saying that in fact our world is indeed much safer than any time in history. Albert Einstein had a question that he said was the most important question we could ask ourselves. Is the universe a friendly place? Well, the answer to that is increasingly yes, and it may reflect at least partly what is happening in the brains of millions of people worldwide who are literally rewiring their minds through meditative experiences, creating an ever friendlier planet. End of quote. How does this affect the fear behind the planet's woes? Mind-body research shows that mind-body practices can actually physically shrink the stress-fear parts of the brain while increasing the size activity of the empathy and compassion parts of the brain. The TM and Princeton research shows this is not local to just those practicing mind-body practices. It has a planetary effect that reduces violence in the world. What would introducing hundreds of millions of new mind-body practitioners in the world do for the planet? The Princeton-born Global Consciousness Project founder, Dr. Roger Nelson, said that the most exciting finding of their 20 years of research was that when a human mind is in a state of healing, compassion, and intention, and that mind connects with others around the world in that state of grace, it is a more powerful state, according to their data, than fear and tragedy states are. Mind-body education in public schools worldwide would increase the size of the empathy and compassion parts of hundreds of millions of students' brains. And when these students worldwide go into alpha theta brainwave meditative states all around the planet for 1 hour each day, as the Global Transformation Project's UN resolution advocates for public schools, science shows the positive effects of this could be massive, beyond imagination. We are talking global transformation on a scale so vast, huge, and beautiful that our current mindsets can hardly even begin to imagine. But do public educators care enough about this vision of global transformation to adopt mind-body education as part of public education? No, but this is what they would be extremely interested in. Science shows it would be virtually insane not to adopt mind-body education for public education, because the science reveals mind-body education will increase students' IQs, improve GRE reading scores, improve math proficiency skills, improve verbal fluency, reduce student absenteeism due to illness, improve student focus and test scores, reduce bullying and behavior problems, and reduce ADD, or attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder. No rational public educator would look at this science and not become extremely excited about mind-body education in public schools. Plus, science reveals that if teachers participate in mind-body education with students and on their own, it reduces teacher burnout. The science is in. Become a healing part of history. Visit www.globaltransformationproject.org, where you can sign our petition to UN missions worldwide to pass the Science-Based Mind-Body Education for Public Education resolution, which we will be submitting to UN missions worldwide, backed by the sole force of tens of thousands of petition signers, which we will share with the UN missions when we approach them with this resolution. Once you sign the petition at globaltransformationproject.org, please do what you can to spread the word on this historic opportunity for planetary transformation. Also, if you are a scientist, health, or education expert, please add your name to our growing list of science, health, education professionals backing our UN resolution campaign. The event's motto is "Time to use science in public education." We have an opportunity to change the world forever in beneficial ways beyond comprehension. Alone, we can do so little. Together, so much. Helen Keller.
Poles apart in the color of time. You're the color of being born. Unless we breathe in each other, there is no garden. The color of being born. Poles apart on the color of time. You're the color of being born. Je suis la couleur de mourir. Tu es la couleur d'être né. Jusqu'à ce que nous respirions l'un dans l'autre. Il ne peut y avoir de jardin. C'est pourquoi les plantes grandissent et se moquent de nos yeux qui ne voient que de loin.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Kathy.
Yes. So I'm afraid we're out of time for now, but we'll do this again. And Omar, did you want to say anything real quick? Can't hear you.
You're muted.
Always the case, isn't it? The last conference, this one, the time before that, it's always the same. But anyways, Bill, that was a beautiful presentation. I really resonated with that, and I totally agree with you. This is what they need to start teaching in schools, and have it globally. Like I was seeing a comment up here that was saying that both educators and students in most fields of study will need to be retrained, and that's a good thing. And and I totally agree with that, and I love it. And when you were saying earlier that when people were meditating, it brought down the crime rates in cities. That is a proven fact. I've talked about that
Yeah.
on my show here many times, and it's an absolute fact.
Yep.
I think one of the stats that I used was for Chicago. There was I forget now. It's been about a year or so, but there was a murder rate that totally went down. And when you were saying it just takes that little bit of mood change, right, where somebody can be just angry as hell and they just want to kill somebody, and then that consciousness and that that energy is happening, and it causes that person to just change their mind for whatever bizarre reason. And and if we, and I was thinking about when you were saying that, if we got all our children in all our schools in all our cities every single day doing that, imagine what would happen.
Yeah.
Right, like imagine like the crime rate, especially when it's coming from children that are being taught in that pureness of them. They would put out so much love that it would absolutely just resonate the entire city every single day. Amazing, Bill. Thank you, sir. I totally appreciate your contribution to humanity. And also to this event.
Thank you. Yeah, and what we need is everybody to spread, globaltransformationproject.org, and like this video that we just showed, because we need to get people to sign the petition so that we can pass that on to the United Nations missions. Because really, like you've been, kind of indicating with what you said, we're at a point where it's literally insane that this stuff isn't a core part of public education. What our resolution advocates is 1 hour a day, kind of a hybrid of PE and mind-body health science would be a mind-body class. And, they'd get the physical benefits of Tai Chi and Qigong while they were getting all the mental, emotional benefits from all 5 of the meditative experiences. And to introduce hundreds of millions of new meditators into the planet, given the science that you were just talking about. I mean, we're talking about emptying prisons worldwide and vastly reducing the need for military worldwide. I mean, we're talking, massive change. And it's just so, once you look at the science, which I'm hoping everybody will read this book and share these links and share this science with everybody, the new 2nd edition of the Gospel of Science, because as we get this science out there, it's just going to become increasingly impossible to ignore. And people that say, oh, we shouldn't be teaching this to kids, they're just going to look, crazy. It's like, that we used to look crazy, for saying, oh yeah, kids, everybody needs to meditate, right? Because we didn't have the science. Now we have the science. So now the whole thing is flipped. Yeah.
This is the best way to change and alter their timelines to the future that we're going to. So exciting. I'm sorry, I couldn't stay in the corner. I had to pop in and just say that this is exactly, and they say that the teachers of the future will be the most enlightened beings on the planet, not the ones that they have now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're headed for a whole new paradigm. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Joan. I think we're already headed there. We're in that direction now. Like you were just saying, like you're crazy to not have this in our schools. And I feel that all of us are beginning to see that now, especially when we're seeing what's happening in the United States with the schools and that program that they have. I think we're like well on the way to introducing this into the classroom. So, like my kids had gym for 1 hour a day, and, it doesn't stop them from adding a block 2-3 times a week where they can go and, practice Tai Chi and Qigong and, all of that, and meditate. And, instead of in the morning, spend 15 minutes just meditating. The entire school, somebody comes over the loudspeaker over the entire school and just leads a meditation, and all the kids are there doing that. And it's mind-blowing. Well, Bill, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Yep. We're advocating an hour a day. So it would be like the old-fashioned PE course, except it'd be mind-body PE.
Yeah.
And but kids resonate to this stuff, like you kind of alluded to earlier. This is real natural to kids. I've got 3 grandkids, and my 3-year-old oldest granddaughter, I said, Angelica, I said, you want me to show you how to meditate? And she goes, oh, I already know how to meditate, Gong Gong. And she sat down cross-legged and put her, made the circle with her fingers and put them on her knees. And then she took a big breath and closed her eyes. And as she exhaled, she goes, peace begins with me.
That's beautiful. You can probably hear my grandstar in the background. She's teething and screaming a lot right now.
Well, we've had, you see testimonials all the time from parents, and, when their kids do get introduced to mind-body practices, like one lady, she said, yeah, I couldn't believe it. When we came home, my daughter actually sat down and started flipping through a book. Normally she would have been like bouncing off the walls. And so, it would be a teacher's dream to have kids meditate for an hour a day before they come into their classes,
For sure. And I just have to add one more thing, is that when my grandstar is crying and I hold her and I begin to
yes,
she just goes quiet. And and then even when she was in mom's belly and she was kicking around, we'd start playing the and we'd start and then she'd calm down. There'd be no more kicking. And it's technology, man. It's
it is
technology, mind alchemy. And we need to employ that yesterday.
It's a high science. It's a high science. Nikola Tesla, I opened my book with a Nikola Tesla quote, and he said, the day that science begins to examine or to study non-physical phenomenon, and I put in brackets consciousness, because that's what he's talking about. The day that science begins to study consciousness, it'll make more advances in 10 years than in all the history of science. And so we're lucky enough to be alive right when this is happening.
Yeah, I believe it. I totally believe it. Thank you, William. We're running 10 minutes over.
Thank you.
I'm going to do a bio of our next guest and bring Fran on. So thank you, Bill. I'm looking forward to connecting with you again and doing a deep dive into this and really, understand what you're trying to teach us here so that I can learn and pass that forward on to everybody else too. So thank you, sir. I really
thank you.
appreciate it. Have a wonderful day. All right, guys, that was amazing. I'm getting to love Bill Douglas, so keep an eye out on seeing him on Watchers Talk in the future. And speaking of future, in about 5 minutes, we're going to have our next guest coming on. Probably not even that, probably like just 2 minutes. I'm going to quickly read the bio of our next guest, Fran Bailey. As a child, Fran's world was surrounded in music, dance, singing, and believing in positive thought and philosophy. Her connection with the metaphysical world was a natural state of being. She started at the age of 4, dancing in a barn with a ballet bar, and she could never reach, but it didn't matter. She was hooked. There was something about expressing emotions, moving energy with her body that fit like a glove. Fran went on to receive BFA in dance, and for many years performed, choreographed, and taught children and adults in private and group classes. She also was an energy consultant for the staff at the Affinity Center for ADD Adults and Children in Cincinnati, Ohio. Fran has studied the world-renowned energy healing experts Rosalind L. Breyer, sorry if I mispronounced that, Dr. Steve and Sandy Amolis, John Friedlander, and Gloria Hampshire. She also received her certification as an accredited Enneagram teacher and trainer. Fran's Bailey's extensive training in dance and energy healing has evolved into a simple method for evolving the mind, body, heart, and soul. Since 2002, Fran has channeled her passion into the Shivamo method, seeking harmony in energy, voice, and action, a practical technique to live more consciously through energetic awareness. She's thrilled to share the work used in countless client consultations to offer clarity, distinction, and balance. And again, my apologies with the names. Thank you very much, Fran, for giving us your time and being here to share your wisdom and your love and your energy with us on this healing day of our world and our motherland, Australia, and of course, the entire universe, because as above, so below, so within, so without.
Oops, thank you.
Great. Well, I would have had trouble saying some of those words too,
Yeah.
those names too. But
No hard.
I don't
So-
feel bad now.
so everyone, I'm so excited that Fran is here. Fran and I went to high school together in Ohio, and we reconnected because her work is remarkable. She created this fabulous book called Emergence, Reveal Your Essence, which takes you through a journey to actually work with every single one of your body's chakras. And beautiful, beautiful work. Again, one of these books that you'll read right away and go back to and refer to time and time again with lots of quotes.
Wow,
And
look at those pages, Kathy. Oh,
isn't
wow.
this gorgeous? It's gorgeous.
Wow, that is amazing.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yes. Well, and so is she.
Yes.
So she birthed this, and there's a reason why. But what we want to do is we want basically people to realize that Fran is an incredible healer, and the Shiva method that she's created can actually shift people right away. So it's got movement, it's got all sorts of energy work to it. So with that, Fran, why don't we start with your journey to discovering the method? And then however you want to express it, just let me know how I can help. Okay.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I really appreciate that. This is lots of information, and I love that we're all on the same path, and that it is definitely, we're all reaching those places, however we get there. And the beauty is that we're doing it. And, I like William's comment that it is getting better, and I really believe in that. Every human being is going through some sort of transition, and that we're here to help as best we can. But I do believe, I have a lot of faith in our growth, and so my journey began as a child. I was very psychic and could see things, and visions would come, and I would have dreams, and they would come true. And I loved the world of dance because I didn't want to speak. I just wanted to express myself through movement and music and art. And so I think this collaboration of science and art is what this book is about, really using your imagination and building your own imagination and being free to build your own imagination. So I think that is what I want to share with everybody, is that you have that ability and that power to love who you are, wherever you are in your life, with no mistakes. And then, where you're going, just being okay with where you're going, and that you are human. We do make mistakes, but using those real life things and forward things and spiritual things, and, understanding your body and learning more about how they connect. So as a dancer, of course, I'm very clear about my body. Then I became an energy healer through someone telling me that I could see energy. And I went, really? Okay. But I knew that. I was just afraid to face it and see it again as an adult. So I started training with Rosalind Briere, who was incredible healer, medical intuitive. And it just opened up a whole new world for me, because I really could tell and knew that I had something. I just, knew that this world was going to open way up. I went, oh my God, here we go. So that was about 20 years ago. And I became an energy healer and worked with the medical institution, and started my own business in 2002, the Shiva method. And so I have clients that come here, and I do energy work on the table. I do dance movements. I've created my own technique through energy acupressure points, teaching people how to run energy on themselves. So, and of course, chakra work. And I have an audio meditation that I do. So it's the body work, it's the audio meditation. The book is the foundation, and to find that freedom in yourself. And I think that's what moves the energy. That's what moves it forward. Is that we, if we get the okay, that we're okay, that we can express ourselves, then I think that all is good. So in my work, I usually channel before I do a session or teach, or and I use my book. I just sort of open it up and see what kind of page or what message should come. And this was the quote. This is a pretty page. So this quote is from Leonardo da Vinci. Principles for the development of a complete mind. Study the science of art. Study the art of science. Develop your senses. Especially learn how to see, realize that everything connects to everything else. So these ancient wisdom people all through this time period, I think it's all coming forward, and we're all connecting in a way that to present the good work. And so anyway, then I also do this other thing where I do the medicine cards, and I usually pick out an animal. And this, of course, is the eagle. And so this is just one sentence. The eagle's the spirit. He's one of my guides. Feed your body, but more importantly, feed your soul. Within the realm of Mother Earth and Father Sky, the dance that leads to flight involves the conquering of fear and the willingness to join in the adventure that you are co-creating with the divine. And of course, I think that's sort of perfect because we are focusing on the divine, and continue to each one of us. And I think it's really cool. So usually in the work, the Shiva method really begins with body work, then the audio meditation, then I do a reading, like a psychic reading of that person if it's somebody who's sitting in front of me. But there's a famous quote by Martha Graham, who's a modern dancer. The body doesn't lie. And it's so true. So as a dancer, you have to be really finely tuned to what is happening energetically, physically, emotionally, spiritually, because you have to connect with music, and you have to have timing, and you have to be really centered. So I love that quote. I think it's really very true. So I spent quite a few hours the year of COVID creating this body movement, listening to my body, laying on this floor. I have a studio. This is the studio that I work in, and finding those body cues in ways to allow the energy to flow. And sometimes it's very, very quick and very simple. And that's what I keep going back to. The book is very simple. The work is very simple if you can get clear about what you're doing and why. So, Kathy, you have any questions? I can't hear you.
I am hoping that we get to do one of the processes that you do for the root chakra, because I think, well, actually the root, the first two are really the stressed energy centers in almost everyone. And it's mostly, I mean, it's like a waveform. You get clear, you're fine, and then somebody says something to you, or something doesn't go right, and you would normally just go, oh, it's okay, but then you overreact. So I think if you had something that we could do, or that we could feel that you do, that you would recommend, because we want to be empowered. That's why I'm so excited about your work, is I see this as soul empowerment. I see this as a toolkit in a toolbox to really get to know yourself again and be embodied, because so many people are talking about ascension, they're sending out, and really the power is in this vessel. So your work, which is dance and energy work, is all embodied. It's soul body fusion. So that's why I just thought if there was something that you might want to talk about the two energy centers, and things that, or any experiences you've had with people that you've helped them through. Certainly people that have ADHD or ADD or any of those experiences, if you've been in a clinical setting and been able to use your processes, that any of those processes would help us here too, I think.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to bring it back to today, and then I'll give you another example of. So I taught a class this morning, and this concept of clinging energy. So I'm gonna do that again with my hands, and I think it would be good for you all to do that too. So if you look at clinging energy and the enmeshment, what we call enmeshment. So what happens in the first and second chakra is that clinging energy sort of hooks in, and then it may not be yours, but you're matching the energy of someone else. So I'm going to say that again. It may not be yours, but you're matching the energy of someone else. So it becomes a mesh, and then you can't understand, well, wait a minute, where am I? Where am I in this? So this concept of unleashing it. So if you think of unleashing that bond and finding your own energy, like pulling your energy back to yourself, unleashing those cores or clinging energy and push them away, and then all the way out to the edge of your fingers and let it go out. That is an energy release. So what also happens when you clear that, the third opens up. So what happens is the third is the personality, right? So our image is like, boom, somebody comes over, okay, well, I'm rattled, I have doubt, I don't know, and then you take a deep breath and say, wait a minute, that's not mine. I'm clinging to that thought form or that thought energy, and then it releases. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it is almost, it's not what I'm saying, it's actually physically feeling it. So you can just feel that energy pushing away. Concept. So that's just an example.
The other thing is it seems like this is blocked energy, and this is open. So it allows me to actually receive more chi as I open it up, right? Mm-hmm. So, but it's releasing, it's not mine.
Right, right. So another example is when the body, it's like we just shut down. It's like it shuts down right here, right in the, oh God, that kind of, but if you understand that that's pulling you away from being in current time and creative energy, then you just take a deep breath and, ooh, wait a minute, let me just use it like that. So that's just a small example. you know, I work with a lot of cancer patients, heart patients. You know, I kind of can feel and know where the energy isn't. And I'll give you an example. A woman I worked on, she had a heart condition, and I was doing energy. She really didn't believe it, but she came anyway. Very funny, pretty interesting. I love that when there's doubt. And then, so I'm doing energy, and then I'm at her head, and I get a vision of her as a child on a bicycle at age 4. And I said, "Did you have an accident?" And she sort of looked at me and said, "How did you know that?" I said, "I don't want to talk about it." No, I just said, "We're just going to keep moving. We're going to keep moving. We're going to move the energy." She felt really good. She started releasing all these pictures of her past, etc. It came around to her heart, and I did not feel. She had a AFib and a battery, and I said, "You need to go today. I'm not feeling, this battery is dying." I said, "Today." And she went, and they said, "Yeah, you needed a jump start." So those are the things that are like, okay, that's cool. You know, cancer, how do you kill a cancer cell? How do you run energy? I had cancer myself, so I had to learn how to do that. So healing yourself is one, you say hello to the dis-ease, and then you look at yourself and say, "Wait a minute, I'm whole, I'm okay. I'm going to diminish that thought. I'm going to diminish the energy that keeps me stuck. I'm going to diminish the disease."
Wow. That's how you did it? That's how you, so rather than I'm at war with it, you just saw it reducing.
Yeah. So I would go, when you go into the center of a cancerous cell, you don't explode the cell itself. You explode in the center and then keep it so it doesn't go through the body.
That makes sense.
So this, yeah. And I'll just keep talking about my example. So I had cervical cancer, and so I did what I needed to do. Didn't have chemo, but I began to meditate and work on reducing those cells and loving myself at the same time, letting go of guilt because I was not perfect. That's a biggie. We're not perfect, then we're marked, you know. But part of that love energy and part of that kind of specific connection to the body, there is an amazing thing that happens. So I just, I've experienced myself and have experienced it for others. And I think that we are at a place now where we can actually understand the concept and actually do it, because I think the energy's there. So.
You're muted, Kathy.
Thank you. Sorry. Not a lot of healers will talk about the C word. At least the healers I know, only a few will say they can do something. And a lot of times it's because people let it go too far before they get it. But it sounds like in your work, you can actually see the thought form or the energy block way before they'd ever have that outcome, right?
Yes, at times. Yes, for sure. And then there are other times when there is this concept of don't fear the relationship with cancer. Don't fear it.
Beautiful.
You combine it. You combine the spiritual and the medical, and accept what needs to be accepted for your body. So that in itself is like, okay, well, what is it that I need? And you have to come home. And actually, when you have to come home to figure out what that is.
I see.
So the relationship becomes sacred. Then there's healing.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So do you feel that that's the disconnect with most people, is they forgot that sacred relationship?
I don't know if they forgot, they're resisting it.
Oh. And that's by our programming, our culture.
Yes. So if there was an opportunity to show where the resistance is, then I never do it. It's a collaboration, because then it's not going to hold. It will not hold. So they have to go through the process, and I'm just here to suggest and love. That's all. So with these tools, I think, it's the simplicity of it, but the beauty of it is that, if you do the dive, you're going to get there.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So that's kind of the process. But as far as movement and well, would you want to do a little movement?
Yeah, of course.
Something different. I think everybody's kind of sitting. Let's do a little something.
Okay.
So I'm going to stand, but you can actually be in your chair if you'd like.
Okay.
Okay. So hold on. I have to figure this out for just a second. Now, can you hear that? Is that too loud, or do I need to do it higher?
No, it's good. It's good.
It's good?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, sorry. Okay. So what I want you to do is just, even if you're in your chair, and the body has its own rhythm, right? So even if you take your hands, just like the heart, right? Stay with it. Now take it out. Inhale. Exhale. Bring the energy up. And to the side, front and back. Front and back. Side. That's your energy field, right? Bring your hands up to your heart. First chakra, right here. Earth energy, where the hips and legs meet, right at the perineum. Survival. The denser energy, feeling safe is what we want. First chakra. Ground to the center of the earth. Bring that guiding cord up to your first chakra. That's the red frequency. Second, pubic bone to belly button. That's creativity. Alright, we want to have that divine creativity. Flip your hands. So you're activating those centers. That's the second chakra. First two are grounded to the center of the earth. Third, this is orange, this is yellow. Breathe. This is the ego, so we want the authentic self to speak to us. This is the fourth, this is the heart, divine love. Reaching out, reaching your knuckles out, reach out. Inhale. Roll it back. Fourth chakra, green. Fifth chakra, communication. Breathe. Telepathic channels in the ear canals, sinuses. Sixth, intuition, clairvoyance. Sixth, getting rid of busy thoughts, patterned thoughts. Integrating all these symptoms. Seventh, higher self. Come on. Bring it back. Reach up. Inhale. Bring it back. Reach up. Feel the breath running through the center of your body. Breathe. Drop your shoulders. Open your arms. Hug your shoulders. You're running energy in your shoulder cavity. That's the biggest hole in the body. So you're going to raise your elbows. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Good. Inhale. Continue. Opening the arms. Coming back to the heart. Good. Now, those lower chakras. Okay, we're going to get rid of that clinging energy, right? So your hands are like this. And flip. Open. And bring it in. Feel the ground. Feel present. Good. Nice. That was kind of fun.
That was great. I wanted to dance to that music anyway.
You can feel the,
Yeah.
sort of pick it up a little bit.
That was really good. When I was going from my head and going up into the heavens and into God and bringing that back up, my ears started to ring again. That's kind of weird. That's happened to me a few times today. So that was great, friend. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna employ that in my life.
It's that simple.
Yeah, that was great. That helped me a great deal. I like that. Right, actually touching the chakras, because usually when I do it, I'm visualizing them in my mind, but to physically touch them and transfer that energy, that was really nice. I really like that.
Thank you.
So, Tina Marie says she's still tingling.
Oh, well, good,
Tina.
Tina.
Thank you for letting us know. Thank you. You can see how these forms, these opportunities, if we just make conscious choices and choose to perform gifts for ourselves, that we could change our whole life.
Yeah. So I think there's this it's almost like volume. So, but like a pitch, like the energy becomes bigger and wider, and it's more rich, it's more full. It's like a piece of art. It's something that's passionate and tangible.
It expands.
Yeah. So you don't go out, you don't have to go out and get it. You can stay in and receive as long as you're clear.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Welcome.
So Fran, how do you see, like when you were doing work with people in hospitals, are you free to do whatever you would do one-on-one, or do you feel constricted in your work?
In a hospital situation, it's very different, but they're so much more open. I mean, there was a young child that had Wilms disease, which is a cancer, and it went through her whole body. But she wanted me at the hospital to work on her, and it was a long time ago, which was kind of unheard of, because she would come here at the house quite a bit, and then I would go there, and she didn't want anybody else. So it's difficult, but sometimes things can be magical there. But when I have them on my table or when I'm working, it's very different. I mean, so I worked at an alternative center for 12 years with medical doctors and acupuncturists, and so I would do the energy part with the needles and the chiropractic. So it's like this system that would happen, and then it was pretty cool. So lots of shifts and changes there, but learned quite a bit about certain things that happened to people, like somebody who had he was a dentist and had mercury poisoning.
Oh, makes sense though, doesn't it?
Yeah. And I remember going into the room and actually, so I work on him and smell it. But after 12 sessions, he was like, it's good. So it affected his brain. So it's pretty interesting.
Well, the reason I asked that is someone that's going to be talking later today, Denise Chadwick. She was a nurse in London, and actually she was in management. So she worked her way up and did it for 20-something years. And she learned Reiki. She thought Reiki was, didn't believe in it.
Yeah.
She had an experience. Then she couldn't get enough of it. Then she brought it into the hospital, but what she had to do, she had to clear the building. Yeah. Do you find that too when you go work off site?
So a very, very quick note about when you are entering a room that you're not sure of, you ground the room, all the corners, to earth energy on all four corners. And then you do gold up in the ceiling, and then you're in the middle. So you own your room, you own your own space. And sometimes I can see the energy, like someone will hire me about they're having surgery. So also I want to know about the room, and I'll clear the room for them. And also the after the surgery, clearing the doctor, the nurse, the anesthesiologist, all that energy that gets stuck in the body. So I will do that with them, and it's pretty cool.
So people are saying loved it. Thanks for sharing. Great cancel healing technique. Then we've got, I could feel my body opening up a bit and notice that my body is so contracted. That's why I wanted you to do this, as I know all of us we're feeling the anxiousness of the change, excited but anxious. And then there's a global consciousness of the sphere, which is it's relentless.
Yeah, that's why it's so important to clear every day. As as everyone's been saying, is just clearing and clearing and clearing so that that light can come through. But even as we say that, we are human, and we do get sort of caught. And I think this concept of, unleashing that enmeshment, it's an enmeshment. That's a really good word, so that you can, kind of let it open up. So that's.
Well, I keep telling people that for probably the past 10 years, I knew that people would get more empathic as we were going, that this big change was happening, and that part of our growth, not just that we're going to be telepathic, but being empathic, we won't be able to hurt each other in the same way. But there's a time period for they call it highly sensitive people.
Yeah.
But what this time period that we're going through, where people aren't used to it. I mean, you and I, since we were little, have been experiencing it and knew when it was appropriate and knew what we saw was true, or that our guides were helping us. But these other people haven't had any of those experiences, and they're not going to really, without your help and some of the other people today's help, it's going to be a rough road.
Mm-hmm.
because it's really crazy making a little bit.
Yeah.
Because you can't get away from the negative.
No, and so I want to. This happens quite a bit, where if you recognize that thickness and then the stillness within that cloud that's over you, there's a stillness. And so when that stillness is there, there's depression and all that stuff, but it doesn't move. So again, if you just move that energy out a little bit so that there's a little breath. And I'm not talking about yoga, and I mean, you can move and move and move, that'll help. But if this continues to stay, there are two things. There's one of it is energy. Two of it is how you're clinging to it. So we call those attachments. How are you clinging to it? Is it your personality? Is it your fear? Is it your doubt? That's where the Enneagram comes in. So the Enneagram is a study of the personality, and what are those cues that make us flip? And it's fascinating because you can actually recognize when those cues come when you study that. So for instance, it would be a pattern thought, a pattern thing that continues all the time, and you get locked into that pattern thought, and then you're stuck. How do you break that pattern? You look at the attachment. How are you attached to that thought? Does that make sense?
It makes sense, and it sounds simple, but I don't think it is.
It's not, but if it's pointed out to a specific train of thought, then they will recognize that train of thought and then go home and study it.
I see.
You see what I mean? So
yes.
If they understand that this thought has been repeated and repeated and it gets stuck because I'm clinging to that same thought, then they may say, "Ooh, maybe I could look at that a little differently, or maybe I can detach from it a little bit."
Perfect. I think the whole world is doing that. I think that's what this challenge is right now, is the people that are not in the flow and capable of changing and looking at with positive expectation for the new earth, that they're holding on to what they know, what they the program that we all bought into until we woke up and went, that doesn't make me happy.
Right.
It makes them happy, but maybe not me. But right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what would you say about the flow part? Because that is what any health issues are because we're out of flow.
Mm-hmm. We are out of flow, but again, there is that resistance to flow. So what is the resistance? Meaning that maybe the resistance to address what needs to be addressed because they don't want to see it. They don't want to feel it. They don't want to know it. And there is this other thing as far as healers go, and aren't we special and all that stuff. You know, people are going to be where they're going to be. You can't control them.
Right.
You can suggest and you can help guide them. But if they're in that trajectory of, I don't want to see, I don't want to know.
Right.
So I love this expression of, you know, my husband, I love him for who he is and who he isn't. Because you know, I mean, it really is amazing so why are we here? Why are we here? We're here to catch those that are ready to make that move. And just build the bridge. And if they're ready to walk over, great. But I think that's what all this is. Yep. It's a bridge. And it's beautiful. And you know, if we just keep focusing on that bridge and the love, and each brick is a piece of love, and then we can keep moving.
That's right. And that's the flow we're talking about.
Yeah, the flow. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, are you seeing in your practice a big change since the lockdown, or are you seeing it's about the same? I'm feeling, just because I'm sensitive, that the stress this past year, just since January, where I am, it seems much higher.
Yeah.
So are you seeing that too?
Yes, I'm seeing, again, that volume. The volume is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and the color, the light, all of the possibilities and probabilities are present, and they're just getting bigger and bigger. You know, I'm doing a lot more Zoom, of course, and that in some ways it's different, but I can read pretty quickly. This is very strange, but yeah, I do see. I think that there's this real connection to nature more and more, and that keeps us grounded and present.
Yep.
And the root, like the trunk, the root chakra has to constantly be changed. It's almost like that connection to the earth has to change all the time because the energy is moving that fast.
Right.
So that we can, you know,
the whole earth, everything is evolving. It's not just us. Every sentience here, all the animals, all the trees, all the plants, everything is moving up a notch. And so, but they seem to be, they're great teachers, the trees. They seem to show a patience that we don't.
I agree. And animals, our pets, or, you know, the people we're connecting to, watching them. I mean, it's like the Garden of Eden, and we're re-entering it.
Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's really cool.
Yeah. So as far as what you're doing, as far as your sharing, you do one-on-ones, and then do you teach some classes and do some? Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So during the pandemic, since I didn't have any classes in person, I did Zoom classes. I did a lot of free stuff during COVID, but I designed the technique. The method is actually online, the whole method. So you can get the book, you can do the audio meditation, you can do the body work by the body work. And so, for instance, a package with me would be you get the signed book, you get the audio, you get the body work, and then you get a session with me, an hour session with me. So that's for a package, it's like $199 or something. Anyway, that's sort of a really big jump to get into the work quickly, and that helps a lot. Or just download the audio meditation goes with the book really well. Or we can do one-on-one sessions. Like I'll sit in this big chair. If you're across from me, you would be on the other side, or on the video. I would do a session with you and read your energy, do some clearing, do the meditation, and then read you before, read you after, during, and then ask what are your goals? What is it that you need? And sometimes it's not what they thought they needed.
I think that's what's amazing, is that the truth is being revealed on every level, in every corner of the earth.
Yeah.
And our truth also is being revealed, and you can help people in a kind, loving way uncover their truth.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. That's what we're here for, right?
Right.
I really like that the universe is not going to give you what you want, right? It's going to give you what you need, right? So you can sit there and wish that you can win the lottery and win $1 million. That's what you want.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The universe is not going to give you that unless you actually need it, right?
Right.
And so what you just said, Fran, I totally resonated with that, and that's why I had to jump in and just add my half a cent in there. Or is it 3 cents now due to inflation?
Yeah. No, that's all good. All of it is.
Do you want to come on? Come on.
Yeah, I was wondering, through your technique and for the amount of time you've been practicing that, have you noticed a change in the feel of the energy since, say 2012 compared to 2022? Is it more dense? Is it more lighter? Have you noticed any difference in between the energy? Because we're ascending into a different dimension, and I wonder if the energy density would be.
Well, I think the speed in which the energy comes in is much quicker, and the access to it is much quicker, meaning that the veil is thinner. So that veil, as it thins, we have access to it. And I think that I think what Kathy said about the empaths, they're beginning to figure out that there's something there. They don't know, so is that they connect with someone that they think is going to be the right person, but it's not. It becomes they get in trouble with that. And so that's why empaths they have to be protected. They also have to be guided. And they have to understand what clearing is so that they can receive. Because they're going up a level as they're going up a level, we're going up a level. So all these planes, so to speak, are both and they're happening simultaneously. Especially in the dream state. It's interesting. I told this today in class. I had this dream, and there was this young kid, or I don't know if he was even part of this, I don't know, world. Anyway, it was so vivid and so real, and he had somebody attached to him, another like guard. It wasn't a guide, but it was another person, and it was just like, wow. Are we doubling in these different planes? Are we tripling in these different planes? So are we doing both and at the same time?
I think so.
I do as well.
I really do.
I always said the higher guide is yourself. Probably the opposite energy of you is no more than likely is your guide through you. Like for me, I decided to incarnate with this masculine energy. So my feminine energy is what's guiding me from above. Even, I'm connected to that feminine energy, but it's that feminine energy that's kind of like flowing with me through this human experience to guide me and to protect me and to give me advice and such. And I feel that that's really how it is with everyone, because we have that polarity of feminine and masculine. So if because of the density of this world, if we incarnate as one, it just makes sense to me that the other aspect of my energy, the other higher self, so to say, would be my guide that would travel with me through this lifetime. And then maybe in the next lifetime, if I decided to incarnate as a feminine energy, then my masculine energy would be the one that would be guiding me through this density, so to say, because my higher self would be occupying the other dimensions, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, all the way to the wherever it is, and depends on the Stargate that I used previously to get to this particular density is where my higher self would be guiding me through there, right? When I'm dreaming, for instance, I'm going and connecting with that other higher self or that polarity of my energy, and it's that experience and that memory that I'm bringing back. Memory, like I was by a river and I saw rocks and mountains, and suddenly I was over here and I was over there. And I think that's an expression of experiencing and bringing back the memory of your higher self or that opposite energy, because that's operating at a different realm as well. And having those experiences, right? So as those, more than likely, those experiences are being filtered down into this reality for me to experience.
Yeah. And so that when you ask about the energy and how it's shifted, so there are moments of this. So the next thing that happened in this dream was that I was bouncing on like these clouds and laughing hysterically and moving up into these higher levels like so fast, and then coming down, and I said, wow, is this what's coming? So I do believe, I do believe that there is this, we don't even know yet, but we do. We're experiencing it in those moments of, wow, dream state or meditation, or how lovely is that? And we all are so connected. We are interconnected. It's just, I mean, Kuan Yin is one of my guides, and I remember having a dream about her and Rosalind, and we were flying together, and I said, Dan, when we went to Cambodia, and I said, this is Kuan Yin. This is what I do, and this is who she is, and so I looked up and there was a painting of Kuan Yin and someone flying with her, and I'll send it to you. I mean, it's like, oh, he got chills. So, how lucky are we to do what we do? I just I feel totally blessed and thrilled to meet the both of you. So
you already knew me.
Yeah,
happy to met you, friend. This is
don't tell him anything.
I won't.
Anyway,
I know nothing, Kathy.
I know nothing about you either.
I see
Oh,
what's going on here.
that's funny.
It's funny.
It sure is. Nice bond you ladies have together. It's really nice to see. It reminds me of my bestie and I. We've been friends for like going on 35 years now. We've been friends since we were like 13, and we're 47, 48 now, and and we've had that steady friendship. And I see that between you guys, and I just love that energy and the smiles. It's beautiful to see. It's sharing love.
Well,
Nice.
Fran's work is a gift, and the fact that hospitals and the regular system, it recognized it, lets you know how powerful it is. She's kind of modest and it just explaining it little by little, but she's a superstar. So I'm so glad. Thank you so much for sharing your gifts with us.
Oh, well, my pleasure, and have a wonderful evening. Or what time is it there? Where are you? Where are you?
I'm in,
He's in
British
Canada.
Columbia, up in Canada, West Coast, and it is 4:09.
Oh, okay.
Right, 11 more minutes till break time.
Oh, good. I bet you guys are like, ugh.
Oh, no, we're good. No, are you kidding? I love this, and I am so grateful for you. I'm so grateful. I want to make sure everyone knows how to get a hold with you. Here's your website again. It's franbailey.net. Is there anything other way that you would like them to get a hold of you?
Well, I guess they could call me, but I don't know if I want to.
No.
So if you want to know about so the Shiva method is where all the packages are and all that stuff, but the virtual sessions, you can just plug in and, buy it and whatever. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's good. And I'll have more videos when I can find them.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. But this is a time that we really need people like Fran to help us, give us the toolkit. Because honestly, what you did, people are saying amazing. I mean, really, truly, for you, it was like, oh yeah, we'll just do a few of these. But for us, well, yeah, for you, it's like, oh yeah, I do this in my sleep. But we didn't get the memo. You did. So thank you so much for sharing your beautiful energy with us.
Yeah, I'm going to practice that every day. In my life, I really enjoyed that. I'm going to do that right after I do my conscious breathing, hanging out with my tree called Carl. I can feel him, and I can feel him breathing and thinking. It's kind of weird. It's my favorite tree, and kind of just seem to connect it to it. So next time I'm there, I'm gonna, absolutely. I'm gonna do the same thing. See if I can make a deeper connection, and see if I can learn something. It was amazing. This is the practical stuff that I really love. And it's one of the reasons for Watchers Talk is to have that practical stuff that we can employ in our day-to-day lives that actually makes a difference, right? Learning about pyramids and knowing about pyramids and aliens and what have you, that's fine and dandy, right? It's grand, right? But when you can take something applicable and apply it into your life, that's really what the goal is. And then to go into this new pathways and these roads that we're about to embark on, this is the type of knowledge that we need to carry with us so that we can teach our children, and so that we never repeat the mistakes of the past like we have, and get rid of those energy anchors that we carry in, and cut them loose, teach our children on how to do this stuff, so when they wake up, like Bill was saying, get them meditating, and then have them employ what you're doing, and that would be just so beautiful to say, go to my granddaughter's school, grade 1, and watch them doing that. I would break down. I would be like, oh my God, this is amazing, because that never happened for me. But to see it come to reality and come to life in my lifetime, right, would be just it would be just amazing, because these indigos, they need that guidance, they need that nourishment from us. So they need to continue to hear that they're not crazy. In fact, that their imaginary friends are their imaginary friends, and whatever is coming through, it's just not crazy voices in your head. In fact, you're being channeled. How do we make sense of that channeling? How do we understand that channeling, instead of putting you on drugs and saying, oh, you're a psycho, you hear voices, you're crazy, off to the nut house you go? Because that's what's been happening all along up until now. And no longer can we carry on with that bad behavior and put an end to that. So I appreciate it, friend. That was really amazing.
Well, thank you.
I was standing like right there with my cat, right up there.
Oh, yeah, cats love all that.
And Daisy right there, she was sitting there, she was watching me, and she was like, what are you doing?
That's so perfect. Well, what we want everybody to do is come out and play, because before, people like Fran and I, we were totally aware of the bigger picture, but we did not say a word. We expressed ourselves any way we could through art or dance,
right.
But we did not talk about it because there were consequences. And that's what you're talking about, Omar, is that but now I think it's changing. I really think there's enough of us that are waking up and that want a better way and are excited. We're actually excited when we wake up in the morning.
Yeah. Wonderful.
You're
Joan, you're muted.
You guys are the change.
Yeah.
And this new timeline we've been talking about this is all planting those seeds for that. Every step we take. So very grateful for you, Fran. Your work is incredible. I just sat in the background listening.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you too. Yes. And look who's here, Stone Hobbit.
Thank you, Fran. That was beautiful. Yes, it's tea time, people. It's transparency, exposure, and accountability. This is where we're at, and it's up in the vibes. It's like you were saying, it doesn't take long to get to know somebody else's frequency and be able to understand what they're trying to say. And all the different ways that they have of communication may be different to somebody who is deemed normal, and it doesn't take long, and you find the gifts that they have and they share them with you, and you realize, oh, you got a touch of that as well.
Yeah, right.
a touch of normal.
Beautiful.
Look at that divine feminine on the screen. I love that. It's beautiful.
Well, look at you. You're right in the middle of it, Omar.
You got all these girls around you.
I'm just
And there's
taking in
another
this energy.
there's
It's
another
great.
beautiful woman in the backstage. Here we go.
There she is.
And you're muted. Here, I'm muted. Here, I'll unmute it. There we go.
I was going to say, so when am I going to join the party?
Now.
And here we are. So thank you for getting me in, letting me in.
Sure.
It is wonderful to see you, Joan.
Well,
So,
all of you.
very nice to meet you.
It's been quite a day, hasn't it?
Quite a day.
Yeah.
Well, I did actually make a slide for Fran for a thing, and I forgot to show it. So maybe I'll show it later. I'm sorry, Fran. But I did make one. I made them for Joanne too.
Oh, okay. Well, no worries. No worries.
Well, I was showing your URL the whole time. So, oh well. Sorry.
Sure, well, I'll tell you what. I thought I was on at 3 my time.
I know. I saw you here.
Oh, whoa. Okay. I didn't see that. Okay. Anyway, so
3
you
Pacific.
just roll with it. You just roll with it. Just okay. I'm going to go do errands and come back and right. What happened?
You did great. Thank you so much. Really bless you. Bless you.
Well, take care, guys. This is my dinner time, and I don't know where my family is, so I'm going to.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay,
Fran.
so I'll pull you out. Thank you.
So good. Making me dizzy. Okay.
All right, so we'll carry on with our day. Kathy, did you want me to read Joanne's bio, or you want
Well,
to
I
read that?
don't want you to read that whole thing I gave you
Okay, how about I
because
cherry pick it?
you could read the first. Well, actually, I can just do it without the
Okay,
bio.
okay, let's
Are
do
you
that.
okay with that, Joanne?
Yeah, yeah, I'm cool with
What
that.
what feels
Yeah.
right. It's all good. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So
Joan, she's so, I love her. I mean, I
it feels
never
like
met
Hollywood
her before. And I was
Squares
like, oh
here.
my God, I love her.
I'm going to sit here for a few minutes and just feel your energy, love, because you're a Joan, a Joanne, Joan. We both
Yes.
the gift of God. God was gracious.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we are.
So what I want everyone to know, I'll read a little bit, but what I want everyone to know is I met Joanne from I don't know how many years ago that
Gosh.
was.
Yeah.
Um,
A bit ago.
and
Moons
her
ago.
husband Coley, who I met 20 years, 30 years ago, 25
Well,
years,
no, not quite, because we're not here
20,
that long.
20 at least. Anyway, it was when before I started my business, and I've been in business 21 years, I think, or right at the beginning. Anyway, Joanne came to my office when she first started bringing Shemaya in. And Shemaya is the energy of grace. It comes through and it is palpable. And I'm so excited that she decided that she said yes when I asked her to come today and share it with all of you. Because once you experience this, you may be quite transformed. So I'm going to read a little bit of this. Joanne Palladino has chosen to bring the high frequency and love and grace to our planet at this pivotal time. Her intention is to guide others to live from their hearts, embody their own light, and create the shift to unity consciousness. Shemaya, the beings of light, energy words flow through Joanne as an expression of the divine and invites a trust and an elevated awareness to us during these extraordinary times of awakening. Since 2002, Joanne has been extending her divinely guided gifts to many throughout the United States and internationally. She is a Reiki master teacher, intuitive, and a seasoned health facilitator who channels the high frequency of light language to influence the ascension of the collective. I'm not going to read the rest of it, but part of it, what we want people to understand is this is beyond the grace that we're going to experience is beyond just forgiveness, beyond what you may have experienced before, because this is a path to your heart. And this is a way of mastery that you can use in your life. She models it, she shares it. And with that, I think I will stop. So, Joanne, do you want to tell your story about going from being in corporate America to this? That might help people understand a little bit more of you.
Yeah. Well, thank you first. You and Omar, I just met him, but
So,
really honored. Can you hear me okay? Maybe
better.
Better? Okay.
Better. Yeah.
Yes, and sometimes, especially when the mic comes through, it might not be, loud enough. So I'll be mindful of that. So again, thank you for this. Yeah. So all of this began midlife, I will say. So I was late to the table, but boy, am I, having fun at the table, sharing this beautiful presence of Shemaya. But it was 97 when I had my first awakening. And since that time, I've had a number of awakenings. And each time I sort of, I go down pretty deep. It does a job on my body and my psyche. But every time I come out of these awakenings that are challenging, for sure, new gifts have shown themselves, even though I've been trained in various modalities. And the light language started to come through. I want to say 2011, 2010. I'm not quite sure, but it started coming through spontaneously, and I didn't know what it was. You know, I was a crazy person. I wanted to know what I was saying, and it was, again, quite a journey for the refined frequency. That's how I'll describe it. It is refined. It is the purity of love and the trueness of grace. Coming into this dense body was a challenge. But when I better understood about it and the frequency that is coming from divinity, I mean, I really feel Shemaya is the voice of God, if you will. It's the voice of God. I now consider that we just dance together, and it's quite. It continues to touch me and open my heart. You know, I'm the kid in the candy store when it comes to the expression that is really coming through me, and it's a transmission. And I don't know how many years ago, you know, after it started and it became a way of life, and we knew how to play and dance together. You know, it really, the presence is there to support the awakening of humanity and support the ascension, you know, on the planet. That's why it has come. This is, of course, as we know, as we're sitting around this table today, and the ego is not part of this at all. It is truly the purity of a cosmic language, I could describe it as, you know, also. So I do want to touch on the meaning of Shemaya. And this is a word that kept coming out as I was channeling, and I was not aware it even was a word. You know, so come to find out, actually, my husband was aware of the word, and he said, "I understand something you're saying," which was like, "Oh my goodness, really?" You know. And the word was Shemaya, and it's an ancient Aramaic word, and it's in the Gospels of Thomas. So they say Yeshua has, you know, spoke of Shemaya. So what it means is the Shem part of Shemaya. Shem means God light vibration. That's Shem. And the Maya means that God light vibration is in everything, everyone, and in every word. So, in essence, we're all Shemaya. So Shemaya is not a thing, but it is all things. It's in everything. We're all Shemaya. So you know, being with today, I thought it would be, you know, a gift for all of us to have a foundation to receive, you know, whatever is going to be shared today. So I would like to open up with a channeling from Shemaya. And what I invite you to do is, when it comes through, to really be with and feel the frequency of the transmission. That is what is shifting the vibration of the body, of the form. And I feel,
Joanne?
yes, maybe.
Joanne, I'm sorry. Would you be so? Could we try to see what it sounds like without the headphone? Without, because it's kind of fuzzy.
Okay, how is this? Is that better?
I think so. Is it better, Omar?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't tell.
You can't tell. Okay.
All right. Well, let us continue. And how is this as we're sort of testing here?
Sorry. Yeah, we did test. Oh well. Let's see. Say something else one more time.
All right. Well, we're testing the voice and trusting that this will
Yes.
be okay. Is that better?
Yes.
And I'll even put the sound up even more. How about that?
That's good.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So I will leave the earbuds out and we'll continue.
Okay. Thank you.
And let me know if other things need to be adjusted here. So
Okay.
I don't know where the problem is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think it was better with the headphones.
Oh,
Personally,
put them back on?
yeah, I'm just listening to you, Joanne, and I'm thinking that it actually sounded a little better with the headphones.
Huh. Okay,
There seems to be some kind of a like a white noise buzz of sorts.
Well, you have to understand that's Shemaya. When we did a bunch of video for Joanne, and by the end I was looped. I mean, the energy is really strong.
Okay, so that could be it. Okay.
Just so you know, I just thought
we're blaming Shemaya, and it's all good.
It's all very good. Thank you.
Yes, it's all full of grace. We're good.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. So what I was sharing is when the transmission comes through, to allow yourself to receive, to really feel the frequency and vibration of the transmission. Though we don't understand it intellectually on our human level, I am able to interpret what is coming through, not 100% of the time, but I'll know if it's a prayer. I'll know if it's a conversation that's coming to you directly. It'll be clear if it's going to a specific part of your body. If it is for the collective, if it's for a higher learning within someone, because it's not unusual that wisdom teachers come through when I'm working with someone or I'm working in a group, and also at times I could see the DNA, I could see codes. To me, then it's really ramped up. And again, a number of years ago, the message was that this presence is supporting to change the DNA. And, at the time I'm like, what's really, like, are you kidding me? And after I got the message from divinity, then I started hearing more about that's what was going on. And this is, again, a number of years ago when this all started. So, yeah. So why don't we begin? And I want to just double check with my hosts here that you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
beautiful.
Thank you. And sorry for the inconvenience.
Yeah, no, it's all.
We didn't know.
Yeah. So this is a welcoming. Isi inana o kui berati soro o parola ana imia ano toko he merete kadishana oye barati muratala nyuki sera hakim ayushumela. So this is quite an uplifting, sweet message for us to hear and be with and to feel and to allow it to permeate every cell in our body. Kosomiana ukutoshimiata emiana kopapa. Isana o yebina it's gonna oblisha alla emero to me another kind of usually no yemiana to kotapalage to so. So the pauses are here purposely. For you to fully be with the communication. Eso no mai enoto. So the tone is shifting a bit here. O somiana o te manandale o miata ko I malale te mi so miata kai sili. Recognizing the challenge that humanity is going through. Economiana to se manandale me, this is part of the breaking away of the old patterns that has caused the dis-ease on planet Earth within humanity. It's happening actually right before our eyes. We are playing and all dancing in what will become the birthing of. Usumene eti kama esena me usumi analo gana. Ipatia tsutush kumi bahay hata musikoto yemana kaisi. It all begins with oneself. We cannot hide from ourselves any longer. We can no longer numb ourselves any longer. It's actually to be okay with getting out of the intellectual mind. Many may cringe to hear that. You speak of the heart. Let us be with the heart in this moment. Ito no ba ala ay ni ko to ma no iba na no ko ma ai te na 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 o so na mo na ko pala. Dropping the attention and intention into the heart center. But actually visualize that the heart center is surrounding, like the ring of Saturn, around the whole thing. It's like a sonar wave. Let us drop into that aspect of ourselves. Very soft. It's coming to be very soft. It's inviting the innocence of a child into your heart center. So very tender, very gentle. I love the part about the innocence in the heart center. To me, that also invites this sense of keep showing that this sense of purity. There is in Judy Satori's book, Sunshine Before the Dawn. And it talks about that the people of the earth, there'll be a time when the earth will be ready to ascend, and humanity will need to recalibrate their bodies in order to ease that journey to go into the higher dimensions. And again, we still stay on planet Earth and we're still in the form, but our view and how we live and where we live from, that higher level of consciousness, we need to recalibrate so the transition becomes more of like an ease and grace, even with the tsunamis that are there. And the light language that is coming through, this cosmic wisdom is helping and supporting the body to recalibrate. So the shifting can happen. And again, it's not from our thinking, egoic personality. But it's beginning to view the world, view ourselves in a different way. I could describe it as, the Christ consciousness, and I talk about it as seeing beyond what I see. And I first experienced that, I don't know how many years ago, but it was when the Boston Marathon tragedy hit, so the terrorist attack in the Boston Marathon. But I remember seeing it on TV, and I didn't get all shook up and going, oh my God, this is terrible, I was actually seeing it at a broader view. I was no longer identified or attached to what I was viewing, but I viewed it from a higher perspective that really broadened what I was looking at, what I was observing, and saw beyond what I saw. And it was the first time I really felt compassion for the perpetrators. It might strike people awfully odd, this horrific act, when you have compassion for those that are causing, creating the act. But what came to me was the suffering that they must be in to do something like that. And I really looked at blessing all of it, blessing all of them, their families, the victims. And that's when I really shifted from freaking out, and everybody was freaking out, and I get it, and for the horrific act, and having compassion for those who lost their lives and injured. But to look at it in a different way, which I feel will begin to shift how we look at the world at large. And I continue to look within myself more deeply. Of when was I a perpetrator to myself? And being a perpetrator to myself, I'm creating my own victim. We have that battle, inside of us. And shifting on that war, that terror that was in me, to have this compassion for myself and forgiving myself on how I created the acts to myself, holding me back, making me feel less than. beginning to cultivate complete and unconditional love and self-acceptance. And that's how I support clients, is for them to get to that space, to that realization of the goodness of who we are, our existence. This is about how humans have a hard time being with themselves. They don't like themselves. So they start getting distracted. The more distracted we are, the more challenge it's going to be to awaken, become realized. Again, I don't remember the years that I was introduced to some things, but I was introduced to the way of mastery. Again, I'm going to guess 2010. Again, I'm not quite sure. It's a channeled book, and it's the voice of Yeshua, the same voice that channeled Course in Miracles. And that book really shifted my life. It sat on our coffee table for about a year. Coley was very much, became a student of it and is now a teacher of it. And he's like, you should look at this, look at this book. And I'm like, yeah, no. Or I picked it up and I said, yeah, that's really good. That's a good book. And then one day I picked it up and there was a tipping point. It was perfect timing. And I started reading it, and it's a book of you study. I mean, and I'm still a student of the book. But I felt the words. I felt the frequency and the vibration of the words. And I was like, uh-oh, there's something here. This book is about the way of the heart, not the way of the intellect. And it is the lessons, there's 35 lessons, and it all is a reflection back to yourself. We can't get away from ourselves, so we try our hardest to do that. This book really started, or allowed me to start seeing beyond what I see. So the first 3 lessons in this book, and I live these lessons. That's how my life has changed, and I work with these lessons when I'm working with clients, again, one-on-one or a group. And it taught me to be a master observer, and I'm still working on it. But it's like with me every day to be a master observer of my life. And in order to do that, I call it, weaving in the sacred pause. And it used to be a practice. Now it's a way of life. This is just how my life is. So just, it's a trigger. All I need is a trigger. And my my practice was, I call it Iris the Virus, when the pandemic started 2 years ago. My practice was to go online and watch CNN, and all I did was read the first headline, and that's all I needed to get triggered. It was a beautiful tool. So instead of getting, attacking and pointing fingers and they don't know what, I had my opinions, I just stopped. I gave myself the sacred pause. And I stepped away from it. No longer identified with it or distracted by it. And I turned around and I went into myself to say, what is it that's triggering me? This allows your inner wisdom to show itself, to help you become realized. Becoming the master observer. And when you practice that, you have a deeper understanding of yourself. And not blame anybody anymore. I used to blame everybody. One of the first axioms in the way of mastery is nothing I experience is caused by anything outside of me. What? What? I didn't like that. I didn't want to hear that. And as I was with it and sat with it and the anger came out, I was really angry. I couldn't blame my father anymore. I couldn't blame this one and that one. And I was really angry. And I was really scared. Because it meant I had to take full responsibility of my actions, my words, my thoughts, my beliefs. And I'm like, it is up to, oh my God, it's me. It was a tough one, but it's like a gem. It was the tipping point. It's a tipping point for me. Because if there's any trigger out there, it's like nothing I experience is caused by anything outside of me. I'm able to be with what is it within me that I could look at, be with, feel. I could feel it, express it in a mindful way, in a healthy way. And that sacred pause, when I'm in that sacred pause, I could choose from a place of a higher level of consciousness than just reacting. And I could do self-inquiry within myself to really choose what I want to say, what I don't want to say. Do I not say anything at all? Realize that there's a deep wound here that is calling for attention. So this is really supporting the self-love. So this is speaking about self-love and self-acceptance. Chiaro do balla, se siamo to di penate io ci me be come la lei te na na na. As as this is being channeled, I'm seeing the children of the world. Isomanayo do manalo de beneda, the children in all of us. Kosomai do benedi shamalo, lulu mineta nete kanendia shana iki. Again, just allowing that to settle in. The little inner child just showed up. The one that we forget about. But it's always with us until the day we're no longer in this body. It's longing for attention, just to be seen and heard. Just acknowledging it. So nothing I experience is caused by anything outside of me changed my life. To be able to view the world from the soul, from the true self. You know, it's showing up as Yeshua just showed up, and it's Holy Week, Holy Thursday, right? So resurrection, but the crucifixion. Forgive them, they know not what they do. He, the greatest, you know, the teaching, the graphic teaching of forgiving the unconscious. Nothing I experience was caused by anything outside of me, got out of that unconscious. Yeshua's being nailed to the cross. Forgive them, they know not what they do. He's not saying it's okay, you could do this. But he saw beyond what he saw. If they were at a higher level of consciousness, they wouldn't be crucifying him. We wouldn't still be killing each other. So another axiom that I will share, this is the first 3 chapters. It's very rich in the way of mastery. And the second one is, I need do nothing, which was also another hard one. I'm triggered by something, by someone, I read something, whatever it is. I want to immediately react from a place of annoyance, you know, it was uncomfortable. How could they? But I need do nothing allowed me again to be in that sacred pause to really do the self-inquiry of like, well, how do I want to engage again, if at all? And not come from a place of, you know, the lower level of consciousness of just seeing, you know, from an anger view. I mean, notice I'm at the time when I was going through this and working through the kinks, and I still am, but the kinks don't last long anymore. I'm doing it with a smile. It's, you know, it might not be fun then, but boy, does it pay off. So I need do nothing. We need do nothing. Like let's have a dialogue that's, you know, that's rich, and that might be uncomfortable. And the last one is, which I feel really helps now in the tragedy, that in any tragedy that's going on. And it's all events are neutral. Again, these are all tough ones for some people to maybe understand, and that's okay. Or how can, you know, war be a neutral event? Using children be a neutral event, you know? But it's another, it's a practice, and again, it's become a way of life for me to be able to view in a much broader perspective and a deeper understanding of why this is going on, and really choosing how to, again, to engage in it. Do you want to protest in the streets? Okay, that's your choice. And coming from a level of consciousness. Do you want to sit in meditation and send everyone blessings? That's an option too. But what I'm hearing as I pause for this moment, it's like what is going to support you individually and nourish you to love yourself completely and unconditionally, and at the same time, how you could weave that in to support the collective and the humanity of the acts that are still going on. So when there's something triggering you, the practices that are no longer practices for me, but more of a way of life, is nothing I experience is caused by anything outside of me. It's a real great wake-up call. It shakes you up to wake you up. I need you nothing. And all events are neutral. I weave them in throughout my day, every day. It's not that I think about it, it's just an automatic. It's an automatic. So these are tools that you could use. You could bring in, even if you choose one. I need do nothing is a really good one to start with. I'm going to call him right now and tell him, well, no, and maybe I need do nothing. And let me sit with this. God, this keeps irritating me. How come? Let me be with that. Let me be with that. It helps you settle in a bit. You know? It helps you settle in. And have a clearer thought, if you will. So it brings clarity of mind. And also an inquiry of, you know, what's my purpose to engage? I mean, I've asked that a number of times, and sometimes it's like, You know what? I don't need to engage at all. I choose just to step back and be at peace with my decision. So it is showing a bit is to look at fear, how it permeates. I'm very familiar with fear. It started in the womb for me. Fear. Trauma at birth. Is mama going to live? Is baby going to live? Are they both going to die? You know. So fear has been deeply embedded in my cells. So I know it really well. And now if you turn on the news or read the newspaper, or they have a buffet of fear. They're just feeding you. So to really support whoever's watching this now or later in humanity is provide and offer a transmission around fear. To support the release of it. To actually, this is interesting, it's just showing up. It's actually to support, to break the addiction. Interesting. Of fear and drama. I feel there is like a level of addiction. So allowing yourself to prepare to receive this transmission. So as you prepare to receive this transmission, I invite you to feel the body fully. Noticing its movement as you breathe in and out. The beating of the heart, the physical heart. And allowing the mind to just bring its attention to the breath. Really love connecting to the breath. In the times of Yeshua, when they spoke of breath, they spoke of spirit. Breathing in spirit. And as you settle in to receive, preparing to receive, I also invite you to connect with your soul. Wherever you may be that. A line, it's like an immediate line. I say that in my soul. Because they're using your body, it's using your body to evolve during this time. And I also invite you, as you're preparing to receive this transmission, is to put a smile on your face. It could be a different way of being with fear, looking at fear and releasing it, creating it. Kosomati to. That was a wake up. Tomati ma. Tokamati. This is to help ground you, ground the form. Ikakmito. Miata to ma I ata lika. It's very direct, isn't it? Kotomati sto. Fear controls. And this is sharing to break away from that control. Godma. Gita matoshtama. This is warrior light. Meta ishnotika me. Katapiano litika. Empowered. Live. Vibrant. Kusomai kono to shumario to vayo piano to kadatai titia. Okomai tishimere da kamiata papo isto miata teneme. Patishta miata. Miata toime. Just notice how that is feeling within your form. You feel more alive, more awake, more invigorated. You know, I see this incredible sword, and I'm using it too. So when you feel fear, when fear arises, become the master observer of your life, and invite the sacred pause, which breaks away from the habit, the identification, the pull, the drama. The sacred pause allows you to do something different. If you're sitting down, stand up. If you're inside, go outside. Break the cycle. Shake your body. Give a rebel yell. No, this is about empowerment. Breaking away from the old paradigm that's like so antiquated. This is straight into the solar plexus. Quiera tapapa ito to shamana o de pay and a papa to show para the papa and a hotel shamararia, the doja maravilla, shamararia, the second is sheep. Notice if your posture has changed. What I'm hearing is getting mad enough to actually shift something in you and no longer be fearful. Encourage. Kotopana to Shanoma. Nikotopana to Shonoma. Kotopana to Shoma. The Kotina Saratana to Shanai. Kotopana to Shanana. Ikotapa. This is honoring your existence, your presence, your incredible courage, your willingness. This is uplifting. Oh, yeah. I, the sacred pauses are really purposeful. The quiet, the stillness in between. There's a lot of activity in that pause, a lot of possibility, vast emptiness. I truly call it sacred, a sacred pause, because I feel like that is a sacred space for us. There's a book by John O'Donoghue, Blessing the Space Between Us. Sacred pause and quiet. It's really inner blessing.
Joanne, can you move your computer around a little bit? Like whatever it is that you're doing with your hands had an effect on the audio.
Okay. I do. I'm Italian, and I tend to move my hands.
There we go. Then now suddenly it's gotten better.
Okay. So, what is showing in Omar or Kathy? I'm not paying attention to time or what's cooking here. I'm just sharing what's showing itself. But what is showing is to extend a blessing to everyone.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, we have about 15 minutes.
Okay.
So, and we do have we have more fantastic comments than we have questions. So you certainly have time to do a blessing. And thank you. The energy is wonderful. Wonderful.
So perhaps I'll share what people are sharing, and maybe the conclusion could be the blessing. I don't, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is, Anders has been saying great stuff. The matrix habits are enormously deep, and think of ordinary people, how difficult it must be to break out of those conditioned and inherited habits. And that's why we're doing this event, is that even those people that have been doing the work are being activated right now. So just imagine the people that haven't done the work, what they're going through. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, it is deep rooted, without a doubt. So today, offering some suggestions to bring into their awareness that could help. And this is a piece that people get overwhelmed, like, oh my God, I'm so deep in it. But Pema Chodron says, where do I begin? You begin exactly where you are.
Right.
you know, how many teachings are there out there? It's like, you know, the present moment. It's like, that's the only time we have. That's it. Now, you know? So I share with people, if they feel overwhelmed in the you know, the deep-seatedness of their fear or beliefs or whatever it might be, and you know, they're looking at the top of the mountain and saying, how am I going to get there? I'm just like, bring yourself to the first step. And what a beautiful place to begin. And then all of a sudden the overwhelm goes, oh,
Right.
There's like the word safety is showing itself. Like there's this piece of like, oh, okay, it's safe to just start here. I don't know the not knowing. We don't like not knowing.
Right.
And you know, when you know, the awakeness is starting to happen when you're okay with not knowing. Because I'm like, you know what? I don't know. I don't know. And I'm so at ease with that. Especially when people are like, what is Jemiah saying? And I'm like, I don't know.
I don't know. I just feel the energy.
How do you feel? Then that's what I know. You know?
Oh. So Anders also earlier said, now a thought came to me, taking so much responsibility that it includes all of reality. That's oneness. And then the responsibility is transcended, for one then is the totality.
Yeah, I saw that comment earlier and I resonated with that a lot. I was like,
yeah,
wow, what a profound thought that is, Anders. It was just incredible. Love to hear Joanne's on this.
Could you read it again? Because to me, it was a mouthful based on where I am right now.
Okay, it says, now a thought came to me.
Okay.
Taking so much responsibility, when you say everything is from me, taking so much responsibility that it includes all of reality.
Okay.
That's oneness. And then the responsibility is transcended, for one then is the totality. Totality.
Yeah.
That's big.
Yes. It's a big, I'm going to say kerplunk, and interesting how it's a he.
I don't know.
But how it was expressed. I tend to look at things with simplicity, but it's profound, you know. So I'm with it as taking full responsibility for myself, you know, and how I'm seeing it visually of what he just said. It's like there's a depth and a breadth to it.
I see.
If that makes sense. I don't, you know, a depth and a breadth where it's here within me, but it extends out to
the
oneness, to all.
Mm-hmm.
To all.
And Omar wrote, doing nothing is going into the zero dimension from which you can remanifest yourself in a different thought form.
Yeah.
In that pause. Okay, Omar, you want to say?
Well, I love the pause, and we don't like to pause. We like to, what's next? And I feel there truly is a beauty, because it does allow, I'm going to use the bird's eye view, the true self view, the broader view, to begin to start understanding, and then it becomes just natural. You know, it's like you get up and you brush your teeth in the morning. You know, it's always like, whoa, and you see beyond what you see. And I'm only seeing still so far, and I want to go further.
Perfect. That's what Joan and I were talking about earlier, about your higher dimensional self. When you integrate with it and you get that view, you react totally different.
Yes.
Okay. And then Anders also wrote, I need do nothing. As Joanne said, that sometimes might be a correct approach. I love that. and to learn when to take action and when to do nothing.
Yeah. It's an eye opener.
Yep.
It wakes you up. It's to me, it's like part of the awakening formula. You know, it all of this again, it's on the human level in order for us to be
Right.
to realize once it's embodied and it clicks in, it's there.
Omar, did you have something too? Because I could keep going. Anders has so many good ones. Omar, do you have something you'd like to add?
Yeah, I've thinking more on the line of intuition, to where there's a time to do something and when there's a time to do nothing. So what I meant by saying that you go into the zero state, into the zero dimension, and remanifest yourself in a different thought form, is that when you realize and understand the triggers internally and you understand that trigger, so when that trigger is applied, you go into that zero dimension, you center yourself, you magnetize yourself to your center and go into that zero state. And from that zero state, everything is manifested from that. So in that, you can transform your thought. You can come back with a different thought form. Instead of saying, F you, then you can come back and you can, interpret it in a fashion as to why I would say that to myself. And, when I say that, I mean like the other person saying that, because every person is a projection of yourself. So why are they saying this to you, and why is that triggering you? And going into that zero state will allow you to decipher what's going on so that you can come back and respond or not respond and just simply carry on with your way.
Yeah. In that example, of somebody saying, if you, a kind of thing, I immediately, I send them blessings because they're disturbed. There's a disturbance in them. There's an anger. There's a fear. There's probably abuse. There's who knows what the life is like. And I send them love and blessings because I'm like, oh, they're in such pain. They're in such pain. And it's, just drive down the road.
Usually
drive down I-25. And
usually
people are
okay. I say okay, and then I just move on because
yes.
I don't want to instill any more energy into something that's already vibrating at a lower emotion. And because I'm vibrating at a higher emotional level, I don't want to insert that energy and give that any energy for it to grow. So I always say okay, and then I move on. I have no input.
This is our opportunity to send love and blessings.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And that's how the transformation begins to happen. The old paradigm was like, if you or whatever the reaction was, and it's like, we keep perpetuating the same. So that's the cog just went. Eek! It moved a little more.
Because it's not our story. I'm sorry, Omar. It's that it's not our story. And we have to learn to let go of that which is not our story, so that they can have their own experience. Like I used to take on everyone's stories as if they were mine. And that gradual process of letting them be free to live their destiny as we live ours. And then you're right about the vibrational frequency as well.
And what you're saying, Joe, I mean, that behavior is like we become the victim too by taking on their crap.
Right.
Excuse my language here, but yeah, we took it on. We're in the victim. So that's where, again, the self-healing comes in. The complete and unconditional love and self-acceptance starts actually shifting and again taking hold. You're laughing.
I'm laughing because it's like being in a viper's nest. The moment we start to learn these skills, okay, that's when we're going to go out in the world and we get these tests. It's invariable. It always happens to get these tests to see if you've really learned how to hold your higher consciousness, your master consciousness in public now, or it's like spirit knows the right person. If you're going to lose it, they even no matter how enlightened you are. I have one person in my life.
Well, Ram Dass says, if you think you're enlightened, where do you go?
Go to see your family.
Go visit your family. and then you'll see.
Reality.
That's the test.
Yeah,
it reminds me of like the Monday morning blues. You know how everybody, when they go to work on a Monday morning and either they're going to their construction sites or offices or wherever it might be, they're going there with the idea inserted in their head that they hate Mondays and today's going to be a bad day. I just don't like going to work on Mondays. And when you get to work, it seems like that energy, becomes magnetized to everyone, and everyone seems to start behaving in that same way and feeding off of each other. And when someone comes into the room that says, I love Mondays, today's going to be a great day, this is beautiful. And with that love energy, it suddenly envelops all of their energies and they begin to change their frame of mind. It's like, okay, well, today might be a good day. Okay, and then they begin to change their thought form. And, this whole concept, that's what it's reminded me of, is that the Monday morning blues is where we can insert our love energy into a negative environment and change it so that it becomes the love harmony instead of what it's vibrating at.
I agree.
Perfect. I wanted to add, I don't know how to do this, but I wanted to add the end screen. I had created a slide. So at the whenever we're ready, should I just put it up and show you what I'm talking about?
Sure.
Okay. That's what I'm doing. So that's what I was trying to do.
Well, how nice. Thank you, Kathy.
You're welcome. So I was trying to show everybody how they find you and about Shemaya. And
yes, and it's just, there you go. I was going to say it's JoannePalladino.com, and there you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
So, but you also do free activations. So definitely want people to take advantage of this. I know the audio wasn't perfect the whole time, but there's lots of recordings on Joanne's website, and there's other interviews I've done with her. And please do yourself a favor and enjoy and benefit from Joanne and Shemaya and the beings of light. I love them. I love everything, Joan, so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So do we have a time for a closing blessing or no? And that's fine. It's all good.
The quick blessing.
Okay.
No, we have time. We started a little bit late with Joanne, so we have time.
Okay.
So the
voice of God just told us.
Do you hear?
Yeah.
I heard him.
Yeah, he's got a different accent.
Sounds just like my intuition. Wait.
Oh my God, we're getting giddy, I think. Okay.
And we could still be giddy during the blessing, We don't have to get serious. Kotomena eotomena amai toshime autopananita kopasiene. Karatoshuma alai to paradinu to somenidi. Biara to kopatalata kase paratishto no obabai to bemetishten me. Akatoro oyi pinetishno no. Karalala amoye peretin asha alala Allah 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 Allah. And so it is. And so it is. And so it is. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you. So everyone, please go to JoannePalladino.com. Is there any other place that you'd like them to
That's
connect you on Facebook?
A beautiful place. My email is Joanne@JoannePalladino.com. So that's close to Joanne Palladino. So Joanne at JoannePalladino.com. or my website, and they could send a message that way. And the complimentary, intro call, you could just book online too through my website if you want to chat, and how we can, instead of work together, we play together.
Perfect. Perfect. I can't recommend it enough. I think you will be surprised at how deep this work is.
I'm grateful. Much love.
Me too.
Until next time.
Yeah.
Namaste.
Again, there will be. Thank you, dear.
Namaste.
Thank you, Joan.
Bye. Bye. Thank you, Omar.
Wow.
Ooh, wow. That was amazing. I love her.
Wow, it's right. I love how we're going from like the pragmatic to the like how to anchor these philosophies, these practices into real life. Up there's Leanne. But that's the important part. That's where we get tested. That's our grand initiation, and that's where we really get to see if we're learning. So just leave the house every day.
What?
Just leave your house every day and you'll get tested.
Yes. Well, what that energy that she brings in, seriously, when I first met her, her husband brought her to my office. I used to have a 3-room office, and we were in the conference room, and she was having trouble with the beautiful energies that were too much, and she was weeping. And I've just watched her grow and grow and grow to be able to hold these incredible energies, and they're very Christ-like. I mean, it's so palpable when you're in her presence. It's like amazing, and kind, but just like any truth, it's to the point. It's not flowery. There's no extra. It's truth. Right?
Yeah, because it goes
Yeah.
right through you. Mm-hmm. And I hear God in the background.
I decided to keep myself off the screen because I'm just love seeing this this divine feminine on my screen here, and I'm sure everyone else is as well. And this is beautiful. I just love seeing this this beautiful energy, this feminine divineness on the screen, and sharing so much knowledge and love, and this motherly and grandmotherly love, and it's amazing. Where'd she go? As soon as I said grandmother, she bailed.
Well, maybe her internet. Leanne, are those birdies girls or boys?
I was thinking that too.
Most of my pets have turned out to be girls. This one we thought for sure was a boy because she's so direct with her truth. But it turned out that she's a girl. But so yes.
And direct with her truth. Beautiful.
Wonderful. So I don't know who's up for the break. Who wants to?
Let's get our shaman to lead us.
Okay. I'll take a little break. Thank you all so much. This is just wonderful, and thank you all for being here.
You are doing such a great job, Kathy.
Yeah, she's amazing, isn't she? Love her.
These are not events; these are marathons
Yes,
for you
they
guys.
are.
You know,
No, go ahead, Dr. Joan.
No, this is a marathon, but yet, I think with information like this, the deeper you go, the deeper it gets, All right. Are we going to hear from our shaman here?
Yeah, our
Joan
shaman's going to lead us on a meditation for about 10 minutes, and then we will bring our next guests on. Adam Monash and Cynthia Farley from Codium's Master. It's going to
All
be
right.
very amazing. I had a great opportunity to speak with them yesterday, and I loved it. And I'm just really looking forward to this coming session, and really raised my awareness yesterday, the few minutes that I was there, and just like, wow. So I wonder what this next hour is going to have in hold. I'm ready. So we're going to get our shaman to get us ready.
All right, before Stone takes over, I have a question, Leanne. So do the birds channel information and wisdom for us at any point? Do they speak?
You know,
No.
it's funny that you say that. The oldest gray that I have, Diva, she's in the other room. She sometimes starts saying stuff that's kind of random, and I listen.
Interesting. It was just curiosity if some of the light language might perk them up.
Well, it actually does. And I didn't know that I was speaking light language until somebody actually saw and heard me speaking to my birds in tones and sounds. And it's just something that I do with them. And they told me that was light language. It was Reuben Langdon, actually.
I love it. Love it. All right. See you later.
Okay, then. All right. Shake it off, everybody. Shake it off. We've had so many vibrations today. It's been fantastic. Lots of room for growth here. So when I go into meditations, I have a regular one that I do because of where I'm located. When the sun comes up, I've been a sun gazer for years, and so I breathe in all the oxygen around me because it's clear, it's communication, it's frequency. And then the sun comes in, I let the warmth of the sun rays touch my face and touch my skin, and I'm like bathing in it. So if you can imagine yourself standing there, as you can see the sun rays are pouring in. I've had to close the curtains because it just blind me otherwise. So the sun rays coming in, and it just warms your entire skin. Your whole body is feeding off that energy of that warmth, that frequency that's coming in. And then I'll position myself into an area where the sun is now straight onto my top crown. And then I feel it coming down. And as it comes down, I'll position myself slightly forward a bit more. So the sun is now pouring its rays into my third eye area. This is when I now feel like I have this beautiful veil of sun energy coming straight in. Its white light, its orange light, it's all these different energy frequencies coming in, and they come in and they clear everything inside. I've got my eyes closed. Everything inside is now cellular. I'm inside this fantastic light energy cellular body. Then I take this light energy all the way through me, all the way down to my feet. I can stand on the earth and I can ground myself, or I can stand in the river down the way and have this sun energy light. And I'll take it all day. The best time the sun goes is in the morning or in the evening, but I will enjoy the rays coming in, the information all day long. And then I will transmute it. I will know that every part of my internal, all my organs are taking in this frequency and dumping out the rubbish. It's clearing and cleansing as I stand there and allow this light energy to flow through me. You don't actually need to be standing in the sun now because you've taken in the information. You are aware of the information. You are imprinted. So now this information is flowing through you. Anything that's not meant to be there can be healed. You can regenerate every part of yourself. You can regenerate your hair, your eyes, your senses, the different layers to the journeys that you've been on, the different dimensions that you enter in, you interact with, all the different beings that come into your fray. Communicating with the trees before you realize that you're actually having conversations with them. You can hear them as they sway, and you feel that energy inside you. You become that tree. You're standing on the space that the roots are underneath the ground, and they're communicating with all the other underground life around you. And this is coming up through the grounding, and it's coming up through you. So you're not just getting the top side of the communication of the information coming down the antennas and being filtered out. You're also getting the filtered coming up from the ground and coming into you, into your vessel. So you have this whole channel of opening up to clear any negativity that was there. You are now able to have the ability to transmute all negative energies coming your way. As you stand there in your higher self, you are your higher light body being. You are that crystal being, that energy, that pure light, loving energy inside you. You are not alone. Everything around you is this energy. As that energy comes in, you now know that you can communicate with yourself. You can protect yourself. You give yourself that gratitude. You give yourself those praises. You give yourself that love, that encouragement. You can do it. You are doing it. You have been doing it. You are the doing. You are now in another frequency. We are moving ourselves to a higher frequency to cope with our energies, because we are vamping up. What used to take 3 years or 30 years has now come down to seconds. You're able to analyze all that trauma. That trauma is no longer a trauma. You're able to turn that into a positive energy. You do not need to, this is where I'm coming from, you do not need to forgive. You do not need to forget. You can simply disconnect and move on. You have forgiven yourself. You have allowed yourself that grievance. You have forgiven your inner self for not seeing it sooner, whatever reasons come to mind. But you have forgiven yourself. You are that energy, that light energy. So when a problem arises, it's you can turn the other cheek, because you can hear it. You can understand where it's coming from. You were there not so long ago. Now you can hear it in the frequencies. So shake it off. Shake it off. Allow yourself to ground. Allow yourself to shake off these negative energies. That's all around us. The water will transmute the negative into positive. All that energy that it flows through, the information from the heavens coming down, the information that we are reinforcing out there, growing out there, blooming, blossoming into what we've always been. Now we're able to come stand in that symbiotic relationship and say thank you to yourself for having that journey. Do not forget to say thank you to yourself. Appreciate the food that you're going to put in yourself. Appreciate that liquid that you're going to put into yourself. This is pure information. You can transmute anything that you put into your system. You are now a living light entity being. You are finding that you are able to communicate with more than just the plants and the animals and the insects. You're communicating with the ether. Stand in front of a fire. Have your flame nearby. Just take it in just a little bit. You only need a little bit of this flame light energy to be able to feed your cellular melanin. I'm not talking about the melanin that turns your skin a different color. I'm talking about the melanin that feeds your brain, that clears up the pineal glands, that cleans up the crystal mind, so that you can flow even further and learn even more. Uncover what you're already carrying. Step back into yourself. No longer do you have to stay imprisoned in somebody else's limitations or chains. This is now your time to shine. Of course, keep yourself safe as we always do, but refresh yourself, shake it off. Allow yourself to make mistakes. Allow yourself to listen to what you say, so that you know that when you're having these communications with others around them, you are using your truth energy. You can see it when somebody else is not truthful to you, because it's frequency. You're now realizing you are using your real eyes. You're using your real senses. You can see further. You can hear further. You can feel the frequencies. You're now analyzing these frequencies as they're coming in. You are reading the frequencies. You are transmitting and mimicking these frequencies. We mimic everything from when we first come in. We mimic when you go into relationships. There's all these different programs out there that you have now been able to recognize and break. You can identify and move forward. You only need to take what's going to enhance you to be the light higher self entity that you already are. So with that, I like to give cleansing. Take a breath, hold it in, let out all those toxic negative energies. Feel it from your fingertips to your toes. Feel that light energy cleansing every part of you as it flows down. It feeds and enhances all your cellular life form. We have so many different rhythms within us, so many different chakras. We're clearing out all the different dimensions that we're in. This is not just happening here. This is happening on a multi-dimensional level. I guess that's my time. So everybody, be well. Allow yourself to make mistakes and be grateful to yourself. Say thank you to yourself. Give yourself that encouragement. Stand in your truth and you will find your strength in your mana, being there and not letting anybody to tell you that you weren't truthful. You are truthful to yourself. You are truthful in moving to the next level of this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stone. That was great. I really liked that. It was a nice clearing, and I appreciate it. Thank you, sister. I will talk to you soon. And it's time to bring our next guests on, guys. And as I was saying, I had a great opportunity to speak with Adam and Cynthia yesterday, and I got an upload, and I really resonated with what they were saying. So I'm not going to waste any more time. I'm going to quickly read their bio, and then we will bring them onto our screen. So let's start with Cynthia Farley. Cynthia Farley is owner director of Beyond Words Mystery School and Seven Hearts Mountain Campus and Retreat Center. Cynthia has been a collaborator, practitioner, and process developer with EEC from its formal inception more than 10 years ago, and her 30 plus years in the energy conscious field, including certifications in yoga, Reiki, magnified healing, energy clearings, theta processes, and more. Condiums have proven to be, when used extremely fast, felt clear, effective, and efficient frequency modifiers. Daily conscious Codiums practice is simple, quick, and sustainable. Combining EE Codiums with other health or energy practices has been shown to improve the effectiveness of those sessions. Codiums are in the BWMS toolbox because they work. And Adam Mosh is the founder of the Codiums, which he has been practicing for the last 18 years. This modality is being brought here as a language of fluid energy expressed as frequency. Adam is one of the very special facilitators present today to assist us in the movement of consciousness that creates an elevated world experience and higher thought forms. A session with Adam will create a sustainable, uplifting vibrational frequency that allows his clients to experience, feel, and completely identify with their connection to Source in all its expressions. Adam's experience and deep relationship with the Palladians and other star beings has been of great assistance in his awakening and desire to assist others in theirs. Codiums allow us to recalibrate, align to our highest consciousness, and have the tools and capacity to move even higher. That is beautiful, and can't wait for this conversation. Hello, Cynthia and Adam. Welcome back, and thank you very much for being here. I'm so looking forward to this. We were talking about Central Intelligence today, and I appreciate you raising my awareness on that, because now I'm looking at things just a tad bit differently. So thank you and welcome.
Well, thank you, Omar and Kathy. We really appreciate the opportunity to come and share our information with everyone tonight. You have anything you want to say before we get going?
Let's get rolling.
Do you want me to start the slides while you're talking?
Not at the same time. Let me say this little bit, and then you can pull the slides up, and we'll get going. Okay.
Okay. Just let me know, and I'll just. I'm out of here.
Okay. Okay. First of all, Adam's going to hold a bowl up to the camera. See the camera there? So you can hold the bowl. Yeah. Tilt it a little bit this way. So just per chance, anybody's holding on to any distractions, I need you focused. I need you here because that's one of the requirements of running the Codems. You need to be relaxed and you need to be focused. So if there's anything that's burdening you, any sorrows, angst, angers, any of that kind of stuff, just put it in this little bowl here and we will transmute it for you. So we'll give you like 15 seconds to dump all your stuff into the bowl that you do not need and that does not serve you. Okay. So just go ahead and dump away. So put it up.
Done. 2 thumbs up
Okay.
in there immediately.
Okay. All right. So then we're going to just take this here. There's a picture down in here, but goner. Okay. So first of all, I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So as you're sitting there relaxed and breathing, you want to have your water. Okay, you want to have your water and you want to have a paper and pen. Often there will be Codems that are given on, during the program that we don't have. So be prepared to write them down. So next, we agree that everything is energy. We agree that this energy is expressed in various frequencies and various vibrations. We as humans, and there are other beings on this planet too who can do it, but we as humans are frequency receivers and generators. Okay. Next, thought. We receive thoughts, okay? On this schooling planet where we are here now, we have exposure to really great thoughts and thoughts that may not be so great. But between those, we have our free will. And that's where free will needs to be applied. If you're having a thought that doesn't serve yourself or anyone else, just release it. Use your free will. So that is the getting us all on the same page or in the same paragraph and everything information. So Kathy, now if you will bring up the first slide. Okay. This is who we are. We're really evolutionary, but that's fine. Okay. Our process or technology or however you want to express it is called evolutionary energy Codems. This is a Pleiadian-derived consciousness technology that's here now called the Codems. We use self-generated energy waves, vibrations, or frequencies. Often they're alpha, numeric, symbolic, constants, variables, formulas, and others for transformation on a personal and quantum and multidimensional level. Okay, so that's the little blip for what it is. Okay, so in order to do Codems and just about any other type of energy work, you're going to need to be relaxed and you're going to need to be focused. Those are the two primary requirements. You don't really have to do anything else. You don't have to study this. You don't have to get a degree, nothing. You just have to use your free will to decide that you want to use these things. So to first expose yourself to the Codems, we say them out loud. Okay, so you just repeat them. We'll be doing these processes in a minute. Codems are usually repeated 3 times unless otherwise indicated. The vibrations, you can feel them in your body, you can perceive them in your mind, and you can notice them in the field. So unless you're hurried and under duress, so if you're in a stressful situation and you need security, you want to just run that security Codem and be done with it. But if you have the time, okay, you want to just slow down, take a breath, and between directives, which are directions, what we're instructing the energy to do, to experience the energy. So you'll notice when I give a directive, then I'll wait for a minute so that I can feel that inform my system. Let's see, what else do we need? Often including what the Codem is for. So when we run the security Codem, I'll say, I am secure. I like using the I am statement. All right, so that's what we'll be doing. So next slide, please, Kathy. Okay, so there it is. The repetition 3 times. The activate, which is the directive, which turns it on. The enhance makes it fit perfectly for you. Okay. Then you have the I am aligned to whatever it is you're doing. Then you amplify, and then you expand the energies. There are lots of other directives that you can use, and we will probably be using some of those tonight. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so here's something I want to make a comment about. Some people are auditory. They like to hear things. Some people like to see things. Some people like to feel things. So depending on how you like to process, then say while we're running a codem, since we're all, a large percentage of our bodies is water, you can close your eyes and you can watch that codem, the vibrations of the codem, hit your physical being, all of that water in your body. If you like to see things, you can look at the codem as you're saying it, or close your eyes and draw the numbers in your mind as you are saying the codems. So what else was there? There was seeing, there was feeling.
Heart chakra. It opens the heart chakra.
Well, yes, it opens the heart chakra, but I'm saying as far as people wanting to experience things.
Yes.
You got, what is that? You got your feeling, you got your seeing, and your hearing. Okay. And on the hearing, you can also just close your eyes and listen to the vibration of the codem. So there are a lot of ways to approach this. I've even had a person tell me that they could just see the codem like going across a ice pond, and each number skips along the ice differently. Okay, Kathy, here. Oh, let's just run some codems. So Adam is going to be, we'll take turns being the voice of the people, okay, which is you. And so we will start, and we'll start with the security codem, okay? That codem is 242. But now I'm going to repeat it, and then you will repeat it after me.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Okay, so for security, anytime you think you're needing a little security. 2, 4, 2,
2,
4,
4,
2,
2,
4,
4,
2.
2.
Activate. Enhance. I am secure. Amplify. Expand. Okay. So what I want to say about amplify is, in my mind, what I see is a big knob. And when I say amplify, it just gets turned up, 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 up as far as it will go. Okay. Then when I say expand, I'm thinking about expanding this energy as far as consciousness extends. And then I want to push it just a little bit more. So that's my personal thing about those two words. So the next codem is a grounding codem, and Adam will run that one, and I will be the voice of the people.
So we're going to see all the numbers, and then you'll repeat all the numbers. So
is that how you want to do it?
Yeah, that's what I get.
Okay, go ahead.
5, 4, 6.
5, 4, 6.
5, 4, 6.
5, 4, 6.
5, 4, 6.
5, 4, 6.
Activate.
Activate.
Enhance.
Enhance.
I am grounded.
I am grounded.
Amplify.
Amplify.
Expand.
Expand. Okay. Now that we've got everybody
secure and grounded,
and grounded, we're going to align to higher thought forms. Okay. So that codum, shall we run that one as a complete one?
Yes.
Okay. 2, 2, 2, 5, 6, 7.
2, 2, 2, 5, 6, 7.
2, 2, 2, 5, 6, 7.
2, 2, 2, 5, 6, 7.
2, 2, 2, 5, 6, 7.
2, 2, 2, 5, 6, 7.
2, 2, 2, 5, 6, 7.
2, 2, 2, 5, 6, 7.
2, 2, 2, 5, 6, 7.
2, 2, 2, 5, 6, 7.
Activate.
Activate.
Enhance.
Enhance.
I am aligned to higher thought forms and frequencies.
I am aligned to higher thought forms and frequencies.
Amplify.
Amplify.
Expand.
Expand.
Do you have anything you want to say before we go to the next one?
Just try to take that in, because we're building up a foundation here in our consciousness. This is what the codums do. It's very foundational, and so we're giving the basics, but like a basic foundation of the energy, and just experience it. And it gets more expansive as we go along.
Okay, the next codum is something that we can really take advantage of these days. Okay, if you're not aligned to love, then you may want to stop and do that before you communicate or have connections with any other being. Okay? So here's the codum there, you see, and I'll run that and you can repeat it. Okay. 436-994-2.
436-994-2.
436-994-2.
436-994-2.
436-994-2.
436-994-2.
Activate.
Activate.
Enhance.
Enhance.
I am aligned to love in all situations, everywhere, every when.
I'm aligned to love in all situations, everywhere, and every when.
Amplify.
Amplify.
Expand.
Expand.
Amplify.
Amplify.
Expand.
Expand.
Amplify.
Amplify.
Expand.
Expand.
All right. So is there another one? Okay. I'm going to have a sip of water. Just a minute. Okay. I suggest everyone just have a little sip. So here's a one you can run every day for sure. The one for stress-free and enjoyable experience. Okay, we'll apply that to the program tonight.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I like to dig it.
So that codem, do you want to run it?
I can't see it. So.
Oh. 3, 4, 3, dash 9, 7.
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 I think one more. 3, 4, 3, dash 9, 7.
3, 4, 3, dash 9, 7.
Activate.
Activate.
Enhance.
Enhance.
I am aligned to stress-free and enjoyable experiences.
I'm aligned to stress-free and enjoyable experiences.
Amplify.
Amplify.
Expand.
Expand. No.
Okay, well, there's a quick introduction to evolutionary energy codems. You can run them once your field is familiar with the codems. You can run them in your mind. You know, that's a great generator in your mind. So yeah, you can run them silently, and there you have it. So, is there another slide, Kathy? All right, this is one with our contact information on it. And would you want to say something about that?
Just if anyone's interested, it's a great experience to experience.
How about the Codems. Do you want to? How about the website?
The website's a great informational tool for people, and then it gets people educated on the Codems. And moving forward, we're going to start doing a channeling the Pleiadians that are actually going to start coming through, and start doing a channeling if that is okay with everyone.
Yes, I want to just add a little bit for people that are brand new to this. The Codiums came through with Adam and Cynthia from a group of 4 Pleiadians originally. And they've gotten much more powerful as time has gone on. The numbers, they may not seem like they make sense, but it is a language. It is a spell of energy. It is in a good way.
Yeah. Hey, I just never thought of it like that. But
it
yeah.
is.
We're
It is
casting
definitely.
spells. Okay.
I also want to say, I want to tell a quick story, and then I'll let you channel. Cynthia and Adam were at my office in the conference room, and they got hungry and left. And there were 3 of us still there. And we lost 2 hours of time. And I think we went somewhere and came back. So even though you may not see the power of these, they are very powerful. They are multidimensional, and they help you work through your soul mission, really, by connecting you to who you really are. So I just want everyone, because if they've never seen them before, it's very different. And the way we repeat it after you, it's very different. When you do it by yourself, you just do it. But everything is calculated to amplify and connect you to you, and then clear any obstruction to you holding more light and love. So, okay, thank you for letting me do that.
Oh, you're so welcome. Anything you want to add is just fine. And I would just like to say that you'll note that we're using numeric characters and things. And that's because they don't have any weight. Nobody has a bad childhood memory about the number 2 or 6 or whatever. Okay, it comes without any drama and trauma. They're sounds, they're frequencies, and they're really simple and easy to use and so effective. That's what I want to share with people. They are so effective. If you have any issues around your safety, just start running that security codem. It'll be over. Okay, it'll be over. So now we're gonna.
Okay. So I'll get out of the way.
Just one quick question, Adam and Cynthia. Is it normal to be suddenly filled with energy? Right? Like, I feel like I just got my second wind after doing those podiums. Like, I was sitting here, 8 hours, and I was like, oh man, we got, this is going to be great. And then suddenly, when I did the podiums with you guys, I just got up and perked up and just suddenly got a lot of energy. Is that normal? And if anybody else is experiencing that, please let us know in the comments.
Okay, normal will be what you need. Okay, so people feel more energy. Some people might feel like they're relaxed and ready to go to bed. It's all about you. Okay, you're communicating with the energy field, source, or the CI, or whatever you want. It's you and them. So, yeah, energized. Okay, pretty often I just feel like after a few, I'm like this. Oh, just really past relaxed, very. Okay, I need some grounding. I rarely run the grounding codem, but there are times when I really should. Okay, so I see Adam over here. He's writing stuff down, so I suggest you guys get your pens and paper ready. I can see him over there.
So, Omar, I have a question for you before I go into this. So a lot of what we're doing now is for Australia, correct?
Yes.
The whole zone. So yeah, So it's not what was the native what was the pronunciation? Besides Ayers Rock, what was the name of the what is the name of the that area?
Okay,
That's
Uluru. Is it
rich
Uluru?
Uluru. Yes, Uluru.
Uluru.
Uluru, the magic box.
Okay, but they have a name for that, so I'll just go into it. I just wrote it down, so it might be a little different, So I'm gonna give it over to Asan, and we'll just go from there.
That means that he's going to be channeling the Pleiadian Asan. So
Awesome, because that's what Uluru is really connected to as well, as to the Palladian. So it's supposed to be.
Good evening, everyone. This is Asan speaking to you. We've been asked to give some healing power to Uluru, but there's a name the Palladians call it. We want to just we call it the Dalmatia quantum zone of consciousness. It is something that, and that is spelled English. I mean, this is the best we can come up to it, is DALENTETIA quantum zone. And what that means, you're talking about a magic box and everything like that. We want to be clear on this. The energy that comes through this, we call it a zone, a quantum zone, can be amplified and healing for everywhere on the multiversal scale. It's like I said, we were talking to Omar yesterday. This is not just about here on Earth, it's about the multiverse. And so we are all connected. And we all need to be, as they say, we need to be, we're moving into another time. And so let me explain a couple things for our audience here. We ended at 25,348 year cycle back in the end of March on your Earth calendar. And right now we're in a transitionary period between now and May 1st. And it's 1:38 p.m. Mountain Standard Time that the new 25,000 year cycle is going to start. And so energies all around, portals and energies and zones of consciousness are coming to us all. And it's how we become in this new period of time, which was accessed and given to us by Source or CI or whatever you want to call it. We call it CI, Central Intelligence. And we just want to be clear here that Source is just not one being. CI is a period of millions of different species and beings in high dimensional forms that have made us all this possible for us to enjoy and partake in. And I know the energies have been kind of rough lately, but that's what happens in change. It's how you change yourself to calibrate to the new energies. And I think it would be very important to create a codium for the new energies coming up. We've created, energies before. We've created codiums around this, but this codium is just for this group, and it can be given to others as well because it's coming to us right now on this day at this time. So the codum is very specific. It will allow you to start aligning. It's like if there's like a energy coming through, and people say, well, it could have been a solar flare, it could have been this, or could have been that. We don't want those. What's the word I'm looking for? It disturbs stuff. So but it's incongruent energy.
Distractions, maybe.
But when energy's coming through, we want it to not have any influence on the being. Does that make sense? So
you mean have it like filter through where it has no impact?
No impact, correct. And so you're aligning. So when you're aligning yourself to this new time, you're not being distracted by other energies that are really not even for you. So this next codum will allow that energy to pass through and allow you to feel more strong, and
you won't be impacted by all the distractions.
There you go.
Okay.
So the numbers are 629338. Again,
how many times?
We're getting there. 2 times. What do you get on that?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, so on this codum, it is a codum for the times that we are in. And what would you call this? We don't know.
The deflector. The deflector codum.
But also allows you to align to your beingness as well.
Okay, so deflection and reception. I don't know.
Okay.
We can think about it later. That'll work we'll just call it the deflection and reception codum. Deflects what you don't need and allows what you do need to enter into your field, right?
Correct.
Okay, we'll come with a new name later. Okay.
Okay, let's, once you run this.
And reception. Okay. 6, 2, 9, 3, 3, 8.
6, 2, 9, 3, 3, 8.
6, 2, 9, 3, 3, 8.
6, 2, 9, 3, 3, 8.
Activate.
Activate.
Enhance.
Enhance. Tough.
No. I'm coming. I am aligned to.
I am aligned to.
The deflection and reception.
The deflection and the reception.
Of appropriate energies.
Of appropriate energies.
Amplify.
Amplify.
Expand.
Expand.
Why are you looking at me?
I'm not looking at you. I kind of am looking at you. Just this is aha, kind of looking at you.
Well, if it's aha, I'm good. Okay.
So, in our journey of consciousness, we want to be true to ourselves and true to the beingness of who we are. And so the next period of time that is coming up, we need to be ready as a sovereign collective to be in line with what we want. So it's very important as a sovereign being. That's what this whole next cycle is about. It's all about sovereign community, meaning you. And then once you accept you fully, then you can be a part of a community. It's accepting your purpose and your place and your soul mission here on this world. And whatever that is, it's your guidance. It's you. And there's no judgment. There's nothing on that. It is just you doing what you're doing. And that's the beautiful thing about this whole time that we're in. And so the time between now and May 1st is a great time to be clear on what you want and to express what you want. And because you came here for a certain type of energy, a certain type of field, a certain type of manifestation. And this manifestation is going to be you. You are that manifestation. So the perfect you, the conscious you, the you that you love unconditionally, let's wrap that up into a codum so you can feel all those energies and allow yourself to be that. It's 447931 to the 4th power, said 4 times. 931 to the fourth power.
Okay, and how many times?
4 times.
4x.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before we do this coding, let's bring in our energies and let's just be there for ourselves. And let's do a minute of bringing down the CI Pleiadian. How about if we just bring down this wonderful energy that wants to come into just not Terra, but also to many other worlds in many other places, intergalactic, inter-universal, interdimensional. Just feel this. So what we're going to do is just put out our hands and we're going to feel our love and feel our energy, but it's our love and our energy. It'll be no one else. It's how we feel. All right, let's do it. 3, 2, 1, activate.
3, 2, 1, activate. I got a song. It's like, getting to know you, getting to know all about you. That's what just passed through my brain.
Now let's run the codem and see how that updates your love and your centeredness and just your compassion for yourself in this ever-changing time that we're in.
Oh, you want me to run the codem, do you? Okay. This I call the access the fullness of you. Does that work for you?
Works fine for us.
Okay. 4, 4, 7, 9, 3, 1 to the fourth power.
4, 4, 7, 9, 3, 1 to the fourth power.
4, 4, 7, 9, 3, 1 to the fourth power.
4, 4, 7, 9, 3, 1 to the fourth power.
4, 4, 7, 9, 3, 1 to the fourth power.
4, 4, 7, 9, 3, 1 to the fourth power.
4, 4, 7, 9, 3, 1 to the fourth power.
4, 4, 7, 9, 3, 1 to the fourth power.
Activate.
Activate. Cool.
Enhance.
Enhance.
I am aligned to the fullness of me.
I am aligned to the fullness of me.
Amplify.
Amplify.
Expand.
Expand.
Fly.
Fly, baby, fly. Take some more. Too much more.
Yes, good. That's a good one.
So with that codon being said, I'm going to give you over to the vegans and give you to my counterpart Ankh. We're part of this Palladian Vegan Arcturian Alliance, which is bringing in new energies and help in assisting not only humanity but the multiverse to uplift and be something different than we are now. And that's going to happen. That's all we can say. I mean, because that's where we're moving. Conscious shifts and conscious changes within us, down below the cellular level. It's just in the energy, the photons, the protons, all of that is going to make us aligned to the CI, which is going to allow us to be a lot different than we are right now. And so I'm going to give you off to Ankh, and we can have a little conversation. Good evening. This is Ankh. Part of this collective. I'm a vegan. I really appreciate Adam Moses Monash. He's really been a great vessel for all of us, and he's really helping humanity. And we're very, what's the word we're looking for? It starts with the G,
Grateful.
Grateful to have him do what he does. So with that being said, what Hassan was saying, the newness of this whole time, we do not want to be in fear of this. There is no fear around this time. And to be in physicality, it is very important not to be in any fear, because fear leads you down a path that doesn't lead to, is the word abundance?
Or anything else.
So it's very important now to feel that it's okay to allow these emotions. I mean, that's what the first codon was, not to be distracted or to deflect the outside looking in. You want to be looking inside. And once you're inside, your emanation will just come out. And that's the perfection of you. That is the light body that you are. That is who stands with you. And every single being has a guidance system. And everyone will come into that in their own good time. But it's important to know that you are here for an experience, and everyone's experience varies. But know this is your experience. And as we move towards, in what you call time, linear time, as we go further into this time, a lot of things are going to shift and a lot of things are going to be created. And so in these shifts, the creation is the most beautiful thing, because if you're not in fear, you're able to process at a different level and be very creative to come up with creative solutions to things that probably have not even been invented or created yet or even thought of. The thinking processes are going to be different after the 1st of May, because you're going to be having these wonderful downloads. You're going to be able to create many different facets of your new societies. And when we say societies, it's not going to be one society and this society. All the societies are going to be connected, yet you're going to be living in a community-based environment. And that is the whole goal of CI. And it's going to take, when you contribute this to linear time, it's when you are ready for it as a collective for these changes. So as more of you change and get the interest in the understanding coming to you, you'll be able to communicate that energy, which will transform others into the same line of thinking and thought. And it all comes with love and abundance and understanding. So with that all being said, which was a lot of language, let's just give you a vegan codon, which is alphanumeric, to create the new, and everyone that runs this codium is going to feel it differently, because it's based upon where you are at in your life. It's not going to push you up or back. It's going to just allow you to do what you want to do with it. It's going to allow the energies to come through if you allow them to. If you don't allow them to, that is free will, free choice. But it is a key to get you into where you want to be. It's A6 and 3. Said 4 times.
Hmm?
A stands for alpha.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
No.
Okay.
It's all about the frequency and vibration. So
all
that's
right.
enough.
So what would you call that? We don't have words for it. It's this. Can we give you some energy? The vegans?
Certainly. Well, I'm not exactly sure what to call this because this is doing a lot.
But it's basically this. It's a singularity. It's not. It is not a because it's all about free will and free choice. So if they don't allow it, it's not going to occur.
I got that, but I can't put that as the title. We'll just come back to it. How's that? We'll name it later. This is one where people are moved to a point of expansion, and then the direction that they go is up to them. Is that good enough?
Yeah, they're pointed to their expansion and where they want to go. And the thing is, the key thing in this codum, if you release the fear around any variable, it will release that. But then you need to feel something, you need to feel abundance in there. Does that make sense?
It does. But should this be 2 codums? Or that one codum is doing both those things?
Doing both those things, correct.
Okay. All right. So you're getting a release. And
addition. If you choose.
How about release and direction?
Direction.
Okay. We'll just go with that.
So it's just once you run it first to see how that feels. We're going to let Cynthia run this, and then she will get back to us on what she feels, and then we'll process and see if this crowd is ready for this.
Well, I think did we give it to him already?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're having all this chatter. Sorry. That's how we talk about codum sometimes. So what we're thinking is that the energy behind this particular codum is going to be to release all that stuff, all the fears, maybe it's one that will inspire people to turn off the TVs and radios and go outside. All right. So it releases a bunch of unuseful energies, and it leaves you at a point where you can choose the direction to which you want to go.
Correct.
How's that?
That's 100% correct.
Okay. All right. That's what we're going to call it. I'm released and redirected. Okay. So the codum itself is A6N3. Okay. Repeat it 4 times. Shall I? You want to run it? What?
Well, we'll run this. I'll run it.
We'll run it.
And we're just add 2 to the add
what?
3 2 and
what?
3 and 3 2. Sorry, just add 2. Put a 2 at the bottom. Yeah.
So that's going to be A6N3 2 4 times.
Yes.
Okay, there it is. A
6
N
3
2
A 6 N 3 2 A 6 N 3 2 A 6 N 3 2 activate.
Activate.
Enhance.
Enhance. I am aligned to release and redirect as needed.
I am aligned to release and redirect as needed. Amplify.
Amplify.
Expand.
Expand.
No tie.
No tie.
And this is Kodam can be directed, was it Uluru in Australia?
Uluru.
Uluru. This can be directed at that location for higher thought forms and frequencies that will spread through the multiverse. Just tell them that to Omar.
Or anyone else.
Anyone else.
Or anywhere else.
Anywhere else.
Anywhen else.
Yeah. So that's, I mean, we would ask Kathy, did any questions, thoughts, or feelings that want to be expressed now? This is a good time to do it.
Anders said, that was interesting. Adam started channeling immediately. Many other channelers going into some trance-like state for some time before starting channeling.
I think you should explain that it's not exactly channeling. You're just using that.
Well, the thing is, it's not. This is Adam. Okay, it's not. I mean, bottom line for everyone, it's like when I channel, I just pivot something in my brain, and the energy comes through. And so it all happened when I was 18 months old. I had a near-death experience. Allowed me to use this part of my brain that the Palladians and other ETs find very curious about. So it's very easy for me to communicate to them and talk to them. It's just a different part of my brain that I use to create the frequencies that they go through. They go through me, but it's not exactly channeling. It's more like being with them in real time. It's not like they're here. I mean, they're not. Yes. So hopefully that answers the question.
Okay. The next question was, is consciousness technology independent of material technologies? My guess is that it is, that consciousness is the foundation, and actually the material is only a surface reality.
Well, I would say that in one sense, your consciousness technologies are going to be independent of your material technologies, but there's no reason whatsoever that you cannot lay consciousness on top of any technology. So that's going to be my response to that. Material, well, in a way, surface reality, but it too, material responds to consciousness. Okay, so these things are not, I'm going to back off saying that they're even independent. I'm just saying it's about your own consciousness, how they're going to manifest and how you are able to use them.
Okay.
That's very, very interesting because I've always seen AI as a form of consciousness, right? It is an intelligence, but it is, again, a form of consciousness that's manifested onto this planet and it's expanding itself. So that's what I have to say on that one.
All right.
Okay. So anybody else have
any questions or feedback?
Well, are we going to get to talk to the Arcturians? That's my question.
Oh, look at you.
Sure.
My people.
She's going to shout out to her people.
Yeah, sure. I'll just make Kathy anything for you. So let me just So okay, here it goes.
Is that the tea guy?
Good evening. My name is Ty.
Wait a minute. Let me just say something about Ty for everyone. Ty and I, we are just right on the same page. But some people might find him abrupt. Abrupt. That might be. Okay, so I just wanted to give you that little warning in case it just comes out like that.
I'm on my best behavior, Cynthia,
Ooh,
for
wonderful.
for tonight. So, Kathy, do you have any questions about what do you want to know?
Let me get back on in a second. I am hoping that people will be uplifted by what we're doing tonight and be looking at how they can live in an enlightened way rather than in fear. So I was wondering if there was any other insights from the collective intelligence, the central intelligence group that might help people not be in fear.
That's a great question. And I think the answer is it lays in, everyone is an individualization, meaning that everyone is individual. And the fears come within the Orion system, which is the monetary and everything, because that's how it was set up.
Yeah.
So the key thing is here, and this is what Ankh and Asan were talking about, which was creating a new valuation system and creating the new, the technologies are going to be coming through you, meaning your conscious states, your thoughts, dreams, or whatever, and it's how you collaborate those to make it more strong. So, I mean, if you take away the fear, you have a space there, okay? Because I mean, that's how life has been driven on, just not on this world, but throughout the multiverse, that last cycle. It's like the fear of not having something, the fear of not being there, or fear of whatever. It's almost like a contagion, So what would be ideal, it's like to take away that. It takes a transformation within the individual of their consciousness. And that's what we're alluding to. That's why all these totems are all working towards that, because the foundation that we gave tonight will allow the being to raise their vibration frequency above that energy, above that low frequency, and not be, affected by outside consciousness. Because you are now being subscribed to what you call the 5G, the stuff in the sky, the water, all that, and you think your thoughts are saying to you, oh my God, there's so many things that we have to do to create a different space, and how are we going to do all this? And so a lot of humanity, and just not the humanity, but a lot of just consciousness gets what you call overwhelmed. They don't know how to deal with they don't know beyond what they can't see. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so they have to start trusting that what you see is just one sense, but the multidimensionality of your existence needs to flourish and come out. And that's what this time is about. So it's allowing yourself to grow, and not allowing, and not, maybe the word is not, maybe using these totems to deflect those energies that are not for you. You were going to say something.
Yes. So if one is swimming around in fear and feeling fearful, that's a thought form. Okay. There's so many ways to eliminate that immediately. What I was doing quite a while back was, when I'd have any thought of any type of disturbance or turbulence or whatever, I'd say, calling all angels. That's all I would say. I'd go, calling all angels, and I could see it being taken away. Okay, it got to the point where I see something, I say calling all angels, in just a matter of seconds, I couldn't even remember what was disturbing me. So whether you want to call on angels, you want to call on God or Source or Bruno, it doesn't matter who you call as long as you give it up. Do not stay in that state of anxiety and fear, because that is your thinking. So we have a little saying at the in our end of our little blip there about our contact. It's that it doesn't matter what the issue is. That's totally irrelevant. The only thing that matters is what you're thinking. Okay? So stop thinking. Run a codem. Come out of those words and all of that. Just run a codem. So that's what we say. It was there somewhere. I'm not sure
Here
where
it
that
is.
was.
Here it is.
Where? Oh, there it is. Okay. You don't manifest what you want. You manifest what you believe. Whatever the issue, the only question is, what are you thinking? Okay. So stop it. As they say, stop it. Just give it up. Take a breath, man. Chill out. Run you a codem. And we say 3 times, but there are times when you can just run the codem until you feel that energy shift. You know that you've been shifted. So if it takes 6, 10, whatever it is, just keep running it until your issue. You're at you can't solve a problem from where you are. So instead of trying to solve a problem, shift your frequency. Raise your frequency up. Then look back, because you'll be someplace else. You will not be where that problem was. Once you raise your frequency, look back at it. The solution will come up very, very easily if you do that. Okay, so that's my
Perfect.
This is Ty. So did that answer your question?
Yes, of course. I have more because I'm seeing that there's still such polarity in civilization here, and do you foresee that will soften?
It's going to, we'll say this, what plays out on your world, okay, is playing out everywhere in the multiverse and everything. So it's as the more beings get conscious, the more this polarity dwindles. And right now it's like this huge shift. And we expected this, and so it's very important that you understand that there's a lot of shifting going on right now. And we're not what you call fortune tellers. We cannot tell you your future, because for us, time is it's just a manifestation of consciousness that you have. Once you understand time is an illusion, then you can move forward and do different things. I mean, it's a conscious thought that everyone's agreed to, that allows for you guys to be in this, what you call, bubble or matrix. So.
Okay.
And on that note of, one quick input, on that note of polarity, okay, if we hold in our hearts that there is no such thing as other, okay, that's just me over there having a different thought. So that's my
perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Omar here. I'd like to understand your statement that you just made when you said more beings becoming conscious. What exactly do you mean by that? If someone, say, is on this earth, they are already conscious to a certain degree. But I'd like to understand what you mean by more beings becoming conscious.
So the time that we're in, this is Ankh again. Ty left, so I can answer this question. The time that we are in, the consciousness is coming to us in waves. Okay, so the more open you are, if you are here, you are correct. You are conscious. But as you feel the waves of energy be given to you by CI, you have an opportunity, meaning an individual has an opportunity to raise that consciousness just through the waves of the that is coming through. We'll just say it like that. We don't have enough time to really explain, but it's coming through the central sun. It's coming down and it's coming here, and it's allowing a different what is the word, your DNA, and it's almost like a shift, a shift in your cell structure is occurring. So it's going to be hard not to. It's like your cells, your thoughts are going to be changing, and it's like you're going to have a reboot. It's like a computer reboot. You're going to have to be able to catch up to what's happening in your physicality. So everyone is going to start becoming more conscious as this linear timeline plays out. There's no way of not happening. So does that help answer your question?
Yeah, it does. I'm wondering, does that mean that the more awareness we raise within ourselves of our ecosystem and our environment, and that is what's connected to experiencing that higher form of consciousness?
Yes, and it's just going to happen organically too. I mean, it's not like you're going to have to be thinking and working on yourself and doing all these things. If you allow them to come through, are just going to organically occur. I mean, it's just it's like we're going through a what's the word? Evolution, an evolutionary period in our growth is happening right now. So that's exactly what's happening.
So it looks like our time has come to an end. We really appreciate your being with us, and we really appreciate that you would run your codums, see how effective they are. It's really simple, really easy.
Well, thank you, everyone. And please, I put the website in the chat so you have an easy access to it. And it's eecodiums.com. And that's the best way to reach you guys, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Omar.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, Adam, Ankh, and Ty. Thank you very much. Really, really appreciate these codiums. And I'm new to this, so I'm going to continue to try and work at them. And as you said, Cynthia, just keep doing it and doing it and doing it until you feel it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. And thank you for raising my awareness in this, because I had no idea. And because I raised my awareness, now I have a connection to a higher form of consciousness within me. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Really
you. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night. I love you guys. Thank
love
you.
You too, man.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So,
Oh, what are we doing here?
We're a little slap happy, but this is doing great. That was very helpful. The added ones too, the ways to work with the new energy waves that are coming through, and the release and redirect for my highest good. That's a brand. These are just for right now.
I'm going to be running those tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to hold my Grand Star in my hand, and I'm going to run these codiums and really begin to practice them. Because like what was it yesterday when we were speaking with Adam, and I was going like this, right? I was collecting that energy, and even now when I just did that, because he's still in the room, and I can feel the energy on my hands, and and then when we did that first codium, I just burst full of energy. And that hasn't really gone anywhere. I'm just
right. It won't.
Super excited right now for whatever reason. I don't know. I'm just very happy.
Yes, good. Yeah, that's the idea.
I love it. I want to talk to these guys again and again and again. They're fantastic.
I'll give you their phone number.
Yeah, I love them. They're just beautiful. I just love. I really resonate with what they're saying, and not only that. The more I sit here. And I was watching Cynthia and Adam, I don't know what it was. And even now I'm getting, these kind of these energy going up my spine where Cynthia just looks very familiar. It's like, it's like I know her. There's, I don't know how to explain it, but, I know I've never met her. I've never seen her, but, when I saw her yesterday, I was like, she looks familiar. It just seems like that inner inner familiarity. So it's I like the connection. Is what I'm saying. I love
Good.
it.
Yeah.
And it's very good. I'm looking forward to
Good.
speaking with them again and
So great.
practicing these codiums and spreading the word on these codiums. Holy, hoo-ah.
Yeah, there's lots more. We're just barely touching the beginning parts of it. I mean, there's healing modality as part of it. There's it's remarkable.
Yeah, I can
And
see
as I
the
said,
numbers.
I lost 2 hours of time. I know I went to Arcturus and back, or went to
Probably did.
somebody's ship and back. And we all three of us went, no way. What time is it? We haven't been talking for 2 hours. It was gone. The time
See,
was
that's
gone.
proof right there, right?
Yeah,
Because if it
yeah.
happens to one
We went
person, then
somewhere.
you can say, I don't know. But when it happens to 3 people, 4 people, a group of people at the same time, and
Yeah,
they're all
you're not
learning
crazy
stuff.
by yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Then you're not crazy at all, right?
Well, I don't know, but as long as you're having a good time and you're not hurting anyone, it's okay to be crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Just love. You can love crazily too. You can be crazy love, and
Yeah.
that's the best thing I think when you're crazy in love. Like I'm crazy in love with my wife, and I get crazier every day with that. And
Crazy in
my
love
little
with your wife. That's
granddaughter, and yeah, and I'm crazy in
beautiful.
love with this life and this entire world and everything that we are doing. We're in part of history right now that a couple thousand years from now people are going to look back on this and remember this what we were doing here, and in fact when we reincarnate we will remember too of having these conversations and having these Zoom meetings and StreamYard meetings, and it'll be like clear as day as it is right now. So I'm very, very excited as we move into this new timeline. And guys, go and check out the website eecodiums.com. It's amazing. uh, I'm in love with it. I'm definitely going to continue to do this. So what do we got next, Kathy?
Okay, so next we have a pre-record because it's Denise's birthday, and she's
happy
at
birthday.
she's at the Glastonbury tour for her birthday. Couldn't compete with that, sorry. So I got her to let me interview her and she does do some light language for us. And I'll be glad to explain a little bit about her. If her energy, she lives in London, but she lived in Australia. And quite just a beautiful being, very similar in a lot of ways. The energy is similar in some ways to Robin's. We're very much a team member, always supporting everybody and herself. So it's nothing selfish about these people, and totally in service. And I'll read a little bit about her right now. Or do you want to read it, or do you want me to?
Sure, I got her profile pulled up here, so I can do it.
Sure.
So Denise Chadwick, here we go like this, so people can see. Normally I don't do this, but in this case we'll just do it. I'll share my screen, and then I'll bring it up so people can see for themselves. And guys, if you guys are want to check out any of the links for our speakers and read their bios, go to our website, projectionofyou.com, and you can see all of the profiles with all the book links, websites, YouTube, place for resource. Is this popping up, or
No,
am I?
but we've got her. Oh, yeah, it's just starting to. But we've got her video right here.
Okay, so I'll go like this. I'll just read her bio,
okay,
and then we'll go from there. I think my computer, for some reason, is.
I wasn't sure if it was my computer or yours that just.
So it goes. Denise is a remarkable voice alchemist, crystal light activator, code and grid keeper, key holder, light language writer and speaker, Reiki master, and transcendental artist. Her show, Love Speaks Love, and other amazing content is available on YouTube. Denise was a well-respected nurse in the UK when she discovered Reiki energy work. She courageously added her Reiki master skills to train others at the hospital. Once she mastered activating this powerful energy, she started clearing the centuries-old hospital buildings on heavy, dark energies. Next, she went to Australia and did miraculous upgrades on indigenous lands. Her time in Australia activated even more of her higher dimensional embodiment and connection to higher realms where the elemental fairies, dragons, and other beings reside. Now back in England, she shares her high frequency gifts to activate the crystalline rose grids and the heart lines of Gaia and many processes using her diamond heart crystal activation.
Woohoo, huh?
Yeah, that's I
Oh,
like
she's
that one.
amazing. Yeah, you'll
Oh
have
yeah,
to talk to her
yeah,
in person. So should I set up the video now?
yeah. Let's set it up. I'll get off the screen.
Or I'll get off the street. Hello, everyone. This is Kathy Mason. Whoops. And from MasonWorks Marketing here with my dear friend, Denise Chadwick. Hi, Denise. How are you?
Hi, Kathy. I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm so glad we could do this. I know you are in Glastonbury near the tour for that incredible energy coming up. And so I feel very, very honored that you made time to do this recording with us for Enlightened Pathways, because as we were talking before we came on, I'm really wanting, and I think you are too, is to give our energy to uplift humanity at this time during times of change. What would you say that you are seeing in England that we might not be seeing in the US, or we might not be seeing in other parts of the world right now?
That's interesting. I live quite a reclusive life. I'm normally in the north of England. So me coming out on a train and being in a town like Glastonbury, I'm coming across way more people than I normally do. I normally hide away quite a lot. So I'm not really too aware of like the big picture of where people are at. I'm feeling that that this awakening that we've been talking about for so long, I'm feeling that it is happening. I'm not so much seeing it. In some ways, I'm seeing the steps, but I'm not seeing it massively.
Everyone, we're gonna try to reload the video so that it might stream better. So please hold on. If Stone's here, and might want to, yay, Stone to the rescue. Thank you. Love you so much.
It's a pretty huge file. It's 6.5 gigabytes, and suddenly my computer just started acting up.
Yeah. So I'll erase. Should I download the? Should I get rid of it? And I can't down. You have to get rid of it.
Yeah, I'll remove this from the studio, Kathy, and then if you want to,
I'll upload my copy.
Upload it on your end, and then maybe it'll work better from your computer than it will from mine.
Hope so.
And then while we're waiting for that, let's get some thoughts from Stone Hobbit, our
Thank
shaman.
you, Stone.
Up in the house, does Rob want to come on?
Sorry, would you say the annoying Emma? Well, I really enjoyed the last couple. I wrote down all the codes and tried to do the activations. I had some weird feelings going on in the head, so I'm not sure if that was activations happening or the lack of food. But the energy that everybody is putting out there at the moment is you don't have to do too much. You don't have to do too much. This is a natural wave that's taking place. You're going to find things happening to you, and you're going to go, oh, how did that happen? Why did that happen? You start becoming more aware that this is almost like an automatic process, an upgrading, if you want to call it that. So being aware of your actions, this comes back to, being accountable for everything you do, what you eat, how you speak to yourself, let alone how you speak to others around you. You want to enhance your environment. You want to enhance your own awareness and knowledge. And so you surround yourself, you'll find yourself doing it automatically, getting rid of clutter, downscaling on all the material objects that you used to find valuable no longer really have any meaning to you. Or you can't take it with you. If a cyclone came and blew it all away tomorrow, you can still live without it. These are things that we are starting to go back into and realize, well, I've got a bit more space in that area, so I'm going to turn it into my Zen area. The more little things you do, and it comes down to the little things, they are very important. You communicate, you see, it's the little things that jump out like a leaf glowing at you. When was the last time you saw that? Is it the sun coming through the leaf on a day, or has your vision actually changed and your frequencies changed to the point where you get to see it glowing, you get to see it communicating with you, and this is your environment. This is who you are. Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. There's so many areas. I'm so impressed that we have made it into this time where we can see other like minds and other like beings experiencing it, communicating everywhere. Oh, it's just this whole marathon of I was going to say intellect, but it's not really intellect. It's more conscious awareness. People becoming consciously accepting themselves as themselves. They don't have to put on any cloak and dagger. They don't have to do this and that anymore. They can say, no, this is who I am. I like who I am, and I'm going to keep liking myself a little bit more every single day because I'm allowed to. I've always been allowed to, but now I've broken the programming. You let go of the old imagery. We're in a new age. And we are who we've been waiting for all the time. It's always been in here. And we've been so distracted with everything else that's out there that we forgot. We forgot to give ourselves that thank you, that acknowledgement. So,
did we forget, or were we forced to forget?
I think it was the frequency. If you look at what's out there, there's a combination of everything. We've got the beings out there that know how to trigger us or tweak us or, invade our thoughts. Yeah. Yep.
Oh yeah. I think it's a clutter. I think you're right, Stone. I think there's this energetic clutter inside of yourself too, with all these different signals coming in at the same time. Sometimes your consciousness, without becoming aware of it, doesn't process them the same as once you align those frequencies with certain aspects of your chakras and your body. So
It's
I
like
think when you do those activation codes, it kind of realigns those centers so you can flow within those frequencies at a greater capacity.
Kind of reminds me of the ear ringing that we were talking about the other day. Is that when your ears are ringing, try to listen to that and try to decode it and interpret it as it goes through you, right? So that's kind of what that reminded me. A good call on that, Rod.
That happens to me all the time. The ear ringing, and when I heard you guys talk about it, I knew consciously that I was trying to do that, but sometimes it's difficult to hone in on what it is. But I've gotten to this point now where it's like, if it's on the right side for me, it's good. If it's on the left side, it's sort of like a warning, but not in a warning in the way of like you're in danger, like a warning of maybe your energies aren't where they're supposed to be, or your mind is drifting towards the negative body when you really need to go back to the positive body. It's like what do they call that? That indication system inside of yourself, like that Geiger counter. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
yeah.
For the consciousness.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
So
like when you're seeing new orbs and new creatures. You see little things moving out of the corner of your eye, or in that shadow over there, or oh, I just saw something run past. Then you feel it. You're starting to attune yourself into, okay, now I'm accepting that I did just see that shadow. I'm not crazy. When you allow yourself to lift these veils of other people's limited programs, you start seeing that you live in this amazing adventure, and the veils just start to just part. You get to a certain level and you go, okay, now I'm ready to see the next part of that shadow being that just ran past, or the creature that brushed past my legs. I'm ready to accept that something's pulling my hair. You question, you say, okay, show yourself, I'm ready.
It's like I was telling you the other day when I was laying here zoning, and it felt like somebody grabbed my foot and shook my foot because I felt the pressure of that. And leading up to that, I've been seeing like these flashes from the corners of my eyes, as we talked about stone. And then I've been seeing things moving around for a very long time. But the other day when my
It's
foot
more
got
intense
grabbed,
now, right? It's
yeah,
starting to get
now
more
I'm
intense. I
beginning
got the same thing. Same
yeah, I'm
thing. It's
beginning
so
to see
wild.
just more and more and more. It almost feels like when I'm sitting in my room that I'm not alone in my room.
Like
Well,
a shadow
never
moves across your
were.
peripheral, and then you look and you can almost see it, but then it's sort
Yeah,
of not there at the same
that's
time.
right. It's
You
kind of
know
like
it's there, but you can't focus on it.
yeah, it's like a
Try not
floater
to
in
pay
your
it too
eyes.
much attention. Know that it's there, but don't pay it too much attention, and then you will be able to follow it.
Yeah,
It's almost like a game that they play with you. You can't see me, but don't feed into that naughty child.
yeah.
All right?
I was gonna say the same thing. Is I can use the reference of like a floater. I don't know if you guys know what those are. Like
Yep.
you get floaters in your eyes, and when you try to look at the floater, it moves away, and you try to look at it, it just disappears. And I'm beginning, these are just like big floaters that are like floating around. And the more I try to, zone in on them and to look at them, the further they seem to get away and get out of my, perceptual, visual range. But if I'm not paying attention, then from the peripherals, you can see because you're not paying, what is it? You're not trying to look at them, right? Because you're becoming self-aware. Then they just begin to pop out. Yeah, Rob, it's happening, brother. It's everywhere, right?
That's
Yeah,
the veil thinning, and we're able to just access that energy from, and that clutter too is when you're cluttered like that, you can peek through the veil, but then you kind of get pulled back because you're not fully centered. But when you're centered, it's like game on. This portal's open, and I can see straight down through the other side, all the way to the Pleiades from here. Like, let's get it.
I wanted to add about getting downloads in your ears. A lot of times you'll get a gift, and again, it is a gift when you're getting that information. And so I used to say, slow down, I can't understand, because I'd get this, and always in my right ear. And it was always magnificent when it unpacked.
Yeah.
But sometimes you'll just get, I know this, I know that, or I see more than what other people see. But those big downloads where your ears buzzing, or you get this sound almost, it's like a high frequency sound. A lot of times that's a big package.
Yeah. Big
So,
download.
be happy. You are so lucky. Honestly, that means you're attuned to a higher frequency so your antenna is working.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that what we are? We are an antenna. We're like this biological water antenna that's connected to the zero dimension. And from that, we're manifesting everything. We're bringing information in. We're storing information in there. So really, we are an antenna. It's kind of like a radio or a television station. And instead of switching channels, we can switch dimensions. because we have that power within us to do so. Calling all angels, and look, one shows up.
We are
fascinating.
in all of those locations at once.
Yes, we can be. Yes, we are.
Do we want to try the video again? I did load it. Do you want
Yeah,
to try it, or should we? I feel bad.
Let's give it a try. I'm talking to Evan
Yeah.
on
See if it pops up.
Yeah. And
Okay,
if
well, I got it.
anyone
I got
wants-
it. So
Before we
okay,
do
sorry.
it, Kathy, before we do it, I'm just talking to Evan on the other chat, and I told him that if the video is lagging the way it does, then maybe we'll just upload the video to our channels, and then we'll bring Stephen
sure.
and Evan in for an upload. But before we get to the video, let's hear from our angel.
Oh, that's me?
That's you. All angels.
That's you, Dr. Joan.
Well, I've been in these outer planets. I love the way we're working with. I just love the way we're diving in and everything goes deeper. I work with my antenna all the time. I would be lost without my antenna. And my antenna just showed up one day and explained to me that the earth was a symphony, an orchestra. This is how I was shown. The earth was an orchestra badly out of tune. Okay. And they pointed to me like, okay, girl, you're out of tune. Your antenna is out of tune. And that was when I first learned about tuning up antennas. And then you're going to love this, Stone, but years later, not so many years, but some years later, I found myself in a regression with Yvonne Smith, who I'm actually interviewing this weekend, Portal to Ascensions event. Yvonne Smith, she's a regressionist. And this was kind of crazy. So I'm on the ship. I'm in the ship over Baja. I had a group in Baja called Baja Paranormal. And I said, why did I go to Baja? And I guess Kathy hasn't heard the story. So I'm in the ship in this regression. And I realized I'm one of 6 space saucer ships that's connected to a mothership above Baja. Okay. Baja is huge. And I had this group, Baja Paranormal. We had about 100 people that would come to the meetings. In the middle of in Mexico. So it was Americans would come. And I'm in this vision, this hypnosis session, and there are all the people in my group and they're sound asleep. They're sitting in their chairs, head down like this. And what was I doing? My job, I was up on the stage as usual. There was a chair in front of me and I was tuning up their antenna. That's why this is so important. Their antenna was attaching them to the mothership. And so, and I said out loud, and they told me, well, your job, you have agreed to not leave planet Earth until every person's, what antenna has been attuned to the highest frequencies and the planet would finally would finally be in tune. So I said, oh my God, 7 billion people. That's going to take forever. I did say that. And the next thing I know, that there were 2 very high frequency beings on the ship with me, one being my friend Shima, who I had brought into Humanity Unplugged. She did an astrology thing for us. And the other, this guy Thunder, who worked on this intergalactic technology. So that's how I really, really understood that when I tune up people's vibrational frequencies, we are really tuning it up.
Cool.
Yeah.
Do you get the tingles? Do you get the tingles? It's almost like gold-like tingles all over the top. And there's nothing in your hair, nothing moving around. And it's like, oh, what is it? Oh, there's something in it. And it's not. And it's just like, oh, wow. And it comes out and it's like a shower all over myself. And it's like, wow. Every time it's like, I don't panic anymore. I embrace it. I move into it. Don't be scared.
I have to say, but when we got on this morning, I saw sparkles in your hair. Okay.
Oh, Jay.
I thought maybe you had a flashing light that was glittering, but maybe now I was seeing, no, it wasn't that. It was like glitter. So maybe you were projecting that sparkle.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's 5 a.m. in the morning, so there was no night. I don't know what kind of
Okay.
sparkle it was.
Well, the sparkle wasn't maybe within you, but it was certainly showing itself up.
She has so many orb friends. They just wanted to be on camera.
Well, I've been saying, look, we're ready. We're ready. I mean, there is enough of us now that have got the right frequency to be able to accept seeing what they actually look like. Because this is one of the big things, one of the limitations they put out there was we would be afraid. We're not afraid of our own kind. We recognize and we can relate to them, and it'll switch on it activates so many other areas of us. And we'll find ourselves attracted to certain insects because they carry the DNA, the RNA, the informations of our space brothers and sisters out there, our families, whatever you want to call them, whatever label you want to give them. And so it's happening. And I've said to them, look, you want to appear? Do it now. This is the World Wide Web. We're out there. We want to put it out there. This is the real people staying in truth. If you don't turn up, you're as bad as the guilty out there. We don't want any more covering, condoning anymore. We want truth.
Well said. Amen to that.
Thank you.
Should we give that video another?
Yes, we better, or else because I did it. It's an hour and 15 because
Okay,
I did her whole time. Okay,
let's
so
do
we'll
that.
try it and pray, cross our fingers that it works. Okay.
We'll align
Hello,
for it.
everyone.
The
This is
highest
Kathy
good.
Mason. What? Oh. And from Masonworks Marketing here with my dear friend, Denise Chadwick. Hi, Denise. How are you?
Hi, Kathy. I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm so glad we could do this. I know you are in Glastonbury near the tour for that incredible energy coming up. And so I feel very, very honored that you made time to do this recording with us for Enlightened Pathways. Because as we were talking before we came on, I'm really wanting, and I think you are too, is to give our energy to uplift humanity at this time during times of change. What would you say that you are seeing in England that we might not be seeing in the US, or we might not be seeing in other parts of the world right now?
That's interesting. I live quite a reclusive life. I'm normally in the north of England. So me coming out on a train and being in a town like Glastonbury, I'm coming across way more people than I normally do. I normally hide away quite a lot. So I'm not really too aware of like the bigger picture of where people are at. I'm feeling that that this awakening that we've been talking about for so long, I'm feeling that it is happening. I'm not so much seeing it. In some ways I am. I'm seeing like the baby steps, but I'm not seeing it massively. But the energy here in Glastonbury, like some of the work that I do is to do with roses, and I'm feeling the rose energy really strongly. And the rose, to me, obviously it's a flower, but it's so much more than just a flower. And some of the work that I do is linked to the rose lines, and I'm feeling those rose lines coming online. Like I associate the rose with England, but it's not just here. Like there are roses all over the world, and it's such an ancient flower too. But I'm feeling the energy here in Glastonbury is very heart. Some people say it's the heart chakra of the planet. I'm not sure if it is or not. I personally don't feel there's just one heart center for the earth. I think there's many heart centers. There's many many places that hold that heart energy. But I'm feeling the heart energy expanding. And I think so much of what is going on in the world is locking into that. It's working with that. You know, a lot of the bigger events that happen bring our compassion, they bring our forgiveness. So I don't know if that is particularly here, but that's some of the energy that I've been feeling, especially here in Glastonbury.
Perfect. Well, I'm seeing that too, and I'm seeing there's a lot of stress. That's where this whole program comes in, because we really we have toolkits, but we don't remember to use them, or we're given the gift of being triggered so that we can clear those obstructions to holding love and light. And that's where I see a lot of your work, your light language work and your beautiful art and your Love Speaks Love program that you have. I love everything you do, Denise, because what you're doing is you're embodying it, and then you're demonstrating it so other people could follow your lead, but you're also giving them tools.
Yeah, thank you for that. I guess I've been working on this and working on my heart energy and working on operating from my heart for a long time, and it's always work in progress. I've made progress, but I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
But even me going to Australia when did I go? 2004, the end of 2004. So I left everything behind in 2004. Everything that I'd known. I left my nursing career of 20 years. I sold my house, and I just set off to go to somewhere where I didn't really know people. And it was to follow my heart. It was to follow the guidance. And that's my dream, really, for people to be living from their heart and not so much from their head. That's not to say that there's anything wrong with the head and the brain. It's working really hard. It's trying to help all the time. But unless it's being guided by the heart, that's where we're moving towards, I feel, working with our intuition and just doing the things that some people might think are crazy and not logical, but you have to do them. You have to just follow your heart. I've forgotten the question that you originally asked me there. I feel like I've gone off track.
Well, it's fine. It was perfect. What I guess what we're talking about is self-empowerment, and part of this is the concept of trusting your intuition, clearing your past traumas or your dark energy that's in your field, however you want to call it. And that's what, when you give people a love bath, which I hope we get to experience, when you give people that, the dark energy just can't stick. It's almost like, oh, that was then and this is now. So you cut into the present moment, but you also, almost every cell of your body feels like it's in love. And we've forgotten what that feels like. We've forgotten to even request it.
Yeah, and I wasn't always in this place. Like, when I was a nurse, I was very head led. I was quite logical and more left brain really than right brain. My kind of masculine side, for want of a better way of expressing it, was stronger. And you think as a nurse that you'd be much more in touch with your caring, your nurturing side. But as you get into kind of management, I guess, as a nurse, you're moving much more into that field of it being more left brain, really. So I feel, we are moving into the space of learning about energy, learning about our traumas, learning about how we are guided by our beliefs and our programs. And it's a real journey. You know, I didn't believe in any of this stuff. When I first, as a nurse, I was quite scientific, you know, quite blinkered really in lots of ways. I didn't even believe that reflexology worked. Like, I was quite anti all those things as well. I thought they were just, just had no value. And so when I first received a Reiki treatment, that was a massive part of my awakening, actually receiving an energy healing, feeling the energy and feeling how different I felt afterwards. And as you say, we've forgotten how to feel like that. And you get so used to feeling heavy and, you know, like everything is a big effort. And I was quite cynical. And you know, if there were two ways to look at things, I would have looked at things from the cynical side. And I say this because this really isn't where I am anymore. And it's kind of, I'm trying to show that anybody can lift up from being in that density, you know, from being in that bogged down way of being. And at first it might seem quite daunting because I had to reframe everything.
Yeah.
You know, I thought this was all by chance. When you're dead, you're dead. And that's it. So for me now to be in the place where I am, it meant, as I say, reframing, remodeling the whole universe. But actually, that was just a joy. And when I first started, and I learned Reiki myself about 5 months after I had that first treatment, I learned Reiki myself, and I just went on this mission to learn everything. I was so intrigued by everything. Actually, reading the Celestine Prophecy in the 90s, that definitely sowed some big seeds with me. And I was aware of the synchronicities, and I was aware of, you know, these coincidences happening that were more than that. And I remember as a student nurse, I did have some telepathic experiences. And I remember, I can't remember if I've said this on a previous show, but when I was doing my children's nursing as part of my student training, there was a baby that I was looking after for quite a few days, and I dreamt he had a cardiac arrest in the night. And I woke up and I'd forgotten about the dream. It was, you know, a partway through the night dream, and I'd completely forgotten about it until I went to wash my hair in the morning, and I just suddenly like remembered this dream, and it was so I can still see that dream. I can still remember it so clearly. And it was so strong that I had to ring the ward up and say, is this baby all right? Because I dreamt that he had a cardiac arrest in the night. He did have a cardiac arrest in the night. He actually made it through that, but he did have a cardiac arrest. So there were always these little seeds that had been dropped throughout my life. And actually, when I was a child, my mum was a yoga teacher. And my mum was a yoga teacher, like she started in 1969. And my mum's very straight and normal. She's not a hippie. She's not like, my whole family were very, very straight, but they were kind of always looking for more. So yoga was in my background, but then I really turned against all of those things. And you know, as I say, just thought they were nonsense, really. So yeah, it's been a huge journey of learning, and it never ends. You think you know something, and then you learn a bit more and think, oh, that's not quite, you know, a lot of the things that I thought I knew when I started this spiritual journey, now I'm like, I'm not sure about those things even, but they're almost like those are stepping stones to this point. Exactly. And you couldn't just get from here to here without these stepping stones. And so before I left nursing, so I was still a nurse when I got into energy work, and actually introduced Reiki to the hospital that I worked at. And I was the Reiki service, but my Reiki master and myself, we wanted to bring the light into the hospital because they're such dark places. And this was a 250-year-old hospital. So, which had never had an energy clearing in its life. So all that trauma, all that density, all that pain was just held within the fabric of the building, within the walls, within the floors. And that's why when you walk into a hospital, you kind of immediately, the energy is heavy. But that wasn't necessarily good for me as somebody who, without knowing that I was feeling all these things, was feeling them and absorbing them, really. So we wanted to bring the light into such a dark place. So we taught something like 187 or 189 people Reiki. So when people learn Reiki, it's like a light is switched on within them. So whether they're doing a treatment or not, they're connected. That light is sparking. There's a difference in people's energy field after they've done that. And they're just emitting a lot more love and a lot more light. And it was catering staff, admin, secretarial, lots and lots of nurses, even some doctors came to learn this. So I'm really grateful for that time, but I was ready to go when I was ready to go. So when I moved to Australia, the energy in Australia to me is very light. It's very, like, there's a lot of density in the UK because there's so much history here. There's always been so much fighting here. You know, the UK was a place that people came, they fought, they took it over. The victors were then the ones that were, like, you know, running the country, and then more people would come and the same battles. So there's a lot of that battle energy. So it's one of those places, you know, compared to Australia, where there's been some very, very harsh trauma, but it's more recent. It's not as deeply woven into the land. And I was blessed to do a lot of work in Australia on the land. Like, I cleared a lot of the energy of the land. Have I told you this before? I can't remember if I've mentioned this on a show. So I worked at the Backpackers. I was doing meditation. I lived in a tent at the Backpackers for my first year. So I went from having all this responsibility to having no keys, no responsibility, no car, no nothing, not even a house, just a tent to live in. And it was an amazing creative place to be. And while I was there, I would feel into the land sometimes. And there were some particular places where the energy just felt really distorted. And I was working on them, but it's like just me wasn't enough. We needed like teams of people. And I have a dear brother over there, a dear Aboriginal friend over there, and he gave me permission to work on the land. And a lot of the distortion had been caused by people from the UK, so it was kind of fitting that me from England would go over there and help to clear it. There was something about, you know, full circle in that. So I told him of the land work that I was doing in one particular place, and he said to, and I said that I was trying to gather some people, and he told me, you need 21 people, 3 groups of 7 in circles, and, you know, you lead the ceremony. And I was trying to get 21 backpackers together. It's like herding cats. It's not that easy to do. And I was trying to control it and get the number right. And I just had to let go of it in the end and thought, well, if I can't do it the way that it's been suggested to me, I'll just have to do it as I'm guided at the time. There happened to be exactly 21 people that turned up for it. 14 women and 7 men, which is just interesting, those numbers. And we did this huge land clearing. And then a young Aboriginal boy, who I think was about 2 at the time, as soon as we'd finished the clearing, he came in and ran across the land, and there just seemed, you know, not planned, there just seemed something very appropriate about that, you know, very symbolic that should happen.
Wow. It's almost like you were given, good job.
Yeah.
Job well done.
Yeah.
Good.
And it was like clear the space
Wow.
for the true guardians of the land there. It was like almost like a reclaiming of the land as well.
Well, the connection. See, that's what, a lot of what's happening, I think, all around the world is our reconnection with the earth. We haven't been embodied. You were talking about heaviness, but in essence, a lot of us have been out of body.
Yeah.
And it's time to be in body and work with the earth. So, and that was when I first met you. One of the first things that I saw on Facebook, I think, was trees. You had all these pictures of trees, and they all had faces, and they really had faces. And so you really have a connection with the life force of the earth and all its representations.
Yeah, I do feel very connected to the land. I was just thinking I'd send you another picture, but I've moved my phone under my computer. So
that's okay. That's okay.
There's
So
a recent one that I've done. I'm very connected with the Fae, with the elementals, and more recently with the She, Sidhe, which some people might see them as elves. They're very tall beings of light, who I believe were some of the original guardians, inhabitants of the earth before we as humans came. But they're much more evolved than we are. They presumably continued on their path of evolution, where we kind of like went backwards a little bit. So I've been connecting with the She a little bit, but this is new for me, and it's not something I share about very much. I've also been connecting with Sasquatch. And Sasquatch, to me, I associate with the US, and I wasn't really sure if they were present in this country. And this is very new to me. This is a very new connection, but I feel that's just going to get stronger too. And for me, being in Glastonbury, it is much more how can I put this? Like, the true history of this land, the true guardians of this land, I feel much more connected with here. It's almost like, Druidism is much stronger down here. And it's like those, working with the land, being connected to the land, that's not really been forgotten here in Glastonbury as much as it has elsewhere. It's kind of, it's kept that energy, and the energy here in Glastonbury is so strong. Like, the tour is just that way. If I'm in an Airbnb, and if I stand upstairs and I stand on my tippy toes at one particular point and crick my neck a bit, I can see the tour in the distance. But for me, it just feels very much like home here. The energy is so strong, but there's also a lot of distortion here too. Bright light casts dark shadows, and that was the same in Byron Bay, where I lived in Australia. It's like a lot of people unconsciously come to places like this because they feel the light, but it can bring up the distortion. And if you're not prepared to work with that, not prepared to work with the inner shadow, which we all have, then it kind of comes up and slaps you in the face a little bit. So I feel that here in Glastonbury too. And I don't know if it's the same in Sedona and in the other power spots of the world, but it feels that way here. But the land energy is so strong, and there's a purity there that seems to be coming up to the surface. And I work with the rose lines, and I've been doing a lot of work recently. There was on the equinox, the time of the equinox in the UK was 3:33 p.m. So it felt right to honor that. It felt like, there was a big push to do something to do with that. So without doing a live about it, but just quietly in my own space, and many people all around the world at the same time, or maybe around that time in their own countries, were working with rose quartz, putting rose quartz back into the land, and basically just sending love to the rose lines, which to me are the heart lines of the planet. And I'm still getting messages from people who, you know, maybe go back to the spot that they did that work, and they're like, it's still buzzing. There's a definite difference in the energy of the land from doing that. I love doing land work. I love connecting with the trees. And the trees, it's almost like they're shouting at us now. They've been waiting so long for us to honor them, to recognize them as beings. And they're always there. You know, it's like they're waving at us, but we don't hear. But so many more of us are starting to hear them, are starting to honor them as true, sentient, alive, conscious beings. And the same with Gaia too. You know, I think a lot more people on the planet are beginning to recognize that she's not just, she's so much more than what we think she is, that she is alive. And I think that's what the she and the Sasquatch are there to guide us with. It's about working with the earth rather than just, you know, actually working in alignment with the earth. So for example, when I garden, I will ask if it's a rose, I'll ask its permission. May I take this one inside? Show me where to cut. If I'm pruning the roses, it's like, show me where you would like to be trimmed. Yeah. If I'm planting something, where would you like to be? And I think so many more of us are actually learning to do that.
Yes. So I love what you're saying about the connection that you have with these higher realms. This event is talking about going to the 7th dimensional golden light, and we all are, our capacity to see may need to be refined or experienced and then understood, because we're used to these senses that we have and only seeing this dimension. But all of this is open to us now, and we can not only see, but we can bring in that energy and flood this plane with it. And that's what this program hopefully will be doing for everyone, is they will feel uplifted, and they will be an opportunity to see how much more you really are than this vessel. So the idea of going to these beautiful ley line areas and giving back, I've only known one other person that does that. Usually people go to all these incredible sites and soak it in. But what you're talking about doing is actually rejuvenating the earth, which rejuvenates all of us, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And when you're bringing the energy through to the land, it's passing through you. So of course it's going to top your energy up. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's about rejuvenation, and it's about, and it's dropping into just mention that I feel the rejuvenation energies, we're only just on the cusp of this coming into play. We're not supposed to age at the young, tender ages that we do. We're not supposed to start aging until we're about 120, 150. We're supposed to live a lot longer than we do. And I think we're just starting to understand that, and understand that illness in our bodies, dis-ease, as you know, we like to call it, is to do with energy flow in our bodies. It's to do with the programs and the beliefs that we hold, and the distortion of the energies that we're holding. And that's the same with the planet. So yeah, I just love connecting to the earth. So privately, if I can, I'll be in the woods doing light language, which to explain about light language is the language of the heart. It's the language of the soul. And to me, it's similar to bringing the Reiki energies, as you might want to call them, but the source energies through our bodies. So we can bring it through our hands. We can bring it through every cell. We become that energy. It's not even like we're channeling it. We are it. So it's the same thing, but it's actually bringing it through the vocal cords. And it started with me with toning. So I will often be in the woods, and I'm always guided, to go to certain places, and it just wants to come through, and it's with my whole body. You see me in the Magdalene Chapel in various places on the land, just bringing this energy in. So there may be certain actions that we're doing with our hands. Sometimes it almost sounds like it comes through as a rap or in song, like it's got like a rhythm to it. So I'll often dance to that with light language coming through. And that seems to me to be an ancient practice that we've mainly, especially in the West, forgotten how to do. We don't dance barefoot on the land. And many indigenous people around the world, they still do that. They know about that connection, about using their voice, about using song to connect with the song of the earth and connect with the heart of the earth.
Right. Well, and that's one of the fastest ways to get back into your body is to do that and to feel joyful. My daughter was in Africa for 3 years with the Peace Corps, and I got to go to Namibia to see where she was teaching school. And the kids, I mean, they're so full of light. Oh my gosh, just incredible. And they're always dancing. I mean, and singing. And I think, in fact, I've been told a lot of times by people that are, I would say hybrids, they're other species of humans and earthlings. They say that a song is how the others communicate. It's not just telepathy, it's through song. So it makes total sense that sound, song, music, movement is all part of communication, and then get to telepathy. But we're still clearing our vessels enough so we can use telepathy in a proper, I guess proper is the word I'm coming up with, but proper manner, a safe and loving manner. And that's what I think is coming up, and why I'm so glad that you're here, because I think there's a real right now, there's a real need to support others in releasing their trauma in a loving way, loving themselves, not being a victim, being empowered. There's a whole different way of looking at it now than your story. And people that are telling their story, you tell your story, and then you go on instead of tell your story. And you saw that in chronic illnesses, that those people were attached to their story. And this is the perfect time to release all of that, right?
Absolutely. And what you were saying before about putting people into or putting ourselves back into our bodies, like this is what we want to do, because we're often like floating around up there somewhere. And I understand that if we've got pain in our bodies, we don't necessarily want to feel that pain, but the only way that we can actually deal with it is through feeling it, asking our bodies. If you have a pain in a certain area, just tenderly holding that area, really loving that area, and asking it what it wants, what's it doing there, what's it showing you, how can you help that area. But if we're not in our bodies, we can't do that, and neither can we higher Denise cannot come into Denise's physical body if human Denise is not in there. You know, it's all part of it, that we have to be anchored, connected to the earth, connected to the heart of the earth. And it's why we came.
Yes.
You know, we can't avoid feeling things. Feelings are just feelings. Even if they're really heavy and difficult, we can still learn to feel them without judging them as good or bad. They just are. And it's the whole gamut of everything. You know, that there's certain times that you feel something and I'll be like, oh, that's interesting. Instead of trying to push it away, because it's almost like when you're on your spiritual journey, there are certain things that you're not supposed to feel. You're not supposed to feel angry. You're certainly not supposed to feel rage. That's like a real no. But if it's in there and you're denying that it's in there, you have to just really feel it as it passes through you, and not be too quick to like get rid of it, but to actually feel it for as long as you need to, and not just try and push it away and deny it as not really a part of you.
Yeah, whatever you resist persists.
Yeah.
So that's one of the guidelines that you can see. And I think we were taught to be so frightened of those emotions when really once you do start processing them, they go like that. Yeah. So you've been holding this baggage with you throughout your life, and all you had to do is look at it, process it, and file it away, and then you can be present. But that's what's happening, I think, in global consciousness right now. There's a lot of frustration and anger. There's a lot of fear, just still like a cloud of fear. And that's the opportunity is to look at to go inside and look at what your part is. I wanted to also add, I have a friend who's a shaman, and she's actually been given the title grandmother. Her name's Janet Crowley, and she wrote a book called Soul Body Fusion. And in her book, she talks about the processes to get you to fuse your higher consciousness into this body. And she said you can't really do your soul mission without your superpowers, without doing that. And so I think we're all being forced. It's almost a compression. We're almost being forced to do that. And then all these obscurations to the light are showing up. And so there's people like you that can help us release those, and through art and through your light language and through your work, that it can help us see love is the answer, and love is the field we live in that we forgot, right?
Yeah, it's our natural way of being, but it's been so kind of compressed and so hidden by everything else. And it is true, you know, love is the answer, no matter what the question is. Sorry, yeah, love is the answer, no matter what the question is. And that sounds like when you're so far away from that place, it doesn't make sense at all. But as time goes on and you work with these energies, you do start to get it. And it's almost a corny expression, but when you've got something going on, that question of what would love do, it's amazing what drops in. When you kind of ask that, it's amazing what drops in. And I feel we're getting much more connected. I'm much more connected to higher Denise, like more. It's hard to know your higher self, or it's hard to know what to term things these days. But because when I started on this journey, I think I didn't trust myself. So I wouldn't have trusted higher Denise. So I worked a lot with the angelic realms, with archangels, with angels. but I'm learning so much more to connect with me. And it's almost like bigger me was always there helping me. And I'm just I've been learning so much to let her in and ask me. And also when I've got something, it's funny, like if I'm deciding what to eat, so I'm going to go into Glastonbury later and eat in town. So I'll muscle test myself, what do we want to eat? And it's always this we, it's not really I, because there's many aspects to Denise. It's like there's the physical vessel, there's Denise human that's within that physical vessel, and it's almost like the physical vessel is your earth aspect, it's the bit that comes from the earth. But there is a higher Denise in here and around me too. So yeah, I really encourage people to do that, to learn about how to muscle test. And it's interesting what comes up when you go around the supermarket, because I learned kinesiology when I first went to Australia. So that's when I first really learned about muscle testing. And I learned theta healing as well. And you muscle test in that too. But it's a good practice.
Yes, I do that. In fact, I was at the grocery store 2 days ago and I was doing it over the apples, which kind of apple to get. And you could see people looking at me. I don't care. But my body knows more than my mind. And at a certain point, there's so many decisions to make that, let the easy ones go through perfectly. Yes, yes. So Denise, as far as I want to make sure that we give some time, hopefully, to do some light language and to show your art. So should we show some of your art and you could explain it? Because you guys, what happens is this frequency that Denise has is still refining, but has reached a higher level than most of us, is palpable in her work. So I want to make sure that I share some of your art so that people can realize that they can. So can they order their own art from you?
Not as yet. It's something I want to look into. I was looking into that at the start of everything closing down over the last 2 years, but in the future, yes, and maybe even some cards. But most of it is out there for free. Like it's on my Facebook page, so people can look at that for free. But I think it would be so this one, so in my garden, I've been working a lot with roses, and this was the first rose bush that I planted, and this was the first rose that grew on the first rose bush, and it's a beautiful pink ballerina rose. So I photographed it, and then there are apps that you can get on your phone that can mirror things, and there's a different app that kaleidoscopes things. So that's what this is. It's like a kaleidoscopic rose energy, but I love how the triangles formed. I think I can't remember if that was the grass that ended up looking like a triangle. But what I love about this is the geometry. Like in the center, it almost looks like a Merkaba, but I can also see that as an octahedron. It's like the top point is the top point of the octahedron with kind of curved sides. And so the octahedron is 2 4-sided pyramids together, base to base. So I see it as that as well. And I can feel the love that comes from this rose. Like the rose energy is such a pure, high frequency flower. There's so much more to the rose. It's probably not from this dimension or this universe. I feel it was brought in to anchor certain frequencies onto the planet.
It's the divine feminine to me. It's absolute. This is incredible. This is so beautiful, Denise. Oh my gosh.
And what
heart of it.
Yeah, it does feel so heart. And what people can do is just soft gaze at these images and allow whatever your brain wants to make of it to do that. And it's good to meditate with these images and just allow those frequencies to breathe them into your body.
It's almost like what Bach remedies do. This kind of has that same, or the paralindra work where there's these essences that come from natural products, or not nature, basically. That's what this feels like.
Yeah, I think you're right, because it's the same kind of principle. It's almost like homeopathy, really. It's like holding a frequency, holding an energy that whether you're conscious of it or not, can go into your body just through looking at it and being with it.
Yes. And it doesn't affect your reptilian brain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the next one I have.
So this one felt like what I got from this one. So I write codes, and when I do light language activations, it's almost like what I'm drawing in the air when I do an activation. This was putting it down on paper. So I drew these by hand and then mirrored them, and then put them in a different app to add the lights and make this one kind of egg-shaped. And this feels very dragon to me. It feels, and dragons to me as at least seventh dimensional beings. My feeling on them is that they put the original energy lines into the earth. So I think anybody that works with the energy grids, whether consciously or not, is working with dragon energy. So this felt like a dragon egg. And again, I love the fact that bit in the center looks like it's superimposed, almost like it looks three-dimensional, even though this is flat on the page. Right. And my codes are moving. Sometimes when you sit with them for a long time, it's like they start to move.
Yep.
Because this is like a snapshot of a moving field of energy.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I love this. Love, love, love. Okay, this is a brand new one, huh?
Yeah, this is really quite recent. So I work a lot with the diamond light codes. So when you see like those diamond shapes, that's what that is to me. It's the diamond light codes. And this one has the solar codes in as well. Like those are like solar discs that are, on both sides. You can see the sun energy there. And I love the geometry of the center and that cross at the center, that feels like the heart. It feels like where the toroidal field kind of enters your body in the heart. And the Trinity energy obviously is really strong in this. And I found myself when I was doing light language activations on the land, especially in my last year in Byron, which was 2016, I would be doing this and I'm like, what is that? And I thought, it's the Trinity. That's what I'm bringing in there. So we've been in a world of duality, of polarity, and 1 + 1 is 2, but that then makes the third energy. It's like the sacred union creating that third energy. So that's what the Trinity, that's part of what the Trinity means to me. And one thing I love doing on these codes, so you see the dots with the lines between them. Mm-hmm. That to me is geometry. It's like there are a lot of other lines there that you can't see. It's like you can't put all of them in, but that is working with the geometries of the body. There's watery energy, like the waves. People can also see that as like snake energy or creation energy. What else to say about that one? And it feels like you're being drawn in. You're being drawn into the center. It's kind of like, and yeah, you're being drawn to that center point. Or people could see it as coming out from the center point outwards. It works either way. But I love the colors on this. I really love that that kind of pinky purple and the blue.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like these codes create themselves.
Yes.
When I draw them on the piece of paper, I'm not thinking, oh, when I mirror that, that's going to look like this. Like my brain doesn't work on that level. So it blows me away when I do the mirroring of like, wow, I didn't know that this kind of, this was in there, this potential was in there.
What I love, there's so much movement and so much depth. It feels like it's so many dimensions are represented because of the movement of the spirals here, that I don't know if you can see my cursor, but the accent of the movement here, and then this is all movement, and then this is all movement. So it definitely has a different feel than your other work.
Yeah,
it's beautiful. Thank you. Okay, so we'll do that. Ooh, I love this.
So this just went to a whole other level. So this was a code that I had already mirrored and added the lights to, and then I put it in this kaleidoscopic program. And I just love this. This is under, I think it's this one that's under my bed at home. I have quite a lot of codes around my bed, so that I'm being worked on while I sleep.
Uh-huh.
And I see this, like from the light in the center, I see this rippling out. And it is almost like it goes vroom, vroom, and I can almost hear the sound that it makes. So it is rippling out from that center point, and it creates this beautiful like flower image. Yeah, I really love it. I love this.
Look at
one.
There's bunny rabbits in each corner. It's a perfect Easter image.
I hadn't even seen that. I love that. I love that.
Well, what this feels like, it's pulsing solar photonic energy to me. And when I had my, I actually had a fractal done for me, and my colors are these colors.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, I'll show it to you someday. So I saw this and I went, oh, because it feels like a big upgrade. Like if you had this under your pillow, and if it was printed out and laminated and put under your pillow, that you would really feel a lot of rejuvenation kind of energy, kind of upgraded excitement.
And rabbits as well, they're like fertility. That's what their symbology is.
I don't really want fertility, thank you, but I'd like my projects to be fertile. But
yeah, exactly. It doesn't have to be, making babies and children, but yeah, birthing our projects.
Yeah, but this is beautiful, and you could see anyone could hang that on their wall, or they could use it in a healing room. I mean, so many of these could be underneath a healing table as people are doing Reiki or other healing, energy healing. They could really,
and even to just imagine that you're standing in the middle of that, and all those codes are coming into you.
That's fantastic. Well, and so the newer ones, are you seeing different beings communicating with you that want to be heard more and more? I mean, you said that are you finding that there's all along, there's something about the divine feminine in you that has been coming through, even from when I first met you, that there was this sense of grace. And that's what I think God is, source. It has this higher sense of purpose, but no purpose. It's a non-dual purpose, but a field of possibilities that is only pure loving potential. And that's what I've always felt you were bringing that in. Do you feel more is coming in?
Yeah, I think so. And I still resonate strongly with what you're saying about the divine feminine energy, because it just feels on the planet at the moment that and the divine masculine, like they're both being activated, but it's almost like the divine feminine has to come in first. So some of the frequencies, there's always new frequencies coming through. When I first started speaking light language, that was what people said to me a lot, that it's like the sophionic frequency, it's like the divine feminine frequency. But there's many that come in. You know, some are even very, very deep. And I don't try and block things out. In this, I'm connected to my heart, I'm connected to source, and I'm connected to the heart of Gaia. And I'm in full trust of what is coming through. And I can feel that it's a high frequency. It's like, because I've been doing energy work for so long, it's like the spine, like the tube of light that is down the middle of that just gets bigger and bigger. So I can feel the frequency of what's coming through, and it's like many frequencies can actually come through at once. I find it hard to say, oh, this is Lyra and this is, you know, whatever, because I can feel them all coming through, but it's like one is perhaps standing more at the front than others, because I've only got one mouth. I can only like.
But the tones can come through. Well, we have about 20 minutes left. If I don't know, you'll have to guide me, because you and I could talk for days. And someday, I can't wait that we're going to have a slumber party sometime where I come to you or you come to me, and we chat all night, I bet. Because I just love your energy, and I love your perspective on possibilities, because I think you've always been courageous. You followed your bliss. You followed, it might have been really hard leaving what you left in your nursing career and going into this, but since I've known you, you've been full on. And I really respect that, because that took a lot of courage.
Even bringing Reiki into the hospital, you know, and what I used to do, because I used to do sessions sometimes, I would get referrals from the pain control team and the palliative care team, and they were nurse-led teams. So the nurses would bring me in and not be resistant to it, because they could see that it helped people. And if the consultants happened to be there, I was wearing my like nursing sister uniform, like my manager's uniform, so that helped give me some credibility. But I would say to the doctors, I'd introduce myself and say, oh, I'm Denise, I'm here, I've been invited to do, you know, some Reiki with your patient. And I'd say to them, I'm more than happy to do some on you if you like, so you know that what I'm doing. And most of them will be like, no, dear, that's all right. You just go and do it. But I think because of my gentle way of being, I wasn't going in all pushy. And the odd consultant would be like, yeah, all right then. And I remember one doctor was like writing in the notes. And when this energy is coming through, it's hard to ignore that it's there, because you can feel the heat. Right. You can feel that it's like slowing things down. And I remember him just after a little bit just putting his pen down and like closing his eyes. And one of the consultants where I worked, he didn't believe in any of this hocus pocus nonsense, but he actually used to ask me to do some work on his back every few weeks, because he knew that it helped, but he wasn't ready to kind of like fully accept exactly what it was that I was doing.
I love that. Well, your way of introducing something where you're in service, and that's the other key to anybody that gets to work with you, is you're totally in service to the other. This isn't about money or about testimonials. This is definitely sharing your gift and sharing it with love. And so I feel that you're very generous in your sharings and all the free things you've done on Facebook and all the free things that you do for people, or low cost things. And the other thing that I want to compliment you on in front of everyone is that you're great at creating community. As we know, there's all sorts of people that may have access to the higher realms, but not everyone plays well together. And that's the other thing I want to compliment you with, because you don't really, by uplifting someone else doesn't reduce you, it only uplifts you. And that's what I hope I'm seen as doing the same thing. I really think that we're a community and we found each other, and it's perfect that we can all help each other succeed.
And I don't really have airs and graces. I'm not pretending. I'm just me. And I can't really be other than that. And I'm not perfect. I'm still doing the work. I'm still working on myself.
Yes.
And I don't really, pretend to be other than. And I have my days where I'm like, sobbing and it's I love the roses, but it's not always roses,
Yeah. Well, I say I've been doing this work for 21 years where I use energy work to help people. And I still learn every single person, every single meeting I have with people.
Yeah.
I still learn. And, in the old days, it was like, oh, why didn't I do that? Or what, there was a lot of, forgiveness work I had to work on for myself. And now that it's pure delight of, I wonder what the universe is going to bring to me that's going to be a great idea and something that I can do to help others. So I think it's your willingness to be open and believing and trusting that this whole scenario is for your highest good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, where's the gold in this? Where's the golden nugget? Why have I brought this into my field? What is this showing me? What am I learning from this? How can I grow from this? And I've spent my time in victim mode, definitely, but not for a while. And it's 21 years for me as well. It was 2001 that I learned Reiki. It was December 2000 that I had that first session with my friends. So yeah, that's interesting that we've both been in this game for the same length of time.
And it's been piece by piece, releasing things and seeing things you can't. I think we're lucky that we didn't have to have a near-death experience to see the other level. A lot of people have to have a lot of more pain. We may have had emotional pain, but we haven't had as much physical pain as so many people that woke up to their mystical self. And but I'm so glad to know you and have you as a playmate in this.
Same.
So anyway, how about are you prepared to do some?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Okay.
Really love to.
Okay, so anything I need to do to help, or I'll just be quiet?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I'm not getting the nudge to ask you to do anything. So,
okay.
And I'm just going to free flow this. Like, this isn't planned. This is similar to how I do my sessions, because it's always tailor made to the individual. It's not like I have some things follow a certain pattern, but I'm always open to it changing. So I invite us to close our eyes and breathe love into our bodies. And you might want to put one or both hands on your chest and just honor your heart. Thank your heart for beating all the time, every single day. And just acknowledging our physical bodies, and let us thank our whole physical bodies Let us thank our feet for holding us up every day and carrying us forward. And as we do breathe love and gratitude and joy into our bodies, and we can breathe out, we can let go on the out breath. We can breathe out anything that our body is ready to let go of. And we can make sounds on our out breath. And I invite us to not hold back. If your body wants to make some weird and wacky sounds, then let it. You know, often the releasing process can be quite ugly sometimes, but that is part of the beauty. And I snarl and I growl sometimes when I'm letting go, and you know, I'll shake my fists and I'll stomp my feet. It's all part of the process. So as we breathe love into our bodies, just seeing our physical vessel filling up with love and filling up. I'm seeing the golden light as well, so we can imagine that we're surrounded by golden light. And that golden light is being breathed into our bodies. It's entering our crown at the top of our heads. It's entering our feet, moving into the heart space and spreading out into every single cell of the body. And you may feel your body start to relax. You may be aware of where you're holding tension in your bodies. Probably in our neck and shoulders is such a common place to hold tension. So just allowing your fascia, your connective tissue, allowing that light to move into the fascia, and the fascia takes that energy round to every single cell of the body. Koyaya la kianai tuto orna kiama anakiele kia tutona kaa. Mekia tuton tabarataki tetata. Ma hole kia male kia barana koye tanana keke itititata. Hola kiana harana kia pona kia halu tetata on tatata. Kole kianta. And this energy, these codes hold geometry. They hold the codes of creation, the codes of rejuvenation. Heliki abrata tamara tiki burna pura te paratiki door ora tiki paratiki hi la 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 ya 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 yo 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 hela ya totora na ya 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 he Horland Branaka and at Oran Mahalaki Paranaki Anora to Oita. And we are through this transmission connecting with the diamond light codes. Hole Haranaki Horaniki Baratiki Haranagura Nakadu Oita. Meleke Baranaki to Oranaki to Oita. Kuliki had Aaron Pui Tata Antoran Papa. Herliki Antoran do the E to the Oranakabarata E. Malahiat undata at Uist at Aranako Uit Uyat. And I'm aware of the crystalline rose energy now, and I'm seeing crystalline roses within our heart. And it's like this energy is in our bodies waiting to come online. Hiat ornakai itoi tatoist aranamikia toto untata paparanaki de. Hulikia had maratic bed, paraticadora, ticketikuta, paraticadicut. And feeling the connection with our hearts and the heart of Gaia. We're here to have an experience on Gaia. We're here to be fully anchored in our bodies and fully connected to the heart of Gaia, the diamond heart of Gaia, and feeling held within Gaia's beautiful diamond heart. Ohian taranekia hala porana kia pot ut ora. Balakia porana kiti dada, poradikiti paradikiti hu tatan. Uliki la karana yutui etatui natutui. Halaki hoya tono kapa anapu ish. Malakia natadador nakibi. Belekiam paralekiam to. Balakia ha it ed ara. Hoya la kiasht aranakie bui tutudita. Uliaya no hui tatatatora nakidipara tikidikidito. Anabakeleki haranakidipara tikidikora nakidipara tikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikidikid I no ay. Hey hala kurantara. Mekia pranatata akiat ut ushta. Mehial ehiat ut oranakia pa. Uyalakian dana kiatot ut oran. By alakiata la paranaki a. Huyahasht elakiantorun a. And just breathing this energy into any parts of your body that you wish to, any parts of your body that you might have pain, any parts of your body that is just coming into your awareness now. And just seeing us bathed in golden light and bringing the energy of water into this. Water is our connector. It's the weaver that connects all of the elements. And we are mostly water. We are more than 70% water, and within every cell is a huge amount of water, about 98% water. We are water. And within our hearts, we have an octahedron. And just visualizing that octahedron now expanding. So the top point is above your head, the lowest point beneath your feet, and moving out to the sides and in front and behind you. So breathing deeply, bringing our awareness to our heart space in the center of our chest. Feeling that connection with all of ourselves, not just the human, but all of our multidimensional aspects. So just slowly beginning to move our bodies. Perhaps wiggling our fingers and toes. And if your eyes are closed, just slowly in your own time, opening them whenever you're ready. Perhaps taking some sips of water. And if in the next 24 hours you can go out and hug a tree, not only will the tree be grateful, not only will your body be grateful, but the trees are antennae. They're sending these frequencies down into the earth and out into the cosmos.
Thank you. I'm glad we waited till last because I don't think we can talk now. Oh, thank you so much. What a perfect thing to do right around this whole springtime change of season to renew and reconnect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kathy, for inviting me into this space. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. We never get to talk quite often enough. So thank you so much for the invitation, the opportunity for this.
So I want to make sure that everyone has a way to reach you and connect with you. So could you please share?
Yes. So my YouTube channel is Inner Peace with Denise. That's where everything kind of goes to. My Facebook page, my private page is Denise Chadwick, and I don't always. You can follow me on there. Like I'm not kind of trying to necessarily gather heaps and heaps of followers on there. So you know, some of the friend requests do slip through. My business page on Facebook is Denise's Frequency of Love page. What else? What else do I have? I am Denise Chadwick 111 on Instagram. I'm not very active on there. And my email address, I don't as yet have a website. One day that will be up and running. But my email is angelic, as in I am angelic, but without the I. This is such an old email address. It's my very first email address. So it's amangelic, AMANGELIC @yahoo.co.uk.
Perfect. And we'll be talking about that website coming up soon.
Yay.
But you guys, do yourself a favor and go to Denise's YouTube channel and subscribe, and you will be delighted with all of the beautiful, longer, even longer offerings that she generously shares with people. As we go through these time changes, you'll feel refreshed, delighted, happy, energized. And everyone's going through ups and downs right now. That's just the way the design is of this photonic energy hitting us. So please do yourself a favor. We need you to ignite your light. So thank you so much, Denise. I love you so much.
I love you too. Oh, I forgot to mention you talked about Love Speaks Love, but that is like a pretty much weekly chat show that I have as well, and they all go onto YouTube.
Right.
So thank you, Kathy.
Oh.
I so enjoy being in your space. It's always really beautiful to chat with you,
Yes.
and I really do love you. Thank
Yes. And thank you, everyone. You just really got a open door, opened the lock to the door to the seventh dimension. And there's more and more and more available for you if you follow Denise. Thank you, dear. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello. Thank you all for being here and experiencing Denise Chadwick. I think you're going to hear more and more about her. She's quite amazing.
Whoa.
Wow, right? That was I really liked that. That was very calming, right? What a
Very soothing.
soothing, very soothing, very calm. I really liked that. I was just sitting here and I was like, oh my, wow, just taking it in, and just the sound of her voice was just very calm and very soothing. And it was nice after the whole day of this very high octane energy that we've had. And Denise came in and just kind of calmed us all
That's
down.
why I wanted to play.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Thank you, Kathy. That was amazing.
Yeah. Well, in person, you'll have to meet her because we've done a lot of stuff together online, and she just is this gentle soul. Oh, you're lucky. mine's over there. I've got fur everywhere, but I don't have the cat anymore. But I have a lot of fur.
Me too.
I didn't mean on my face.
Oh my God. That's pretty funny, Kathy.
I enjoyed her talk. That was absolutely beautiful. You know, I'm a tree freak. I love the tree language and the, you know, what she was bringing out there. I couldn't stop myself laughing at one stage. I love the art she was doing, and I could really see that, like what Leanne was saying. We could see that on a sarong or on a big wall hanging. I found with the second one, it was just too bright for me. I couldn't hold a gaze too long at it. It was just too much. At first, I started seeing frogs with their legs sprawled out like they're jumping. And then the closer I looked, there was a couple of balls just a little bit further down. I was like, okay, that's it. I have to stop looking now.
You wanted to kiss the frog or not? No.
But the pink one was like a box, like a chest, and it was I could see like water crystal jewels inside it. It was that was beautiful, because we're such a percentage of water. We, you know, the resonance, when the frequencies come from other water trees, like the trees and the plants, and you know, we're going to be able to absorb that information a lot faster than the other frequencies out there, because we're already filtering through that density.
Right.
So it's beautiful magic that's happening out there. You know, we're breaking old spell castings all over the place. I'm totally loved it. So when you see her next, give her a big thank you for me. I appreciated it.
Oh, sure. Well, I didn't realize it was her birthday till afterwards. And then a couple of days later, I was like, oh, you should have told me it was your birthday. But she didn't. But her art, that second piece, that blue piece, she made me one of those a long time ago. And so she's been making those and varieties of them. And the light language, it looks almost like what you assume the script of Aramaic would be, or it's almost recognizable when you look at it. It's like, what is that letter, or what does that word mean? You almost sense you could remember it, but so you'll have to see. And she's pretty modest. I had to like say, okay, give me some art, I'll show it on the thing. So anyway, but you'll have to experience more of her, because just a gift.
Yes, no, I enjoyed it. She was lovely. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
do too.
I think with the
I
writing.
enjoy yours. Go ahead. Sorry.
With the writing in that she gets in that, I see writing in clouds, very similar to that. I'm not an artist. I can't paint and I can't draw too well. Just a little bit of sketching, but I can't copy them, so that's why I take the photos. But very similar. But I'll move on.
No, very interesting about the writing. I've seen writing too, and I had a remote viewer interpret the writing that I saw on someone's forehead, and it turned out it was the galactics asking for a meeting of heaven and earth. So, I mean, get that writing that we kind of just sense, it's like light language. If we need these dictionaries in a sense until we're so familiar with them to break through the coding. Yeah, but the remote viewer saw what it meant. He went and looked it up. He like actually sketched out exactly what I had seen, which had been in my brain, nowhere else.
Yeah.
Well, someone in the chat said, hey, how come all these 3 years ago, no one was talking about light language, and now everyone's talking and they all sound the same. I don't think they do all sound the same. And I think there's all these different species of beings that are trying to communicate, and these people have that same DNA. And so there's they're communicating through them, but I don't think they're all. Here we go. Greg said it. It's interesting. 3 years ago, you rarely heard light language. Now so many do it. I received mine when I was a Christian and sounds completely different. That I don't think there has to be one kind of light language.
I would assume that
And
it's
the
like,
veils are thinner so that more and more people are receiving light language. And light language, I realized that someone was doing light language today, and I was sitting in the back, and I do
saw
light
you.
language, but it's with my hands. It is like my hands do their own thing. And and I realized that's another form of light language.
Denise does that too.
Certain kinds of painting, which are more like, they look like interdimensional portal, little, like what's her name? It'll come back to me. It'll come back. She does all of these wonderful little thin lines, and you could see just how, these threads and how we're taken inside. It's just so fascinating.
Wow.
Dr. Joan, are you talking about Kamara?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Kamara Jones, her art is such an example of art that resonates as a light language. Okay, her art is light language, pure and simple when you look at it, right, Omar?
Yeah, very. She did some the videos and showing us on how she does her art. I'm just going to Instagram to her account to bring it up, and I'll share my screen to show you guys.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Magnificent. This is going to be magnificent just to see this. I get such downloads when I see her work. And that is like,
while we're waiting, I wanted to share, there's a book called Transylvanian Sunrise that talks about an underground cavern that was probably built by the Anunnaki that's in Romania. And they're finding these arcs all over the place in the Bermuda Triangle, in Russia, all over the place. And inside the arcs and these buildings is what looks like light language, like hieroglyphics. Some of them, it said that it looked like the Mayan kind of imaging. So it's architectural art, but it's language. And there's different ones on different parts of the space. And so you can think that maybe this stuff is the spoken word for it, trying to bring it into form in the frequency, into the ethers, so that it can, and oh, cool.
Yeah.
One thing I notice about the light language as spoken is that it's, the more I hear it, the more familiar it sounds. Even if people have different dialects and words, it's not so much the words, it's actually the authority. It's the sense of power in the words. It's the sense that they are conveying meaning. Even if I don't know exactly what it means, it's like my whole heart feels happy.
Right. It's resonance. See, we are mutts.
Hybrid.
We have so many. Sorry, I'm a mutt. Maybe you're not, but we have so many different kinds of DNA in us that I'm not surprised that something will trigger a part of our DNA to activate.
Yeah. Well, they use sigils, which is today is our alphabet, is our numbers. This is sigil. This is sigil magic. So when we and the oldest form of writing is picture form, right? So pictures can cross so many language barriers. So when we see these sigils or these pictures and stuff, they will spark memories. They will trigger old language DNA within us. There's so many different levels of the activations because this is a multi-dimensional activation that's going on. So, it might sound pretty far-fetched if you're new to this, but you wouldn't be here if you were.
You'd be watching cartoons instead.
Well,
When
you
I
wouldn't have
listen,
stayed through to the end, that's for sure. Okay.
when
That
I
is
Well,
listen
see,
to
see,
light
for Evan
language,
and those guys, or for Stone, this is regular time.
I don't know.
when I
Stone's
It
gonna
is the next
when I
day.
listen
It's
to somebody speak light language, it reminds me of bird language, right?
yep.
On how birds are chirping and speaking in that
Oh,
frequency of that vibration. And that's kind of what it
interesting.
reminds me of, because almost everyone that I've seen speak light language has been different each and every single time. But one thing that's remained consistent within the entire syntax of it is that it all sounds like birds, right? When I go to sleep at night, I usually put on birds chirping in the background. And
Oh,
when you listen to like birds, many birds chirping at the very same time, it almost kind of sounds like this light language, right? Because if you got like five, six birds that are chirping, that all combines, comes together, and then that kind of sounds like what I'm hearing from this light language. So I find that to be a little bit interesting because I know that birds are a higher form of consciousness, so they have a higher connection to consciousness, and when they speak, they're speaking from that higher level. So I wonder if there's some connection there with the birds and our cosmic family that's trying to connect with us.
Well, we do have a lot of different RNA information within us, so
oh,
you know
I've seen this.
they've found plants, they've found all sorts of different DNA within our DNA, and
Right.
they question how do we get that? Well,
Mhm.
it's our ancestors, what they ate, we have an imprint of it. We have an imprint of the trees, the soil that it was grown in, the energies that were put into it. We are absolutely amazing records. We are the Akashic Library.
That's right.
So
The
it's
living library.
yes.
That's what they call us. These are beautiful. I feel
This
like
is
I've
from
seen them before.
Kamora Jones, Art Soldier. You guys
Shoot.
should check her out on IG. She's got beautiful stuff. She's done a bunch of work with Neil Gore from Portal to Ascension, and
See,
she's an amazing lady. She's, really very highly connected.
look at this painting. I look at this. First, it's digital art, but it expresses the light language, I think, very much encoded into it. So even without a word, you feel the power of that. So to me, that's another form of light language expressed.
Mhm.
Fantastic.
I'm so glad you showed it, just because it's a visual, a good
Wow.
visual of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that one.
Look how tall the blue being was.
But what's clear is we are being communicated with extensively.
Wow.
Yes, 100% with that one.
Well, yeah, you can't doubt that. Oh my God, yes. But even the ones without color, you just get that energy of it. So I love light language, and I love that I'm discovering it in my motion and in the art. And so there's other ways to express it.
Yeah, me too, Dr. Joan. I'm connecting with it.
Look at that. Look at that. Oh my God.
Looks
Yeah.
like that looks like a symphony, doesn't it? That
Yes,
looks like
it
that was
does.
music.
Yes, it
Doesn't it?
does.
It
It
looks
does.
like music.
I love the colors.
Wow.
Much detail. Look, this almost
Oh,
sounds like it's like sound vibration coming out of there, going out,
oh
or like
that's
source that's
multi-dimensional.
speaking. Beautiful.
It is extraordinary to be able to present like light and sound and vibration in such a visual form.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I should say, yep.
so so Omar, are Evan and Stephen?
Yeah, they're in the house. I was just looking for a black and white one, as Dr. Joan was just mentioning. And here's a black and white one, and
Caught you
it's so
walking
cool.
out. Oh wow.
Incredible.
Sweet.
Somehow
I'll
it,
grab.
Thank you, Omar.
it almost looks like
You're
I
very welcome.
know it.
I will grab Kamora's IG address and I'll pin it into the comments here. If
Thank
anybody
you.
wants to go and check out her work and check her out on Portal to Ascension. She's done a lot of work there. That's portaltoascension.org. I'll share the website on there. And speaking of that, Neil and Portal to Ascension have an event coming up here this weekend starting tomorrow. And that's going to go from 15th, 16th, and 17th, 3 days. And just very, just as you can see, there's a lot of great speakers on there. And let me see if I can spot Kamora on there if she's there.
Joan and I are on there.
I'm going to be talking to Kathy this weekend.
Yeah, I'm on there somewhere.
Oh my God! And I just did my present.
When it was 2 days, you could see us better. Now it's 3 days, and we're all these little pieces, little faces.
I'm like down here, right in the middle, in the center.
I just put together my topic, and it's going to be activating the rebel gene in your personal timeline.
Ooh.
Okay. So sign up, everyone. And then on Monday, can you show this, Omar, my event on Monday?
Sure. Which
it's the intuitive one. It's on Portal to Ascension. It's just the next one. And this is, we're just going to talk about your superpowers, guys, and how to listen to your guides and your intuition and hear this voice within and see, hear, interpret, and translate. All right, I did my own little promo on that. That's at portaltoascension.org. Monday.
I also did an interview on Conscious Business Zone on my YouTube channel for Joan for this class. So if you want to go deeper and find out more, there's also that.
I got rave reviews from that video.
Yeah,
we did. People loved it. Jay thought it was the best.
Good. Great.
All right.
Oh, yep.
Yes, you will learn how to become an intuitive wizard, to trust your intuition and really follow it accurately, and really know how to manage that. So I think you guys would like this event. I'm excited to offer it because I think we need to have all these tools to thrive over the next few years. We needed them the past few years too, but we continue to need them.
Better late than never, right?
Better late than never. We are all getting more intuitive. We have to be smarter than ever these days, guys. Or more intuitive than ever.
Toss the link into the comments.
Good to see you, Evan and Stephen. Oh, muted.
Just unmuted. Yes, good to see you all as well.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you.
There we go, guys. Sign up for Dr. Joan's class and uncover your superpowers. Sounds amazing. And also, I'll be sharing the link to PTA's conference coming up tomorrow. I'm not sure if that's being streamed to YouTube because of some terrible things that are happening in the background. So, sign up and join us in the Zoom room because that's really where it's going to be the safest. Right now, YouTube has pulled out their dirty tricks from like 7-8 years ago, and have hit Neil with 2 copyrights from William Henry's, of all people. William Henry's presentation from 8 years ago when he's talking about conscious holistic medicine, and they flagged it as false medical information. Same video twice. So Neil needs to be super, super careful here right now because if they give him another strike, he loses his entire channel, and that's years and years and years worth of work and just tons of contacts. So my heart actually skips a beat when I say that. So sign up for that. Show your support to Neil. Show up in the Zoom room for the 3 days for the conference that he's got coming up. It's all free or by donation. Here, let me. I'll actually post a link. Let's get Stephen and Evan going here. and then I will post the link. Guys, what is up? Stephen and Evan Strong, the two legends, the rebels, the mavericks, the outlaws, the rebels of Australia, where if they leave their house, they'll toss them in jail. You know, it's, these guys. I don't know. There's no really introduction involved here. You guys know Stephen and Evan. We've worked together now for like 8 years. We do regular events together, and today's event was really inspired by Evan and Stephen, and we just put this together so that we can bring some healing to our motherland, Australia, and all our children, and anyone that's not playing well in the sandbox. Today was the day to really confront that, and I think that we did. And through the seventh dimensional harmonics that we've been working with all day today, I'm sure has had an effect on the old sandbox, so that people will either play nicely or just simply grab your Tonka and go home, because your type of play is just no longer needed here. And really, that's what today was all about. So Evan was really the inspiration behind this. So thank you, Evan, and great hair, brother. I knew you were going to come in, just pimped right up.
Yeah. Well, thank you for, it's been a wonderful day. And the world and Australia especially needs a little bit of a boost. So, thank you.
And speaking of a bit of a boost, and all the times we've done this, I've heard this great hair brother a lot. Not once have I got that compliment. I don't understand it.
I actually found a picture of you. Look, I found a picture of you, and I found your great hair, Steve.
I don't know where that comes from. Anyway, we'll leave that alone for now.
I tell you how I found it. 8 years ago when we met, I've been Googling you and DuckDuckGoing you and Yahooing you from the last 8 years and trying to uncover really everything about you, because I love you. You're like a mentor, and I want to totally understand you. So when I was Googling, I came across your picture and I was like, wait a minute, that looks like Stephen Strong. So I actually had to take your picture and do a side-by-side comparison with another picture. And I was like, that's Steve. Oh my God, that's Steve. I had to grab that picture. And I have a few more, Steve. You'll be surprised on the things that I've covered on you.
I think that might have been from Ancient Aliens, from the Compass site.
Oh, that's right. They've done my hair up and stuff. I remember that.
I remember I saw you when I started smiling, and you told me to shut up.
I would have thought that could have been left aside and never brought out in public domain again. For God's sake.
It made it out there.
I find it, right?
Right.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys, for being here today. And you guys are going to talk about some ancestral magic on how we can break spells and repel spells, and really deal with the magical element of Aboriginal, Indigenous culture in Australia, the oldest culture, by the way, in the world, 60,000 years strong and still going. It could be a lot older than that, and I'm sure that 60,000 years has covered a lot of information, and I'm absolutely certain about it. So thank you, guys. I will hand the stage over to you. When you're done, just give me a shout out and I'll jump right on with you guys.
No worries.
Awesome.
Okay. Look, it's interesting. Now that I found out who's actually responsible for this, Evan, because by the way, I had no idea about this. I did wonder myself, well, why are we doing the supernatural? But before we start, I've got to make a point too. Evan said, should we do a slideshow? Didn't you, Evan?
Yeah.
I said, no, don't bother. We'll just wing it. We'll just talk about different stuff. And then recently he sort of said, oh, look, I'll put a few pictures up, didn't you, Evan?
Yeah, just a couple.
Yeah, right.
Well, this is a small slideshow compared to what I normally do.
Right. Well, I thought we were doing 0 to 3, and it looks like there's about 20. So bear with me if I have no idea what's coming up. I'll scribble something down here, but I'll get lost. Okay. Let's do the supernatural, but look, here's the trick with this. In doing this properly, I'm going to do this in a slightly different way. I'm going to do it archaeologically, and I'm also going to look at the best historical accounts to try and work out what it actually is before you work out the repelling spells part, which I didn't know about until then. We might as well work out what it is you're repelling first, then we'll come up with the tricky part, which is how to deal with it. That's a bit different. Okay, let's start with the stuff that's easy. Now, first up, you've got to understand the word supernatural doesn't work in Australia, in original culture. It's not like that. It's more the opposite, which it normally is with whoever's come after. It's more like natural super. These are natural events. A clever fellow, a Wian, a Durangan, men or women that know of what we would call magic. It's not quite like that. In original society, you'd have a great hunter, a great painter, a great songstress, men and women, dancers, and each one had a skill. And all were equal. But if you were going to have first amongst equals, then it would always be the clever fellow, wouldn't it?
Always.
Yeah, always. Because the spiritual part was so much a part of the life of the tribe. It gets really tricky when you use the word magic, because and one of the sources we're going to use is this book here, and I'll hold it up now, which is Aboriginal Men of High Degree, and it's done by Elkin. Now, he was the first archaeologist, anthropologist to go out into Australia and didn't dismiss the magic and didn't try and dismiss it as some sort of relic of primitive ways, but acknowledged it and recorded it. And because of that, this is actually a story about that. And on 2 occasions here, we're going to read. Now, I'm going to make the point with Elkin. Until him, there was no academic community in Australia that represented anthropology or archaeology in any university. He was the first. It was anthropology. It was Sydney Uni in about 38 or 39, and he was the first professor. So therefore, when Evan reads this out, I want you to understand, of all the academics they could have chosen to run the first faculty in Australia that deals with anthropology and archaeology by association, they chose him. And this was after he wrote this book, which sounds very sensational, but he believed magic was true. So we're going to look at that. So now Evan's got a slideshow. I've got no freaking idea how this is going to work, but we're going to try. When we talk about the word magic, the first thing you've got to understand is it's everywhere.
And it's still here too.
It's still here. It's not going to go away. And what we're going to do in this story is we're going to talk about a current day clever fella, magician, and we're going to juxtapose that, the modern day events, with in the past to show you it's a continuous thing. Don't think it's gone. Now, this picture was taken a long time ago, wouldn't it, Evan?
Yeah, I'd say early 90s,
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah,
Back when you actually got your film developed, I reckon.
That's right.
Yep.
And that whipbird's moved in right next to us. That's going to be interesting. Okay, so yeah, what that is a picture of is a carry-on glyphs, but you'll notice it's out of focus because the focus was overtaken by what came out of the wall when the picture was taken. I can tell you, we know the photographer, when they took the picture of the wall, that's all they saw. What's coming out of it? Well, it's a sacred site, and it looks to me very much like the obvious thing, a serpent, and it's the tail, and it's coming out of the rocks. Now, here's the reason we've shown that picture, although I didn't know until Evan put it up what the reason was. The reason that we've made up the fix for the reason why I even chose that picture, I didn't expect to be chosen. The reason for that, which might be a bit convoluted and maybe even prefabricated, is that you've got to understand when original people walk through the land, they think it's all magic. They think that the supernatural is part of the actual landscape. So when we talk about the specific instances of, and we're going to do a couple, and we're going to do one that we were involved in directly, that then got Kano involved, and I want to explain that. Some people may have heard it, some may not, but it does fit in here to give an idea of the different forms of magic that exist. And it's not all Houdini and a wand. Okay, let's try this, please, Evan. Right, there we are. That's us. Well, it's not us, actually. We're not actually there. Well, we are there.
Yeah, we're taking the pictures.
There's no picture. Normally, what we do when we go on country, the one thing we don't do is we don't take pictures of who, Evan? Me.
Yeah.
Right. It just uglies the thing up a bit, honestly. That's more interesting. We don't want distractions. Oh, my God, you don't want that at the side. So we normally, we're very much more careful.
This was one of the spots that Klaus Donner told us to go check out.
Yeah, Klaus Donner had 4. All of this is in carry-on. We're showing a lot of stuff here that proves this point. Now, what's interesting about that particular site is Arnie Bev was taking us to the site because we always go on, ever since I was given ceremony by Kana, there's rules about how I do things, and I always go on. We never go to any site without an elder, and we go by invitation. And she allowed us, after we showed this to what Klaus had found, she gave us permission to go there. So off we went. But the problem we had was because she was crook, she couldn't give a ceremony, could she?
No.
So I gave a ceremony that Uncle Jerry B, who's an elder up our way, said I should use around here. Okay, now I figured, well, okay, Arnie Bev can't do it. So this is the cave we went to. Now, what I did is we did a ceremony. We won't tell them much of it, Evan. It's to do with rocks, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I go and do something with the rocks, and then the others, they all add to those rocks, don't they?
Yeah.
Things are said. It was all done our way. We made sure of that, and everyone did the same thing, didn't they?
Yep.
So we made sure of that. And when we came in, Evan, what did you see when you went in? That was a good sign, isn't it?
Well,
The cave of the what?
owl and the orbs.
Well, do the owl first. What happened with that?
Well, when I was first in, so when I walked in, an owl flew out.
But what did you pick up?
A feather, which I have a picture of in a second.
I do.
Yep.
Could you put that on now? Because that's our main story at the moment. No, I don't want that. Where's the feather?
There you go.
Oh,
and there's a picture. There's a picture of the owl that watched us.
Yes.
So
okay, there you go. So this part's
feather.
true. So when we say this is true, it actually is. So Evan picks up the owl feather, which he has there, and the owl flies out and watches us. Now, on our scale of things, we always look for bird sign, don't we, Evan?
Yeah,
And we always
it's
get
important.
it. We took this as a very, very good bird sign, didn't we, Evan?
Yes, we did.
We really did think that, didn't we?
So I think we had a little look around.
Oh, now we can go back to the other stuff. I
Yeah.
noticed you put this up, but it's out of sync. No, go ahead. Okay, right. Now, this is what happened, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, there was obviously sign. This was a sacred site. You can see the handprints where the hand is laid down and the yolk is pasted inside the mouth and sprayed around. And there's figures above, charcoal pieces there. It was quite an interesting cave, and it was sort of ran back a bit, and I can see why Klaus recommended we go there. And we also filmed orbs. Now, honestly, the first time we've even done, wasn't even spoken about when we went there. We'd never given it any thought.
We'd heard of them in passing, but
But we didn't. This cave was going to have orbs. We just filmed it, and it came up, and there's one that's filmed there. And then was it Sean that was there? Sure, Van.
Yeah. So he took footage of it, and he had his arm like this, and the orb went. It did a right angle around his elbow.
Yeah.
So that's fine for people to say, oh, it's dust, it's dust.
Or that it's mindless. Well, it wasn't, because it flew up the side, changed direction once, and a second time and went over his head. And that was not to be expected, but that's what we filmed. So, okay, we came out of that. Can you go to the end to the owl bit watching it to finish? Because it should really have been at the finish. The feather should have been further forward. See? Anyway. We left there, and everyone congratulated themselves because, okay, we did the right ceremony. And people are probably wondering, what the hell has this got to do with
magic? Yeah. You had a nice little
get used to it. I like to wander. That's what he's here for, in case I forget what I'm up to. And that's right. I know. Don't have to tell me. I know. So we left, and we went back to Ryan and Andy's place, didn't we?
We did.
And by the way, that where we were is near Gosford, which is on the east coast of Australia. And then we're about 4 hours past here, about 7 o'clock, and Evan gets a phone call on his mobile machine, didn't you, Evan?
I did.
Who was it?
It was Christine saying, Kano is going to talk to you now. Which usually what happens is someone will phone and go, can you
ring Kano?
And then they hang up.
Yes.
This one was, here he is.
Now, that's only happened once before to me, and that wasn't a pretty sight. So I'm thinking, I don't want this phone call.
It's not a good one.
No. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is where you start to get to find out about the beginning of our sort of circuitous investigation of original magic, which we're equivocating, because here's the first instance of it and how it works. He rang me and said to me today, I said to me, well, you're on country today. I said, yes, Kano, but I didn't need to check with you because it was 3,000 kilometers away. He lives on Kangaroo Island, which is really called Carter, which means in original Ramangeri, island of the
Dead.
Island of the Dead, blessed those who listen. Yeah, very important place. Anyway, I said, you're ringing from there. I didn't mention that part. We knew that part anyway.
Yeah.
We just say Carter. It's easier than the whole thing. I said, that's 3,000 k's away, mate. He said, yes, but he said, when you went on the country, you didn't smoke yourself. And I said, no, we didn't, but I did the rocks. And he said, and he interrupted me when I said the rock. And he said, you mean the rock ceremony where you stack the rocks? And the others came in and said something and stacked the rocks also. This is, by the way, the truth. And of course, at that stage, I was having a bit of trouble keeping up. I said, well, yes, that was the one we did. Yeah. I said, yeah. He said, I said, but yeah. But he said, now, he said, this is the message I've got to give you. It was passed on to me. And then he sort of started to give a bit of the story away because he said it was passed on to me by the owl. And I'm thinking, hang on for a sec.
How'd the owl get all the way over there?
Yeah, it was in the. I'm thinking, hang on. I'm thinking straight away that owl was sitting up there for a while watching us, mate.
Because I went back later to take Sean, and the owl was back in there.
Right, that was my point. So therefore, I'm thinking, owl's 3,000 k's away. We've been 4 hours in the passing, and he's talking about an owl that was watching us for the whole thing. And by the way, owls cannot fly at 750 k's per hour.
No, they can't.
They can't quite do it. In fact,
I love owls, but
no. Peregrine falcons, when they're going straight down, can hit 200, but not 750 for that k's per hour to get there straight away. And then when it gets there, it's got to tell this guy this. You'd be a bit buggered, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You want to sit down for half an hour before you said anything, mate. Hang on for a sec. I need to catch my breath. I've been flat out. Oh, the whipbird agreed there. See. Can't do it that way. So he kept telling me everything we did. And he told me if I ever go into country anywhere again and I don't smoke myself, because that was the ceremony I was given, the first time I was given this proper ceremony, I would be killed by the spirits. And he said, by the way, you'll both be cursed for that. Now, Evan, what happened to you? You picked up the feather of the owl, didn't you?
Yeah. I was cursed for a couple of years for that one.
Sick, weren't you, for the next couple of years?
Yeah. That was fun.
No, yeah. Well, we did both get that. By the way, here's two parts to the story. The first part is to tell you, yes, it does exist. Now, here's the trick in this. And the last thing I asked, and I rarely do this. You don't ask Kano questions, but I had to. From the time he spoke about the owl, the stationary owl, I had a real issue about time and motion here. The time was too short, and the motion was non-existent. So I asked him. I said, Kano, I said, how do you know all this? Because he described everything. He told me who else was there. I didn't tell him anything. He told me how many people were there, what they did. And he said to me, that's simple. He said, the owl passed on the message. And that was passed on to another animal. And it went down to me because I was the person who was supposed to know about this. They knew that. They knew the law. And what's happening, he said, right now, as I'm talking to you, there's a red kangaroo, which is a red kangaroo that stands taller than a human and could disembowel you easily, couldn't it? They did put them in boxing rings for a while, didn't they?
Yeah.
But they had to stop it, didn't they?
Yeah.
They were actually killing the people in the rings. But anyway, they put gloves on, but it made no difference. He said he's telling me the whole story of everything that happened. Now, that's the beginning of the story of the type of magic that's involved here. If you could talk to the animals, and by the way, there's a picture of Kano standing on the Standing Stone site.
Oh, no, I think that's Kangaroo Island.
Oh, the KI?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't tell. There is too, because it's flatter. Yeah. And you'll notice the picture was taken, but that you probably can't see his face that well. That's the orb story again, but that's just the way it is with him. He is not like a normal person. He is a magician. He is a culture person. He's recognised around Australia as being that. He's got old way stories when they were taking skulls away from a bridge there and had to repatriate them. Kana was the only person who could run the whole show and give them the right songs to put them back. He is old way. So when we tell some of the stories that come from him, you've got to understand he is a custodian of first language, of old ways, and this is part of what our magic is about. So we'll move through this a little bit further, Evan, and we're going to lead on to, I hope, oh, that's Kangaroo Island. That's where he did stay. That's Ramangeri Land. There's a culture centre there. And he was the guardian and custodian of that site, the sacred site. And that is the island, according to original people. When your soul departs, and even if you're on the mainland in South Australia, your soul must go to one sacred place at Kangaroo Island, the Kano took me to, and then it ascends into the heavens and waits to reincarnate and come back. But that's sort of like what they look upon as the casting off point to move on to the other side. It seems to be like that's a dreaming track that's taking. And people in mainland original people won't dispute that. So we're on a very sacred place, and he's the keeper of that island. So let's move past that, please, Evan. And I think we're going to, that's right. Now we're going back in time, and I want to keep with that relationship with animals again before we start to expand on it, because this is part of where the magic comes from. I believe it's a natural part of existence. In fact, original people believe, before the whites came here, that every person is born with a potential and a possession of some degree of magic. But there is one person who has more, and that becomes obvious. And there's a picture of that person. If you look at that picture, that was taken about the 1860s, wasn't it? We had to buy that picture for the rights to put it up. And they got it wrong. They said there's Aboriginal men fishing.
I don't see any nets or spears.
This is what the heading is. You can see one guy that's holding a branch there. See, Evan?
Oh, yes.
What happens there is when the fish see that, that scares them.
Right.
Because he's brandishing the stick. And there's another man over there, one man down there, he's got a stick, right? That's two with a stick. And I think you might find there's one other man there with a stick. What that does is when the fish see that, they get stunned and paralyzed, and they pick them up with their hands and take them to the shore. That's how it's done. You'll notice they don't need a net because it's what they have is they have cranky looks.
Yep.
That would be why they would put Aboriginal men fishing at Coomera River. But no, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you the dreaming story. It's called the Bunjalung, but it's a confederation of 13 language tribes of this region. And it talks about what they used to do. And it's a story about when that contract was broken, wasn't it, Evan?
Yep.
And what happened was the men would go down to the shore, and one or two of the men would stand up, and you can see which one it was, and would sing to the dolphins. And some of the men would then gesture where the fish were, because they were going to do none of the fishing. This is quite a clever symbiotic relationship between the dolphins and the humans in feeding together. All right? Now, the men are all standing, as you can see, spread apart. And as for having, hang on for a sec, if you're going to can't hunt fish and you're standing in the water, you need a net or a spear, don't you?
You do, yeah.
Why are those men standing with their hands by their side, Evan?
Yeah.
Some of the men have got their arms pointed angrily.
Yeah, they are pointing.
Yeah. And one person has something that could be a spear, and that's basically the sum total of the spears, isn't it?
Yep.
No, he's sung to the dolphin. There is another man that will thrash the branch onto the water to alert the dolphins where they are. Can you see who that man is, Evan?
Yep, yep.
It's funny how that's not on the icon underneath. Maybe they didn't get invited into this ceremony. Can you see there's one guy that's got his back to everything?
Yep.
He's doing the same song, isn't he?
Yep.
And he's facing them at the moment, isn't he?
Yep.
Why has he got a feather in his hair?
Yeah.
Photographer got to ask, didn't he?
Yes.
Oh, there was good archaeology done here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what happens is the dolphins then go and bring the fish. They drive them in towards a shallow area where they can't turn backwards. The men catch the fish with what is called hands, right? And then they put them on the shore, and then the catch is evenly divided between the dolphins and the men. That has been a standard fishing practice in this area for a long period of time, and it happened everywhere. There is a story here about the dreaming story you know of. One of the younger men decided to find out why the dolphins were so clever and killed him and cut him up. And then the elders found out because the dolphins told him, didn't they?
Yeah.
And then they killed him and cut him up into quarters and took him out in a boat and threw him into the ocean to try and appease the dolphins of what had happened.
Yeah.
The dolphins didn't accept it.
No.
And that was the end of that concord.
So
there's the deal with this story. You have your magical contract is with nature. If you break that contract, it'll be taken off you. So that's one form of this story. Original people also have the belief that I'm hoping there's a bird turning up next door in trouble. I'll thank God for that. When you hear the saying, a little bird told you, that is common in original society, bird sign. In fact, many people will be actually found and accused of creating a crime that no one saw because a bird came back to an elder or somebody that they felt comfortable with and told them what had happened. That, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is as good as a signed affidavit, countersigned by a Supreme Court judge. No one would question it. If that bird gave a sign and told somebody that someone had broken a law, that would be accepted. Bird sign is a common form of communication, but people might call that magic, wouldn't they?
Yeah, might.
I suppose when Kano was sitting on the veranda fence there and there's a 6-foot red kangaroo sitting there and they're having a conversation, people might call him crazy.
Yeah.
And he would say to them, well, we're just having to talk, us two. And then they'd say, oh, I think we better get someone and get you some drugs to fix you up.
See
Funny
how
about-
we do things differently.
Funny how magic is a strange thing. Okay, let's move along, please, Evan. Are we doing bird sign at the moment?
Yes, yes.
Oh, yes.
It just goes to show you that the bird sign continues.
Oh, yeah, it does. Yeah, that's a good point. We've mentioned before that we had a visit from a magpie, a young magpie, for about an hour and a quarter. And it used to run around with between our feet. Then it would go and hunt grasshoppers. And there's a picture of Evan Carney, the grasshopper, with it. And then it's just jumped up and sat on my arm for about an half or probably 3/4 of an hour.
Yep.
Just sat there. The parents would sing to it. It would sing back. The parents would tell him to get out of there, and it just wouldn't. What it was doing was giving us a bird sign. So when we say this thing used to happen in the past, I'm trying to keep this. See, you've got to remember, original people don't have a straight timeline. It's circular. There's no cutting point in this. So it doesn't disappear. That second picture is just a bird that came to me. That happens a fair bit. Quite a few times birds have just landed and they want to just... Now, unfortunately, my bird language, the dictionary is rather meager and I have no idea. I want to make this point. I have no idea what the message is, but I have no doubt a message was sent. The problem is me and my ignorance. Kano? Yes, I remember once we had a message I won't talk about now, a really very important message where I had a wagtail that came and sat next to me for 7 minutes and didn't move. And what did I do? I rang Kano up and asked him what it meant. And he told me what it meant, and what it actually meant was a miracle.
Yep.
Would occur, and it did. A miracle the doctor to this day still don't understand. And that was announced by a bird. So when we talk about bird signs, whether it's at that time, I know what wagtail was saying because Kano told me. And we knew exactly what to expect, and what we were told was correct. But if Kano's not there, very hard to work out what they're saying, isn't it?
Yeah, we don't have the interpreter.
We don't have that. There's that connection to the magic we were talking about before. Yeah. Okay, I have no idea where we're going next. Oh, no, the snake dance. We got to... no, not snake dance. Go back one. Go back to bird sign. We'll leave it there. We're now going to talk about a few things. Okay, first of all, let's talk about what we should have talked about before. Okay, now let's do another form of Kano. Now, to do this first, what I'm going to do with the form of Kano, another part of Kano's, as one elder called it, know what Wirchin called it?
Party trick.
Yeah, he called what Kano can do is party tricks. Now, he would admit that with respect, but this guy's quite a high elder. His name is Wirichin. He's given that name. And this is what Elkin writes about something called disappearing and reappearing. Yes, I know, that sounds like we're really talking about the shows on vaudeville. But here we go, Evan. Let's find out what Elkin said about elders who could disappear and reappear.
Another form of psychic display was to disappear from one spot suddenly and appear in another, or to pass into or out of a tree. Thus, one man, J.K., said at his initiation, a clever doctor, C.J., was standing near the novices, when quite suddenly he disappeared and then was seen standing with his back to them about 140 metres away, turning from time to time to look at them. He was doing this to show them all he was very clever.
Okay, leave that for a sec. We'll get back to another one in a sec because you're going to talk about flying through the air. Yeah, hang on for a sec. What sort of stuff are we talking about here? This one's about disappearing. Now, I love the part at the finish where he had his back to them and he'd look back every now and then. Kano did something similar, didn't he?
He did, yes.
Yeah, now my point is this. What I'm trying to show you is, okay, when you start talking about stuff like this person standing there and they disappear, people recognise that as magic, don't they?
They do.
Right? They might just say the stuff about the animals, oh, come on, that's just a coincidence. The bird's probably eating a mushroom or something, and tripping out or something, I don't know. There's just some sort of explanation for it. It's supernatural, not natural super. No. Kano's story, and if you have heard it before, my apologies, but it does fit now because we're trying to make a story about what old way magic is. It's very simply this. He turned up one night. There were about 9 of us, and this includes Graham Hancock and his wife Santha were there, quite a few other people. Everyone will testify to exactly the same thing. In fact, Evan, on our next online conference and also on our workshops here, we have elders here who are going to talk about the same thing, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
So it's not just us. We're actually bringing on other people who are going to tell you about the same story from a different point of view. And one of them is his wife. And I do remember she was quite shocked by this one. I think she said that's the first time I've seen that one, didn't she?
Yes.
She said this. It's the first time I've seen him do that. Okay. Now, where are we? Oh, that's right. We did. Yeah, that's it. What?
Fellas?
Yeah.
Before you go forward, didn't Evan have a similar type of experience where he walked through some portal or something like that?
That's the one who go invisible.
Yeah.
That's yeah. Oh, well, yeah, we'll get to that one. Thanks, mate. Yeah, nice. We are going to talk. That's what I'm going to lead up to next. I want to talk about present day again. Very good. Make sure I keep moving the timeline. Thank you. Hey, where were we?
We're talking about campfire.
Campfire, right. Then all of a sudden, Kano appears old way, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Proper old way. He's got a lap on. He's got white ochre all over him. And he's got body armor, body painting everywhere. He's got, did he have sticks with him, plastics?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, and he walked into the fire pit and he sang in language and then he told us a bit in English, didn't he? And then he'd go back into language again. He was given ceremony to Graham because Graham Hancock had been on country with us for 6 days and seen all these different sites. And I told him if he does that, he had to do ceremony old way. He had to do both sides of the equation. So I was giving him ceremony and us too. And then he gave us an extra bit of ceremony that nobody expected. When he finished everything, he walked back one step. I still remember this because the others were going to tell you the same story from their point of view. And that was good. Then he walked back the second step. And when he did that, that wasn't anything, was it? It was gone. He completely disappeared. And I can tell you, everyone was looking around. Graham was looking. Santha was looking. So was I. He was gone. There was a decent fire going. It wasn't that dark. It didn't jump off into the night because all around us is blue metal gravel. And when you walk on it, it makes a noise. We found that out the night before and we're trying to sleep, didn't we?
Yep.
My God, you hear every bit of it. You would have heard him walking and you would have seen him because it wasn't that dark. He was gone. He came back about, minute? Close to that.
Yeah, something like that.
Nobody really knows, honestly, because we weren't prepared. About a minute later, there he is standing right directly behind Christine with this huge smile on his face. And I certainly wasn't going to look into his eyes. That's something else you'll find out about. And this is one of the tricks with this. And by the way, I can tell you this, that they did come up to me and ask me if I'd asked him how he'd done it. I said, I'm not touching that. I wasn't going near it. Someone did ask him the next day, and he was strangely quite clear. He said, it's very simple. There's a curtain. I would just walk behind it. He said, every person here could do it too. It's just that I can see where it is and you can't. It was as simple as that. So that begins to give you a little bit more of an understanding of what that means. Now, what Omar was talking about is a more recent example.
Yeah, so we got invited to go what we thought was just a little night walk.
Mhm.
We didn't realise it was a full-on initiation.
Jesus.
So we were let loose in a national park south of Sydney.
No moon.
Yeah, no moon.
Pitch black, and it's
important.
just scrub everywhere, and it's
So
not even, is it?
Our guide basically pointed at a distant mountain silhouette and went, I'll be there. I might see you there later or I might not. Anyway, that's where you got to go. See you later, and then disappeared. So then we're all stumbling. He did give us one hint, was to maybe put your arms out first, because that should catch the funnel web spiders.
Oh, the spider's webs,
Yeah,
that's
the
right,
spider
because
webs.
you'll catch them in your hands.
Otherwise, they'll bite you on the hands or on the face. So that was nice. That was the last thing he said to us before he disappeared. So we're wandering through pitch black, and it's thick bush. It hasn't been cleared.
No tracks and nothing.
Nothing. And, I was somewhere in the middle. I could hear people stumbling either side of me, and I went, as long as I keep two people...
That was the thinking, yeah. If they're all falling the same way, we're going to find it.
Yeah. So finally, I was climbing up a cliff or something, and there he is, sitting up in a tree branch, waiting for us, going, oh, you took your time, didn't you?
Remember what we had to do next? We had to do that running exercise. We had to run through the bush mindlessly and be careful not to fall over, but run.
So he put us through all these different tests, but one of them, which is what Omar was alluding to.
Oh, the disappearing one.
Was we would all face one direction of a rock platform, and then one person would walk to the other end. Now, what would happen is, as they got towards the other end, they disappear from sight. Now, we could still hear them. They could still communicate with us. We even continued a conversation,
but they're not.
But we could not see them.
No.
Now, weirdly enough, he then told us, and I had a go. I think you had a go.
Yeah.
Everyone had a go, and each person was like, "Can't see anyone."
Yeah.
And then you take a step back towards everyone, and you'd reappear, but taller,
bigger,
like maybe an extra 2 foot height. Yeah. Then they take one more step towards the crowd, and then you see
collapse.
Them shrink back down to normal size, and then funny enough, one person walked to the end, and we could see him. We went, oh, what's going on? Why do we see this one? And then he was behind us going, who are you talking to? I'm not over there. That was someone else. It was not part of the group. We thought it was this guy, but this guy was just sitting behind us.
Yeah.
No, it's not me. Yeah. And that was a couple of years ago, like 4 maybe. But yeah, he takes people out there a couple.
What it is, basically what it is, there are places on the land where those portals open at different times, and this gentleman knows when they're open. And you have to go through these other things in advance to earn the right to get the ceremony. Because if you said to anyone when it's pitch black like that, I'm not doing that, they'd say, fine, then you don't get the ceremony.
Mind you, one of my favourite parts of the night was when we finally found the road again. After many hours, we got bleeding sticks in our head. 3 o'clock in the morning. This car drove past, and we're all stumbling on the road, look stunned out of our minds. They had to swerve around us, and the look on their faces
like we're zombies.
Well, what is going on? Like, they had no idea. They'll never know what happened, and I'm sure it haunts them to this day. What was that group of people doing at 3 a.m. stumbling out of the bush onto the road?
Everyone had been cut up by then. But ladies and gentlemen, this is another part. What we're trying to do is we're trying to give you different parts of the deal. Now, when you do get to do some of that magic, you have to go through ceremony first and to find out whether you're worthy of knowing this stuff. So what I'm starting to show to you that knowledge in magic is the highest level in original society. Yeah, being a great hunter, well, you don't eat without them, do you? You need them. You need good singers and dancers, otherwise the animals won't turn up for the hunt, will they, if they're not given honor?
Yeah.
All those things are important. But above all of this is the skill of this person. Now, what I want to talk about now is I just want to show you that the magic they have is quite bizarre, because they can actually take that magic and give it to another object, can't they, Evan?
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's a story Evan's heard when he was at uni, didn't you? You heard sort of this story once, haven't you? About this guy called Alan that died in hospital in about 72 in Lismore Base.
That's right.
It's been taught in universities. It's a well-known story, and no one's challenged it, because there were about 5 or 6 medical people in the room at the time, and possibly about 10 or 12 people from the family were there when it all happened. It's very hard to say that 18 people all independently decided to make this story up. And that's why it's being taught at Southern Cross Uni in the Aboriginal Studies group, wasn't it?
Yes.
So it goes like this, and it gives you an idea, and it talks about, and this is going to lead into another elder. This elder we're going to talk about is called Left Hand Ferguson.
Yeah.
He's renowned for people picking people up by raising his left hand. There are many stories about that, but we're not going to do those ones. He's well known. He was what people would call a clever fella and magician. This is the point with this. We're trying to cover all areas. And he was around, in about the 70s, 80s? He was around then. Carno's just left, so this is still going on. That's what we're trying to do, a little snippet of everywhere. Left Hand Ferguson. Okay, what happens is this gentleman, I cannot remember it, probably is a Roberts, but I'm not sure about that, from a family in Lismore. This person, how much time we got, mate?
No, we're still good.
Okay. All right. This person falls into a creek. Look, I don't know the full story, but trust me, this is basically what happened leading up to the main part. And drowns. He's, I don't know whether he was dead at the time and brought back after 8, 10, 12 minutes or something. I'm not sure. They had him on life support. It was in the mid-70s, something like that. And the doctors said, there's no brain activity. The person is dead. They cannot bring him back. There's nothing they can do. Will you turn off the machine? Right? It's either Walkers or Roberts. I'll come to me. It's Walkers or Roberts, one of them. Apologies, it's one of the family. We'll find out later. Okay, what happens is the family get together, the old ones get together and say, no. There's a way this can still work out okay. We'll call in Left Hand Ferguson. Now, Evan knows that name quite well. He's very famous, isn't he, for doing stuff like this. Look, we could probably do him alone, but we'll just pick 2 of his stories, a bit like Carno. We could do a lot of his too, but we're trying to give you an overview here. So what is Left Hand's magic? Well, there's a shitload. Levitation is one for sure. That is his party trick, isn't it?
Yep.
Although once when they tried to arrest him, that's a different story, when they put one of the troopers up inside a tree. But that's a different story. Anyway, getting back to this one. Then what happens is the family let it be known to Left Hand that, this person's on intensive care. They're not breathing. It's been assisted. Everything's been assisted. But can you help? And he says, yeah, I can. But he won't come. This is where it gets weird, doesn't he, Evan? Because he doesn't come.
Yeah.
He says, what I want you to do, because they're on the bottom floor at the time, is leave the window open so the dog can come. Now, Evan, you've seen pictures of Left Hand. Who's always with him?
His dog.
Yeah.
Yep.
Everywhere he goes, his dog went with him. Now, everyone might think, what? You mean this guy's dead and he's sending his dog? He didn't even come up himself? It depends how strong your magic is. And if it's as strong as Left Hand's, the dog's fine. So this is what happened. And we know this is true because this has actually been testified everywhere. I've heard it from quite a few people. They left the actual the window open. The dog jumped in, raced around the bed a couple of times, jumped on top of the bed and started licking this guy on the face. Now, the doctors, of course, the thing called, it's to do with being clean in the hospital and stuff.
Yeah.
Hygiene, that's the word, yeah. They knew it would come to me. They were a little bit concerned because their idea of hygiene doesn't involve dog licks, does it?
No, it does not.
As it turns out, the dog licks are probably one of the most antiseptic things there is on the planet. But in the 1970s, they'd only seen where dogs used to lick, and they figured, well, this isn't the right place, right? So, the family stopped him. They knew Left Hand said he was sending the dog, and they weren't questioning that magic. This is the point. Okay, so the dog licks him, runs around the bed a couple of times, as I said, jumps up, licks him for about a minute, then runs off the bed, jumps out through the window, and goes back to Left Hand. And nearly straight after the dog leaves the room, the person sits up. There was no brain activity according to that, and hadn't been for quite some time, like 24 hours, which means his brain is gone, and says, what am I doing here? What's going on? And they try and explain he's been dead. He doesn't believe it, but then when he hears that Left Hand's dog has been there, he says to himself, okay, fine, I accept that now. So that's a different form of magic, completely different. And then there's where we're going to lead up to the next part of this. Let's stay with Left Hand, but this time let's go back to Elkin again.
Yeah.
Now, I've got to make this point. He was the first archaeologist that actually went there with a sympathetic ear. Now, there were others at that time that weren't bad too, weren't there? Bert and Byrne had their strong points, didn't they?
Yes.
But this was the beginning of a group, and he certainly had the empathy of original people. Sometimes with a few of his opinions are a bit iffy, but that's not important. You're doing fast traveling.
Okay.
Let's talk about the next miracle.
Medicine men are believed to be able to travel at a very fast pace. It is obvious enough if the claim is to fly and sleep or a vision to distant places. But they can also run at surprising pace for any distance, faster than anyone can run, without getting tired or out of breath. Apparently, run less than a metre above the ground. Indeed, it has been said that the air has been made soft and solid, and that it moves along carrying them with them. The explanation given by other Aborigines is that these clever men can make their spirits take them along very quickly. Yeah, I think that's
it.
That's it. Yep.
Yep. Okay. Now, if you were to tell me that you could run in the air, would you call that a miracle? I would.
Yes.
Well, not really. I sort of understand what's going on there. Now, that seems to be something that you would think stands in the area of being ridiculous. But then again, there is Left Hand. It's Ferguson again, isn't there, Evan?
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's the point. Left Hand can levitate people, and that's why he was called Left Hand. Most of the original people in his own community were scared shitless of him, weren't they?
Yeah, they were.
Because they'd been Christianized, and they were told this is devil's business, isn't it?
Yep.
No, they don't want to be part of this. So a lot of them feared him, but nobody doubted his power. Well, hang on. There's a story. There are quite a few stories with Left Hand, and I can tell you they're all true. And this one's quite well known too, because apparently this also happened to the band Yotha Yindi.
Oh, yeah, that's
when they were here. Remember that?
Yep.
The same thing happened then. And there are elders here today. Lauren Jarrett told me this story.
That's right.
She was with them. And the Yotha Yindi saw the same thing take place, and the same Left Hand just before he left. He was still doing this levitation. No, well, not levitation. It's more than that, man. He's doing jet levitation here.
Mm.
They don't just run. Now, this is a story that's quite well known. It happened in Lismore, flood capital city of the world, isn't it?
At the moment, yes.
At the moment, yeah. This was when there wasn't a flood. It was one of those times because it was at South Lismore where the blackfellas live, and they get flooded first, don't they?
They do, yeah.
Yeah. Right. What happened at South Lismore, there's a group of original people there, and the young boys there, I don't know, it must be in the late 70s or something around that time. They knew about Left Hand, but they thought all this stuff was shit, didn't they? This is rubbish. This is old primitive stuff. It's not true. And Left Hand was there listening to what they have to say, and he's not the sort of person that says much. And they were in Lismore, and they were going to drive in a car, quite souped up, to Casino, which is how far from Lismore?
Oh, at least half an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's flat, isn't it? Pretty flat.
Yeah.
and they were going to drive there, and they were saying to our left hand, we can drive there. Your stupid levitation stuff, it won't get you anywhere.
Yeah,
we can just get in a car. Why do we need that sort of crap?
Yeah.
And they thought that was quite funny.
They did, yes.
Oh, very funny indeed. Left hand didn't